Ever get that feeling you might be using a word wrong, but you're too afraid to ask?
Oh, yeah.
Well, fear no more. Because today we're diving deep into 15 words that even fluent English speakers mess up. We've got a YouTube script here all about leveling up your vocabulary. And you might be surprised by some of these common mistakes.
It is fascinating, though, how some of these errors stem from subtle distinctions that are easy to miss in casual conversation.
Okay, let's unpack this. We'll start with some beginner traps. Words that seem straightforward, but can be surprisingly tricky. I'll be honest, the word literally is one I hear misused all the time.
Yep.
Just the other day, someone told me they were literally dying from how much they had to do that week.
Yes. Literally seems to be a word that's been taken hostage by hyperbole.
So remind us, what should literally mean? Why is it important to use it correctly?
Literally means something actually happened, exactly as stated.
Yeah.
It emphasizes the reality of a situation, not an exaggeration.
Right.
While your friend might have felt overwhelmed, they weren't literally dying.
Right.
You see, using literally correctly makes sure your words carry their intended weight. It's about precision and clarity, especially in an age where misinformation can spread so easily.
That's a really good point. The impact on communication is huge. Okay, another beginner word that trips people up is unique. I once saw a store advertising a sale on very unique items. Something about that just felt off.
That's because unique means one of a kind.
Right.
Inherently special. It stands alone.
Right.
So adding modifiers like very or quite is redundant and actually weakens the impact of the word.
So instead of saying something is very unique, how can we highlight that specialness in everyday conversation?
Let the word unique speak for itself.
Okay.
You could say that painting is truly unique or her style is unique. You're emphasizing the inherent specialness without needing to qualify it further.
That's so interesting. I can see how that subtle shift makes a big difference. Even these beginner words have hidden depths. You really have to think about their true meaning.
Absolutely, and that's what makes language so fascinating. Now, prepare to have some assumptions challenged because some words have meanings completely different from what most people assume.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Give me an example of one of these words.
Let's start with irony.
Okay.
Many people confuse irony with simple coincidence or bad luck. For example, someone might say, "It's so ironic that I won the lottery and then got hit by a car."
So winning the lottery and then getting hit by a car, that's just bad luck, not irony.
Yeah.
What makes a situation truly ironic?
True irony involves a situation where the outcome is the opposite of what was expected, often with a humorous or sarcastic undertone. A classic example would be a fire station burning down. It's not just about unfortunate timing, it's about a surprising reversal of expectations.
Wow, that makes so much sense. It's not just about something bad happening. It's about the unexpected nature of the situation.
You see, understanding irony helps us analyze situations more deeply. It's not just about bad luck. It's about recognizing the unexpected and sometimes absurd nature of life.
Speaking of unexpected twists,
Yeah.
let's talk about a word, often misused in situations with high stakes. Alibis. I feel like I hear people using alibi as a synonym for any kind of excuse.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I have a good alibi.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a common mistake. People might say, "I didn't finish the project, but I have a good alibi."
Wait, so if it's not just any excuse, what makes a real alibi? I'm genuinely confused.
An alibi has a very specific legal meaning.
Okay.
It refers to proof that someone was somewhere else at the time a crime was committed, demonstrating their innocence. It's not just any excuse. It's evidence that clears someone of suspicion.
So using alibi to explain why you didn't finish a project wouldn't really make sense.
Exactly. Using alibi in casual conversation when you simply mean excuse can actually undermine your credibility. It shows a lack of precision in your language.
Okay, this is making me rethink how I use these words. What other intermediate words are lurking out there, ready to trip us up?
How about a word that's often confused with its near opposite? Disinterested. Many people use disinterested to mean uninterested or bored. For instance, someone might say, "I was completely disinterested in that meeting."
Disinterested. If it doesn't mean bored or uninterested, then what does it actually mean?
Disinterested actually describes someone who is impartial or unbiased, free from personal stake or interest in a situation. A good example would be a judge who must remain disinterested in the outcome of a case.
Okay.
They can't be swayed by personal opinions or biases.
So if I wanted to say that I found the meeting boring, disinterested wouldn't be the right word to use.
Precisely. In that case, uninterested or bored would be more accurate.
Right.
Disinterested implies neutrality and objectivity. It's about being impartial, not uncaring.
I never realized how a single word could completely change the tone and meaning of a sentence. It's all about understanding those subtle but powerful nuances.
Absolutely. And that's what we're here to explore. Are you ready to be bemused by the next word?
Bemused. Okay, you've definitely got my attention. What's so tricky about this one?
People often think bemused means amused or entertained.
Okay.
You might hear someone say, I was bemused by his silly jokes.
So if bemused doesn't mean amused, then what's the real meaning?
Bemused actually means puzzled, bewildered, or even slightly confused. Think of it as a state of mild perplexity, for example. You might be bemused by a riddle you can't solve.
Well,
Or a strange event you don't fully understand.
so it's not about laughing at a joke. It's about that feeling of, wait, what just happened? That makes a lot of sense.
Imagine someone watching a magic trick,
Right.
their brow furrowed, a slight smile playing on their lips.
Yeah.
That's bemusement. It's not amusement,
Yeah.
but a fascinated perplexity.
Okay, now I'm really starting to understand the difference.
Uh-huh.
Bemused is a much richer word than I realized.
Mm-hmm.
It's about that space between amusement and confusion.
Exactly. And these subtle distinctions can make a big difference in how your message is received. Are you ready for our final intermediate word?
Bring it on. I'm ready to tackle anything.
All right. Let's explore a word that's often misused to describe something grand or impressive. Enormity. People often use enormity to emphasize the sheer size or scope of something.
Uh-huh.
You might hear someone say, I was overwhelmed by the enormity of the project.
That's how I usually use it,
Mhm.
but I have a feeling it doesn't quite mean what I think it means.
Yeah.
What's the real meaning?
While enormity can relate to size, its primary meaning leans towards something more serious and weighty.
Okay.
It often refers to extreme wickedness, outrageousness, or the sheer gravity of a situation,
Right.
particularly in a moral or ethical context.
So it's less about physical size and more about the weight of the implications.
Precisely. For instance, if you were discussing a horrific crime, you might speak of the enormity of the act to emphasize its moral depravity and the severity of its consequences.
Wow, that puts the word in a whole new light. It's not just about something being big, it's about something being profoundly impactful, often in a negative sense.
Exactly. It's a word that carries a lot of weight, both literally and figuratively.
Okay, we've covered a lot of ground already. And I'm starting to feel the enormity and the true sense of the word, of all these linguistic nuances. What's next on our journey?
Next, we'll be venturing into the realm of advanced words, where the nuances become even more intricate. Are you ready to level up your vocabulary even further?
Absolutely. I'm eager to see what other linguistic gems await us in this deep dive
Yeah.
into words.
Right.
It'd be great.
Awesome. Fasten your seatbelts, because these advanced words can be real brain twisters. They're the ones that often pop up in intellectual discussions or professional settings, and misusing them can unfortunately make you sound less credible.
Okay, I'm ready to face the advanced word challenge head on. Let's start with one that I've definitely struggled with in the past.
Decimate.
Decimate is fascinating because its common usage has drifted quite far from its original meaning. People often use it as a synonym for completely destroy, like saying the hurricane decimated the coastal towns. Yeah, I've definitely heard it used that way. But if it doesn't mean to completely destroy, then what does it actually mean?
Decimate has a very specific historical root. It comes from the ancient Roman practice of punishing mutinous troops by killing 1 out of every 10 soldiers. So the original meaning of decimate is to reduce by 1/10, not to obliterate completely.
Wow, I had no idea. That's a pretty grim origin story for a word. So using decimate to describe the total destruction of a town wouldn't be quite right.
Exactly. It's a case of hyperbole overtaking precision. While the impact of a hurricane can be devastating, it's unlikely to literally reduce a town's population by exactly 1/10.
This is why I love these deep dives. You uncover these hidden layers of meaning that we often miss in everyday conversation. It's like learning a secret code.
This word's bloody history reminds us that language carries the weight of the past. Even today, decimate suggests a severe calculated reduction, not total destruction.
Okay, what other advanced words are waiting to be decoded?
Let's tackle one that often gets misused in academic circles: peruse.
Peruse. I'll admit I've been guilty of using this one incorrectly myself. I always thought it meant to quickly skim through something.
That's a very common misconception. In reality, peruse means To read thoroughly and carefully. It implies a close and attentive examination of a text, not a hasty glance.
So if I said I perused the report before the meeting, it would mean I'd given it a very close read, not just skim the headings.
Precisely. Using peruse correctly conveys a sense of diligence and attention to detail. It suggests you've really absorbed the information.
This is another one of those aha moments. I'm realizing that using these advanced words correctly can signal a certain level of intellectual rigor. It shows you're not just skimming the surface.
Exactly. It's about choosing words that accurately reflect the depth of your engagement with the topic.
All right, bring on the next advanced word challenge. I'm feeling more and more confident with each one we tackle.
Let's see if you can crack the code on this one. Nonplussed.
Nonplussed. This one seems tricky. I've heard it used to describe someone who's calm and collected under pressure. Like, even though the presentation went wrong, she remained nonplussed.
That's a clever guess, but it's actually the opposite. Nonplussed describes a state of being surprised and confused, often to the point of speechlessness. It's that feeling of being caught off guard and unsure how to react.
Wow, so it's almost like being speechless with shock.
Exactly. Nonplussed implies a momentary loss of composure, a sense of being bewildered. It's that deer in the headlights feeling.
That makes so much more sense. I can see how misusing this word could lead to some awkward situations.
Indeed, it highlights the importance of understanding the nuances of these advanced words. They can have a big impact on how our message is perceived.
Okay, what other advanced word adventures await us? I'm ready to expand my vocabulary horizons.
Let's explore a word that often gets used in a way that diminishes its true impact. Plethora.
Plethora.
I usually think of this word as meaning a lot of something in a positive way, like there was a plethora of fun activities to choose from at the festival. That's a common interpretation. But plethora carries a slightly different nuance. While it does mean an abundance of something, it often implies an excessive or overwhelming amount.
Okay.
It can sometimes even suggest a sense of burden or inconvenience.
Interesting. So it's not just about having a lot of something, it's about having maybe too much of it, like it's overflowing.
Precisely. Imagine a situation where you're bombarded with information or faced with an overwhelming number of choices. That sense of being inundated can be captured by the word plethora.
So if I were to say, I have a plethora of emails to respond to, it would imply that I'm feeling a bit swamped by them, not necessarily excited about having a full inbox.
Exactly. It's about that tipping point where abundance starts to feel like excess. It's about that too much of a good thing feeling.
I'm starting to see how using plethora correctly can add a layer of sophistication to my descriptions. It's a much more nuanced way of expressing abundance than just saying a lot.
It's about choosing words that convey not just the quantity, but also the impact of that quantity.
This is making me realize how much I've taken these words for granted, what other advanced words are hiding in plain sight, waiting to be understood.
Let's delve into one that's often misused in discussions about facts and information. Factoid. Factoid. This one seems pretty straightforward. I always thought it just meant a small or trivial fact.
That's how it's commonly used, but its original meaning is a bit more nuanced, even controversial. The term factoid was actually coined to describe something that appears to be a fact, but is actually false or unsubstantiated.
Right, really? That's a completely different meaning.
That's the risk with using factoid in its original sense. It implies a degree of skepticism or even doubt about the validity of the information being presented. It can be a way of highlighting that something may sound like a fact, but it hasn't actually been proven true.
This is a perfect example of how language can evolve and shift in meaning over time. It's important to be aware of both the common usage and the original intent behind a word. You're absolutely right. Language is a living, breathing thing that constantly adapts and changes. Our goal is to be aware of those changes and use words in a way that is both accurate and effective.
So how can we use factoid in a way that doesn't accidentally spread misinformation?
If you're unsure of the accuracy of a piece of information, it's best to avoid using factoid altogether. You could say something like, here's an interesting tidbit, or this might be a bit of trivia, but this avoids any implication that the information might be false.
That's really helpful advice. Okay, bring on the next advanced word. I'm ready to conquer some more linguistic complexities.
Let's tackle a word that often causes confusion in discussions and debates. Moot.
Moot? I've always thought of this word as meaning irrelevant or pointless. Like that argument is moot because the decision has already been made.
That's a common understanding, but it's not entirely accurate. While moot can relate to something that's no longer relevant, its original meaning is a bit more nuanced. It originally referred to a matter that is open for debate or discussion.
So if a topic is moot, It's not necessarily pointless. It just means there's room for further discussion or consideration.
Precisely. Imagine a legal case where the circumstances change, making the original point of contention no longer relevant to the outcome. The issue might be considered moot, not because it was unimportant, but because it's no longer central to the case.
That's a really helpful clarification. So it's less about the topic being irrelevant and more about its significance having shifted or diminished.
Exactly. It's about acknowledging that the context has changed, and the original point of debate may no longer be the primary focus.
I'm definitely feeling more enlightened than moot after tackling that one. What other advanced word adventures await us?
Let's wrap up our exploration of advanced words with a pair that often trips people up: infer and imply.
Infer and imply, the classic conundrum. I know these words are related to drawing conclusions, but I often mix them up.
It's a common confusion. The key difference lies in who is doing the action. The speaker or writer implies something, meaning they suggest or hint at something without stating it directly. The listener or reader infers something, meaning they draw a conclusion based on what is implied.
So if I were to say, it's getting late, I might be implying that it's time to go, even though I haven't explicitly said so.
Exactly. And if you, as the listener, understood my implication, you would have correctly inferred my meaning.
I see. So it's a two-way street. The speaker sends out a subtle signal, and the listener picks up on that signal and draws a conclusion.
Precisely. It's like a subtle dance of communication where meaning is conveyed through suggestion and interpretation.
This distinction is so subtle, but it's crucial for clear communication. Misusing these words can lead to all sorts of misunderstandings.
Absolutely. Mastering the difference between infer and imply is essential for navigating conversations and interpreting written texts accurately. It's about understanding both sides of the communication equation.
Wow, we've covered a lot of ground in this deep dive. It's amazing how much depth and complexity there is to these seemingly simple words.
And we've only just scratched the surface. But I hope you're starting to see how understanding the nuances of language can empower you to communicate with greater clarity and precision.
I'm definitely feeling a lot more confident about using these words correctly. It's like a whole new world of linguistic possibilities has opened up.
And that's the beauty of language learning. It's an ongoing journey of discovery and refinement. Are you ready for a quick challenge to test your newfound knowledge?
Absolutely. Bring it on. All right. Hit me with that word challenge. I'm ready to put my knowledge to the test.
Okay. Let's see if you can recall the true meaning of nonplussed. Without looking back at our discussion, take a moment to think about it.
Okay. No peeking. I think I've got it. Nonplussed means to be surprised and confused, almost to the point of speechlessness. It's like that feeling of being completely thrown off guard and not knowing how to react.
That's absolutely correct. You've successfully decoded nonplussed. It seems our deep dive has truly expanded your vocabulary horizons.
I'm feeling pretty proud of myself right now. This whole experience has been eye-opening. I've realized that using words correctly isn't just about sounding smart. It's about communicating effectively and ensuring that my message is understood.
It's about wielding the power of language with precision and care. Choosing words that accurately reflect not only what we want to say, but also the subtle nuances of meaning we wish to convey.
You know, it's funny because I used to think that vocabulary was just about memorizing definitions. But this deep dive has shown me that it's so much more than that. It's about understanding the history, the etymology, the subtle shades of meaning that make each word unique.
It's about recognizing that words are not static, but dynamic. They evolve over time, their meanings shifting and adapting to reflect the changing world around us.
And that's what makes language so fascinating. It's a living, breathing entity that connects us to the past, informs our present, and shapes our future.
And as we wrap up this deep dive, I encourage you to continue exploring the fascinating world of language. Pay attention to the words you use, the words you encounter, and the way they impact your understanding of the world.
I know I will. This has been such a rewarding journey. I'm walking away with a newfound appreciation for the power of words and the importance of using them correctly.
Remember, language is a gift, a tool that allows us to connect, create, and inspire. Let's use it wisely.
Absolutely.
Until next time.
Happy wordsmithing. Okay, so let's be real for a sec. Small talk, right? It can be like the most awkward thing ever. Like when you're stuck in a situation and you know you should be chatting, but your mind just goes blank. Anyone else? Feel me on that. But get this. What if I told you that this deep dive could actually turn that dread into pure confidence? And we're going to do it using a source you'd never expect. A video script, get this, for people learning English.
I know, right? Sounds a little out there. But seriously, this script is full of stuff that goes way deeper than just language. It's like a secret masterclass in how humans connect, hidden inside an English lesson.
Okay, I gotta admit, when you first mentioned this source, I was kind of like, how can something for total beginners help someone who's already fluent?
That's fair, totally. But the cool thing here is, by breaking small talk down into these simple steps, it actually shows you the psychology behind how we connect. Like, it's a cheat sheet for building rapport, even if you never needed help with English in the first place.
So it's more about understanding the, deeper game, not just memorizing lines.
Exactly. For example, the script makes a big deal about greetings and weather talk, stuff we might think is just filler.
Yeah, I always thought that stuff was kind of pointless.
Right. But they actually serve a super important purpose. Like, humans are literally wired to bond over shared experiences.
Okay.
Even something as simple as complaining about the heat or, whatever the weather's doing.
Okay, yeah, I guess I can see that.
It creates that instant common ground, that we're in this together feeling, which is huge for starting any kind of connection.
Wow, that's actually so true. I never thought about it that way.
And the script goes even further. Instead of those boring old greetings like, "Hi, how are you?" it gives you phrases that fit the specific situation so you get a better response.
Oh, I like where this is going. Give me an example.
So say you're at a party. Instead of that robotic, "Hi, how are you?" try something like, "What brings you here?"
Way more interesting, right?
Way more. It's like you're actually interested, not just saying words. Exactly. It shows you're paying attention and they actually get to share something about themselves. It's what they call a strong bid in, like conversation analysis stuff. Each thing we say is a bid to connect.
Ooh, I'm digging this bidding concept. So we're all just out here trying to make the strongest bid to connect.
Totally. And this script is giving us all the winning moves. Another one they have is, instead of just saying nice weather, you could say something like, "This weather's crazy, right?"
It's like inviting the other person in on the joke. I like it. So it's making small talk feel, I don't know, less robotic. But what really stood out to me was the role-playing part.
Ah, yes. That's where the magic really happens. The people who made this script, they get it. Knowing the right words isn't enough. You got to actually practice using them. And role-playing is the best way to do that.
But what if you don't have someone to practice with? Isn't that kind of, I don't know, weird to do alone?
For sure. But you can totally do it in your head. It's called mental rehearsal. Basically, you just picture yourself in different situations.
Hold on. So you're saying by just imagining myself rocking these small talk moments, I'm actually getting better at it in real life?
You got it. Might sound a little strange, but neuroscientists have found that when you rehearse something mentally, your brain fires up the same way it does when you're actually doing the thing.
No way. That's so cool. It's like training your brain for social situations, like a cheat code for confidence. I'm already feeling less terrified about networking events or, just parties in general.
It's crazy, right? How powerful our brains are. Like, this script really shows you how to use that power to, level up your social skills.
I like that, level up. So we've talked about greetings, weather talk, even practicing in your head. What else does this script have up its sleeve?
Okay, so one thing that really impressed me was the questions. They go way beyond those typical boring questions like, "Where are you from?" or "What do you do?" The usual suspects.
Yeah, those can be so snooze fest sometimes.
Right. Instead, they give you all these questions that are actually interesting, designed to, spark real conversations.
Okay, I'm all about those real conversations. Tell me more. Give me the good stuff.
So instead of asking, "What do you do?" which can feel kind of like a job interview, they suggest asking, "What do you like to do for fun?"
I mean, that's a classic for a reason, right? It gets people talking about what they're actually passionate about.
Exactly. It's like you're inviting them to show you their real selves, not just their LinkedIn profile. And if you really want to go deeper, you could try something like, "What's the most interesting thing you've done lately?"
Ooh, I like that one. It's like a sneak peek into their adventures. You might even discover you have some cool stuff in common.
Totally. Plus, it shows you're actually curious about them, not just trying to fill the silence. And they even have specific questions for different situations. Like, if you're at a dinner party, you could ask, "Have you tried any good restaurants lately?"
Perfect. Everyone loves talking about food. Instant conversation starter, right there.
It's true. It's something we can all relate to, like enjoying a good meal. Okay, so we've covered greetings, weather talk, asking interesting questions, even mental rehearsal. But what about when you're ready to, make your escape? Does the script help with that too?
Yeah, like how do you end a conversation without being rude?
Don't worry, they got you covered. They have a bunch of different closing phrases depending on the situation. From a simple, it was nice talking to you, to something more like, hey, we should grab coffee sometime.
Oh, I love that they include those follow-up suggestions.
Yeah.
Sometimes you really do click with someone, and it's good to have a way to, keep things going.
Exactly. It shows you're like confident and interested, which is always a good look. And even if they can't meet up, it still leaves a good impression. Like they'll remember you as someone who actually wanted to connect.
Yeah, it's like planting a seed, right? You never know where those initial conversations might lead. What about those times when you just need a quick, casual exit, though, like you're running late or something?
No problem. They have those too. They suggest things like catch you later or have a great day. Those are perfect for keeping it light and friendly without feeling like you have to hang around forever.
Okay, so whether you're aiming for a lifelong friendship or just a quick chat, it sounds like this script has given us a whole toolbox for navigating the social world.
Yeah. It's like they took all the guesswork out of small talk and gave us a clear path to follow. It's pretty amazing.
And what's so cool is that this script, even though it's for people learning English, it actually shows us some really deep things about human connections, like a reminder that we all want to feel understood, even in those little everyday conversations.
So true. And I think that's what makes this deep dive so valuable. We're not just learning phrases, we're learning about what makes us human and how even a short conversation can make a difference, like create a ripple effect.
It's like we're seeing the world through a whole new lens now, right?
Yeah.
And that brings us to the best part, putting it all into practice. We've talked about a lot today, the different phases of small talk, how to make a bid for connection, even practicing in your head. But now it's your turn, dear listener. Take these ideas and make them your own.
Yes. This is where the real transformation happens. We've given you the tools. Now it's up to you to use them. And remember, you don't have to be perfect. The goal isn't to become some kind of small talk robot.
Exactly. Be yourself, be genuine, and use these techniques to connect with people in a real way. So let's recap the top 3 things we've learned from this unexpected deep dive into, mastering small talk. First, small talk isn't just random. There's a structure you can follow to make those conversations flow.
Second, the words you use actually matter. This script has given us tons of phrases that are interesting, thoughtful, and perfect for different situations.
And third, practice, practice, practice. Whether you're practicing in your head or even role-playing with a friend, the more you do it, the more confident and natural you'll become.
It really is freeing, right? Yeah. Knowing you have these tools, it takes away that fear of messing up or saying the wrong thing.
For sure. It's like having this, secret weapon for social situations. And honestly, the biggest thing I'm taking away from this is small talk doesn't have to be something you dread. It can actually be fun, a way to connect with people,
100%. What about you? What's sticking with you from all this? What did you find most helpful from looking at this script?
It's funny. I think what resonated most was realizing that everyone, even people who seem super outgoing, they've probably felt that awkwardness too. This script shows that small talk is a skill, like something you can learn and get better at, just like anything else.
Right. It's not like some people are born knowing how to do it and others aren't.
Exactly. It takes so much pressure off. You can just approach those conversations with curiosity, like a little game. Just see what happens.
I love that. A little game. It really can be like an adventure,
Yeah.
Discovering something new about someone, even if it's just a tiny thing.
And it reminds you that even those small moments, a quick chat, a smile, they can all make a difference. It's like we're all connected in this big web, and every conversation adds to that,
Absolutely. So as we wrap up this deep dive into, the surprisingly interesting world of small talk, I want to leave you with this. Think about the next time you are in a situation where there's going to be some small talk. Maybe it's a party or a work event, even just grabbing coffee. What are you most excited to try out from all the stuff we talked about?
Such a good question.
Yeah.
And hey, remember, it doesn't have to be perfect, okay? Just be yourself, be genuine, and see what happens. You might be surprised how fun and even meaningful those small conversations can be. So go out there and conquer the world of small talk. We believe in you.
Welcome to this deep dive, everyone. Today we're going to be exploring, your English learning journey. Using a script for a video for English language learners. It's going to be like a deep dive within a deep dive, really. So no matter where you're at, beginner, advanced, somewhere in between, there should be something here for you.
Yeah, I think it's so cool how this script uses real stories from other people learning English, to inspire. It's like we're all on this journey together,
Totally. And speaking of journeys, the script starts off by asking this big question, right? What made you want to learn English in the first place? The why behind your adventure, basically. They give this example of a learner, Anna, and her goal was she just wanted to watch TV, like without subtitles. And what I thought was so cool about that was like, it was totally, coming from her, like she just wanted to do it, not because someone told her she had to or anything.
Right.
Like those are the best reasons,
Right.
when it comes from inside.
Yeah, for sure. Knowing your why can really make a difference, I think, especially when things get tough, When you hit a wall, you just don't feel like studying. It's like having a compass to keep you, heading in the right direction.
I love that, the compass. So I'm curious, what was your why, when you started out? Take a second to think about that. It's worth, revisiting it as you keep going, too. Now, the script also digs into how, where you are can affect your learning. It gets that not everyone can be, surrounded by English speakers all the time, but it kind of challenges us to get creative.
Yeah. This story about Raj really stuck with me. He lives in this village where literally no one speaks English. And so he basically turned his whole house into this learning tool, sticky notes everywhere, using English for everyday stuff. It just proves you don't have to be in some English speaking country to learn it well.
It's amazing, right? Talk about resourcefulness. He didn't wait for the perfect situation. He just made it himself. And this actually leads perfectly into what the script talks about next. How to, take all that time we waste and turn it into learning time.
Oh, yeah. Like when you're scrolling on your phone or whatever, and it's not even fun anymore.
Exactly. But imagine if you could use that time to learn instead. The script mentions Maria, and she would spend 30 minutes every night on, I think it was TikTok, and she swapped that for English learning videos, and guess what? In just a couple of weeks, her vocabulary, exploded.
Wow.
See? Totally doable. And what's even cooler is you can do this throughout your day, right? Like when you're commuting, waiting in line, even just doing chores. You can listen to podcasts, use apps, just sneak in little bits of English here and there.
Yeah. Just make it a part of your life, The more you can do that, the more natural it all feels.
Exactly. The script then kind of switches gears and talks about common mistakes that can, slow you down. And this is where I think your expertise is going to be so helpful. One of the first things it mentions is getting too hung up on grammar, to the point where you're not even really speaking. It's easy to just memorize all the rules, but language is really about talking to people, right?
Absolutely. Grammar's important. Don't
Yeah.
get me wrong. But sometimes I think it gets too much focus, it's more important to be able to speak fluently and confidently, even if you mess up a little. It's about finding that balance, I think. What do you think?
Oh, 100%. I totally agree with that. You could know all the grammar in the world, but if you can't have a conversation, what's the point, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's like you learn how to play an instrument, but then you never actually play any music.
Exactly. You just practice scales all day long. Okay, so the script's next point, I think this is something we've all dealt with, being scared to make mistakes. I mean, every language learner goes through that, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I think it's so important to, change how we think about mistakes. They're not failures, they're actually feedback.
Yeah.
Each mistake is a chance to learn and get better.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. It takes the pressure off, And this kind of leads into the third mistake they talk about in the script, which is not practicing regularly. We've all been there, right? Crazy study sessions and then nothing for weeks.
Yeah, I've totally been there. It's always better to do a little bit every day than a lot all at once.
Yeah.
It's like you wouldn't go to the gym once a month for 8 hours and expect to see results. You got to be consistent.
So true. Short, consistent workouts, that's the key. The script mentions this learner who went from these huge study sessions every now and then to just doing 30 minutes a day every day. And they saw way more progress.
It's amazing, right? How much difference just a little bit each day can make.
Yeah.
Our brains, they actually learn better that way too, through repetition and slow exposure, not cramming.
So instead of trying to do it all at once, just find little ways to fit English into your day, right?
Exactly.
Okay, let's switch gears a little bit and look at what the script says about, learning English if you don't live in an English-speaking country.
Yeah.
Which can feel like a huge obstacle, but the script has some pretty encouraging examples.
Yeah, I was really interested in that part.
It comes back to what we were saying before about creating that immersive environment, even without actually being around English speakers. And technology can really help with this, right?
Totally.
Apps for language exchange, online forums, even streaming services with subtitles.
There's so much out there.
Right. In the script, they talk about Marco from Spain, and he basically made his own little English world at home, reading news in English, watching English YouTubers, even talking to friends online from other countries.
Wow, that's awesome.
It's like bringing the English-speaking world to you.
You don't even have to get on a plane.
Exactly, which leads perfectly into the scripts like Final Challenge, focus on output.
Yeah.
It's not enough to just understand English. You got to use it, by speaking or writing.
Yeah, that's where the real learning happens, I think. Getting out there and actually using the language. I know it can be scary at first, but the more you do it, the easier it gets.
The script suggests a few things you can try, like recording yourself speaking and then listening back to see what you can improve.
Well, that's a good one.
Or joining a speaking group, or even just writing like a short paragraph in English every day.
I like that.
Just little things to get you practicing,
The key is to find what works for you and then make it a habit. It doesn't have to be a big thing. Even 5 minutes a day can make a difference in the long run.
And as we start wrapping up this deep dive here, I think one of the most important things to remember is learning English, it's a journey, right? And every little thing you do, it brings you closer to your goals.
That's a great way to put it.
It's not about being perfect. It's about making progress. I mean, we've talked about so much, right? Like from that whole why thing to making your own little English world. But what really sticks out to me is how much the script is all about, like, doing stuff.
Oh, yeah, totally. You can't just sit there and hope you'll learn English.
Right. You got to get out there and use it. And remember how we talked about making mistakes? The script wants us to think about those differently, too.
Yeah. They're not like the end of the world.
They're actually how you get better.
Like little stepping stones.
I love that. So as we wrap up this whole deep dive into learning English, I have one question for you. And it kind of goes back to that output thing we were talking about. What's one small step you're going to take this week to actually use your English?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Could be anything, really. Record yourself talking for a minute, write an email in English, even just chat with someone online.
It doesn't have to be this big, huge thing.
Exactly. Just something small but consistent.
Like we were saying before, 5 minutes a day, it all adds up.
We've explored a ton of tips today and heard some pretty inspiring stories. I bet there are a few that really resonated with you.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So think about those and how you can use them in your own learning. And remember, learning English, it should be fun, not a chore.
Totally. It's an adventure.
Embrace those challenges, celebrate how far you've come and never stop exploring. Happy learning, everyone. Okay, so ready to dive into something kind of interesting.
Always.
All right, so this masterclass script we found claims it can get you to advanced English fluency.
Oh, wow.
In just 1 hour.
Okay.
Pretty bold claim, right?
Yeah, an hour to fluency.
Yeah, so we're going to break it down, see if it lives up to the hype.
That's good.
Maybe you're someone who's prepping for a presentation or just brushing up on your English skills. Or maybe you're just curious about language learning hacks. Whatever your reason, we're going to dig into this script, see what it offers.
Unearth those nuggets.
Exactly. Unearth the nuggets, see what it really has to offer.
Yeah.
And what I thought was interesting is right away, it kind of skips the usual grammar drills and vocab lists.
Right.
It jumps right into the practical stuff, how to sound more confident, how to adapt to different situations, really just connect with your language.
I like that. That's a good approach.
Yeah, I thought so too.
It's very practical.
Yeah, and one of the first things it encourages you to do is use contractions naturally.
Okay.
Like saying, I've done it differently instead of, I would have done it differently.
Yeah.
Simple, but it makes your speech flow better, I think.
Absolutely, yeah, it does.
And that leads right into this idea of connected speech.
Right.
The script points out how native speakers often link words together.
Right.
So, for example, what do you want to do becomes what I want to do.
Yeah, exactly.
It might feel a little awkward at first,
Yeah.
but it's a key to sounding more natural.
Yeah, I agree.
So I can see how that would take some getting used to, especially if you've been trained to pronounce each word carefully.
Absolutely.
But I can also see how it would make you sound more like a native speaker.
For sure.
Now, the script also doesn't shy away from some challenging vocabulary either.
Oh, okay.
So there are words like ephemeral, resilient, ambivalent, even ostentatious and serendipitous.
Wow.
Do you think they chose those words for a specific reason or just trying to impress people?
Well, I think it's a mix of both.
Okay.
Because, expanding your vocabulary, important.
Right.
But they are carefully chosen to be kind of memorable.
Yeah.
And impactful. Like they use ephemeral to describe a sunset.
Oh, right.
It kind of helps you grab the meaning of the word,
Yeah,
but then also appreciate the nuances of it.
that's a good point.
Yeah,
It's not just about sounding smart, it's about using the right words to express yourself clearly.
exactly.
And speaking of colorful language, they've also included some idioms in this.
Okay.
Things like burning the midnight oil, bite the bullet on the same wavelength.
Right.
Are those common idioms that someone might encounter in everyday conversation?
Yes, definitely.
Okay,
Idioms can be tricky because their meaning isn't always clear,
right.
but they add so much personality
Yeah.
and cultural flavor to your English.
Like on the same wavelength is a good way to describe clicking with someone.
Right, when you're just like, we get each other.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that one too. You could easily use that in conversation, whether you're networking or just hanging out with friends.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to something the script emphasizes quite a bit, pronunciation.
Right.
It's not just about saying the words correctly.
Right.
It's about intonation,
Yes.
stress, and rhythm.
That's where it gets really interesting.
Yeah.
They even point out how just changing the stress on a word can change the meaning entirely.
Yeah, like photograph versus photography.
Exactly.
Yeah, simple shift, but a world of difference.
A big difference.
It's amazing how much nuance there is to pronunciation.
For sure.
And the script actually encourages you to play around with it.
Oh.
They suggest you practice different sentences with rising and falling tones
Oh, interesting.
to see how it changes the meaning
Yeah.
of what you're saying.
I like that. So pronunciation is definitely a key element of sounding more fluent.
It is, for sure.
But the script doesn't just give you these tips and leave you to figure it out on your own.
Right.
They actually try to tie it all together in a real-world scenario,
Okay.
a networking event.
Interesting. Okay.
And it's not just a generic script about exchanging business cards or whatever.
Right.
They've woven in those elements of fluency that we've been talking about. So they suggest starting with a confident introduction, but then using a more engaging question to spark a real conversation.
Ooh, I like that.
Something like, what inspired you to get into your field?
That's a good question.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, it's open-ended, shows genuine interest,
Right.
and it avoids those typical small talk cliches.
Exactly.
So-
I like that question too. And they encourage you to build on that initial connection. Instead of just nodding and saying, that's interesting,
Right.
they suggest transitioning smoothly with a comment or a question that shows you're actively listening.
Yeah.
Something like, that's fascinating. Have you considered expanding into other markets?
Oh, nice.
What do you think?
Yeah, I like that. It shows you're engaged, you're thoughtful. Yeah.
So this networking scenario is where they try to bring all the pieces together.
Okay.
It's where you can put those fluency techniques into practice.
Right.
But the big question remains,
What's it?
can you really achieve all of this in just 1 hour?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm a little skeptical about achieving complete fluency in such a short time,
Okay.
but the script does a good job of highlighting the most important areas to focus on. I think it gives you a taste of what's possible, and that's a valuable starting point.
So maybe it's more about giving you a framework, a set of tools and techniques that can help you continue to develop your fluency. It's like a jumpstart, not a complete overhaul.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think it succeeds in that.
Okay.
The script is packed with practical tips and exercises.
Yeah.
And even if it takes you more than an hour to master everything,
Right.
you can start implementing some of these strategies right away.
So it's not about instant fluency,
Right.
but about gaining valuable insights and building a solid foundation.
Exactly.
And speaking of building a foundation, I'm curious what the script says about practice and immersion.
Yeah.
After all, even the best techniques won't get you very far without consistent effort.
You're absolutely right.
Right.
Fluency is a journey, not a destination. You've got to immerse yourself in the language as much as possible.
Right.
Speak fearlessly.
Okay.
Constantly reflect and refine your skills.
So it's not just about completing the masterclass. It's about integrating these techniques into your daily life,
Exactly.
making English a part of your routine.
That's the key.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground in this first part of our deep dive.
We have
But there's much more to unpack.
lots more.
So stay tuned for part 2, where we'll explore even more tips and strategies for achieving advanced English fluency.
Looking forward to it. Welcome back. So last time, we were talking about how this script emphasizes practical skills over rote memorization.
Right.
We touched on connected speech, vocabulary building, even using idioms effectively.
Yeah.
But we left off on a bit of a cliffhanger.
Oh yeah, pronunciation.
Yeah, that whole pronunciation piece.
The script suddenly turned into a vocal coach.
Right.
Yeah, urging you to pay attention to things like intonation, stress, and rhythm.
Exactly.
So I'm ready to dive deeper into those pronunciation secrets. Where do we start?
Well, we already touched on how word stress can completely change a word's meaning.
Right, like with photograph versus photography.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the script takes it a step further. It highlights sentence stress as well.
Oh, okay.
It shows you how emphasizing different words within a sentence can dramatically alter its meaning.
Okay, do you have an example?
Of course. So they use the phrase, I didn't say H-E stole the money.
Okay.
Now imagine stressing each word in turn.
Right.
You could be accusing different people.
Oh, wow.
Or even denying the accusation entirely just by shifting the emphasis.
That's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Like it adds a whole other layer of meaning.
Right.
Yeah, beyond the words themselves.
Exactly.
And then there's intonation,
Yeah.
the rising and falling tones of our voice.
Yes.
So the script suggests practicing with simple phrases like, I can't believe it. With a rising tone, that's amazing. With a falling tone.
Yeah.
Do those small changes really make that much of a difference?
Absolutely. Think of it like adding punctuation to your spoken words.
Oh, okay.
A rising tone at the end of a sentence can turn a statement into a question,
Right.
while a falling tone can express certainty, finality.
Okay.
It's crucial for conveying your meaning and sounding more natural.
So it's like adding emotion and emphasis to your words.
Excellent.
Is this something that people often struggle with when learning English?
It can be,
Okay.
especially for learners whose native languages have different intonation patterns.
Right.
But the good news is it's something you can improve with practice.
Okay, good.
The script even suggests recording yourself speaking
Oh, wow.
and listening back.
I know. It can be cringy.
It can be, but it's a great way to identify areas where your intonation might need a little work.
Yeah, for sure. I can see how that'd be helpful,
Yeah,
even if it's a little embarrassing at first.
that's a good tool.
So are there any other techniques that the script recommends for improving pronunciation?
Well, they suggest some interesting exercises,
Okay.
like repeating phrases while exaggerating the intonation and stress patterns.
So just really going over the top with it.
Yeah, it might feel silly, but it helps to really internalize the rhythm and flow of the language.
I'm all for silly if it works.
Me too.
Like a workout for your voice.
Exactly.
Totally.
Another technique is called shadowing, where you listen to a native speaker and try to mimic their pronunciation and intonation.
Oh, interesting.
You can use podcasts, audiobooks, even movie scenes.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
Like having a personal pronunciation coach right in your ear.
exactly. Plus, it's a fun way to immerse yourself in the language.
And speaking of immersion, the script emphasizes that a lot.
Right.
It encourages you to surround yourself with English as much as possible.
Yes, watch movies, listen to music, read books, chat with native speakers if you can.
Yeah.
The key is to make English a part of your daily life.
Not just something you study in a textbook.
Exactly.
You know, it's interesting they bring up immersion
Yeah.
because earlier when we were discussing those advanced vocabulary words, I was thinking, how often is someone really going to use a word like ostentatious in casual conversation?
Right.
But if you're immersing yourself in the language, you're bound to come across it in different contexts.
Exactly. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Immersion helps you absorb those nuances of the language in a way that just memorizing definitions can't.
Right.
You start to understand how words are used in different situations.
Yeah.
You develop a more natural feel for the language.
So immersion isn't just about practicing speaking.
Right.
It's about absorbing the language through listening, reading, and watching.
Yes, making it a part of your overall experience.
Okay, let's shift gears for a moment and revisit that networking scenario.
Right.
I'm curious to hear more about how they incorporate all these fluency techniques into that real-world situation.
Sure. So you remember that the scenario starts with a confident introduction,
Right?
but then they encourage you to move beyond the typical small talk.
Mm-hmm.
Ask a more engaging question.
Like, what inspired you to get into your field?
Exactly.
Yeah, I love that question.
It's a great way to show genuine interest
Right.
and start a more meaningful conversation.
What else do they recommend?
They suggest transitioning smoothly to related topics. You know, showing that you're actively listening and adding to the conversation. You might say something like, "That's fascinating. Have you considered expanding into other markets?"
Okay, yeah.
Keeps the conversation flowing, and it allows you to showcase your knowledge and insights
Right.
without being too pushy.
It's all about finding that balance
Yeah.
between being confident and being engaging.
For sure.
Not an easy feat.
No, it's not.
But this scenario seems to provide a pretty solid framework
It does.
for navigating those tricky social interactions.
Exactly.
Okay, so they've covered introductions, engaging questions, smooth transitions, even closing the conversation gracefully.
Right.
But can you really master all that in an hour?
Well, like we said earlier, fluency is a journey,
Right?
not a destination.
Yeah.
So while an hour might not be enough to make you a master networker,
Okay.
this scenario provides a valuable blueprint.
Right.
And you can adapt these techniques to other social situations as well.
So it's about taking those core principles, confidence, clarity, adaptability,
Yes.
and applying them to any interaction where
Yeah.
you want to communicate effectively in English.
Exactly.
And that brings us to the final section of the masterclass script.
Okay.
Remember those 3 key tips they emphasized?
Immerse yourself.
Speak fearlessly.
Reflect and refine.
Right. This seemed like pretty solid pieces of advice,
Yeah.
but what do they really mean by immerse yourself?
Right.
Are they talking about moving to an English-speaking country?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
While that would certainly be immersive,
Right.
there are plenty of ways to create an English-speaking environment wherever you are.
Okay.
You know, you can watch movies and TV shows with English subtitles, listen to podcasts and audiobooks,
Right.
read news articles and blogs.
Okay.
Key is to find something you enjoy and make it a regular part of your routine.
So it's about making English a part of your everyday life,
Exactly.
not just something you study in isolation. Okay, what about that second tip? Speak fearlessly. That's easier said than done for a lot of people.
It is, yeah.
Any advice for overcoming that fear?
Well, the script encourages you to kind of reframe your thinking about mistakes.
Okay.
Instead of seeing them as failures, view them as opportunities to learn and grow.
It's about embracing the journey
Exactly.
and accepting that you're not going to be perfect right from the start.
Exactly. The more you speak, the more comfortable and confident you'll become.
Right.
Don't be afraid to seek out opportunities to practice,
Okay.
whether it's with a language partner, online communities, or even just talking to yourself in English.
Those are great suggestions.
Yeah.
Now, what about that last tip? Reflect and refine. What are some concrete ways that someone can put that into practice?
Self-awareness is key here.
Okay.
You know, record yourself speaking English, listen back to it.
Right.
Take note of areas where you could improve. Maybe it's pronunciation, maybe it's grammar, maybe it's the flow of your sentences.
Right. Yeah.
The act of listening to yourself critically can be incredibly revealing.
For sure. And these days, there are so many tools to help you do that.
There are.
Like language learning apps often have recording features. And you can even find online communities that are dedicated to pronunciation practice.
Exactly. And don't underestimate the power of simply paying attention to how native speakers use the language.
Oh, okay.
Listen for those subtle nuances of pronunciation, intonation, and rhythm.
Right.
The more you observe and imitate, the more natural your English will become.
So it's about being a conscious learner,
Yes,
actively seeking out feedback, and working on those areas where you want to improve.
exactly.
Okay, we've covered a lot of ground in this second part of our deep dive.
We have.
We explored pronunciation techniques, the importance of immersion. We even revisited that networking scenario,
We did.
and we dug into those 3 key tips for continued learning.
Yes.
Immerse yourself, speak fearlessly, reflect and refine. Welcome back to the final part of our deep dive into this masterclass, the one that promises to unlock advanced English fluency in just an hour.
Yeah, big promises.
Huge! So we've unpacked a lot of those strategies.
Really?
We've experimented with pronunciation, even explored that networking scenario.
Yep.
Now let's step back, consider,
All right.
what are the real takeaways here?
What are the gems?
What can someone actually use to boost their English fluency?
Good question.
So it's been quite a journey, right?
It really has, yeah.
We've gone from those kind of building blocks of fluency, confidence, clarity, adaptability,
Right.
to some very specific techniques
Yeah.
like connected speech, mastering intonation, even sprinkling in some of those colorful idioms.
For sure.
I think we even played vocal coach for a while,
Oh, did.
trying out some of those pronunciation exercises.
Yeah, that was fun.
It was fun. So as we wrap up, what stands out to you as the most valuable takeaway from this whole thing?
For me, it's the focus on practical application.
Okay.
This script doesn't just throw a bunch of rules at you.
Right.
It gives you concrete examples, it encourages you to experiment, and it even puts you in a real-world situation.
Yeah, like with that networking event.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's about taking those concepts and making them usable in your daily life.
Yeah, it's not about reaching some level of perfection.
Right.
It's about using the language to connect with others, to express yourself,
Yeah,
to navigate the world around you.
for sure.
And it reminds you that fluency is an ongoing journey.
It is.
It's not a destination.
Not at all.
You know, early on, I was pretty skeptical about that whole fluency in an hour thing.
Yeah, me too.
But I have to admit, this masterclass offers a pretty solid springboard for anyone who wants to improve their English.
Absolutely.
It gives you a taste of what's possible
Yeah.
and inspires you to actually take action.
For sure.
So for our listener who's been with us this whole time, taking it all in, what's the one piece of advice you would leave them with?
I would say don't wait for perfection.
Okay.
Just start speaking.
Right.
Embrace every opportunity to practice.
Yeah.
Even if it feels a bit awkward at first, every mistake is a learning opportunity.
That's true.
Each interaction brings you closer to fluency.
I love that. It's about taking those small steps,
Yeah.
being consistent, and celebrating those wins along the way.
Exactly.
And remember, you're not alone on this journey.
Not at all.
There are tons of resources out there, language learning apps, online communities, podcasts like ours,
For sure.
all there to support you.
Absolutely.
So find what works best for you. Stay curious.
Yeah.
Never stop exploring the language
I like that.
and have fun with it.
Yes.
Learning a language shouldn't feel like a chore.
No, it should be enjoyable.
It should be enriching.
Absolutely.
So embrace the challenges, celebrate your successes, and never stop trying to be the most confident and fluent version of yourself. That's a perfect note to end on. So thanks for joining us for this deep dive into English fluency.
It's been fun.
We hope you've gained some valuable insights.
Yeah.
And feel inspired to continue your own journey.
Absolutely. And now that you've heard all this, what's one area of your English fluency that you're going to focus on? Until next time, keep practicing, keep learning, and keep those language fires burning.
See you next time.
All right, so are you ready to dive in? Today, we're going to help you sound like, well, a natural English speaker.
Like you were born speaking it, right?
Exactly. And we're going to do that with a script.
Oh, a script. For what?
It's for a video for English language learners.
Cool. What's the topic?
Phrasal verbs.
Ah, phrasal verbs. Those can be tricky.
Yeah, they can be, but this script, it breaks them down by learner level.
Yeah, that's helpful. So we can...
Yeah, so we'll sort of jump around, find the most interesting parts no matter what your level is.
Yeah, let's uncover the secrets of sounding natural and fluent.
Exactly. So I was looking at the beginner section, and it's funny how many...
Beginner section. Okay.
Yeah, so, basic phrasal verbs. And some of them are so common we don't even think about them.
Like what?
Like get up. I mean, we all do it every morning.
It's true, we do. Or go to sleep. These are things we do every day.
Right. And even something like sit down. It's not just about taking a seat. It's like an invitation.
Yeah, it sets the scene. Like sit down, dinner's ready. Or please, sit down, make yourself comfortable.
Exactly. It adds a whole other layer of meaning.
And it's so natural.
And, another one that I thought was interesting is turn on and turn off.
Oh, yeah, we use those all the time.
Like turn on the lights, turn off the oven.
It's like we're constantly interacting with our world through these verbs.
And they often come in pairs, right?
Ooh.
With opposite meanings.
Learn one. You got the other one too?
Yeah. And another pair, put on and take off.
Oh, yeah. Clothes, shoes, you name it.
Exactly. You put on your clothes in the morning, take them off at night.
And again, it's so natural, so effortless.
It is. It's like a hidden code.
A code to unlock fluency.
I love that. Okay, what about pick up? That one's interesting because it can have multiple meanings.
Yeah, you can pick up a book, pick up your friend from the airport.
Right. The context is key.
It tells you what it means.
It's like a puzzle, but a fun one.
It is. Okay, another fun one. Look for. Everyone's always looking for something.
Right. Your keys, your phone, that missing sock.
Have you seen my keys? I've been looking for them everywhere.
Exactly. And it's not just about physical objects.
You can look for a solution to a problem, look for information.
You're right. It's about a search, a quest.
And we're always on a quest for something, aren't we?
That's a great point. Okay, so we've talked about some pretty basic phrasal verbs.
Yeah, just the tip of the iceberg.
But now I want to get into some that add a bit more color.
Yeah, let's spice things up a bit.
Let's express some feelings, some opinions.
Let's dive deeper.
I'm ready. Are you?
Let's go! It's amazing, right, how phrasal verbs can be so simple, but also so expressive.
Yeah, it's like they add this whole other level of meaning.
Exactly. Like give up, for example.
Oh yeah, give up. We've all been there.
Right. That feeling of, I can't do this anymore.
Like when I tried to make that, that 3-tiered cake for my friend's birthday, I almost gave up.
Oh no. What happened?
The first layer, it just collapsed.
Oh, that's frustrating.
It was. I wanted to throw in the towel, but he didn't.
Well, good for you, perseverance. But you see, that's what give up captures, that feeling.
It does. Okay, what about run out of? That seems pretty basic.
It does, but it's not just about having nothing left. It's like there's a sense of urgency.
Urgency. How so?
Like running out of time on a deadline.
Oh yeah, or running out of patience.
Exactly. Or even running out of gas in your car.
That's a good one. Okay, what about call off? Is that the same as cancel?
Well, they're similar, but call off is more sudden, more unexpected.
Oh, I see. Like calling off a wedding.
Exactly. Or calling off a search.
Wow. That does add a sense of drama.
It does. It's like everything's changing.
Okay, let's switch gears a bit. What about look after? That seems pretty simple.
It does, but it's more than just watching something. It's about taking care of it, you know?
Oh, like looking after a child or a pet.
Yeah, or even a plant. You're responsible for it.
You're right. There's a sense of responsibility there.
Yeah.
Okay. Now this one I find interesting. Find out.
Find out. It's like discovering something new.
It is. Like a secret.
Exactly. You can find out the truth, find out someone's secret.
Or find out how a story ends.
Right. It's all about that moment of revelation.
It is. Okay. And speaking of moments, what about work out? Now that one has multiple meanings.
It does. You can work out at the gym.
Right. Get those muscles working.
Or you can work out a problem.
Find a solution.
Exactly. So versatile, right?
It is. Okay, how about throwaway? It seems pretty straightforward.
It does, but think about it. It's not just about getting rid of something.
What else could it be?
It can be about letting go, you know? Like throwing away old ideas, old habits.
Wow, I never thought of it that way.
It's like a fresh start.
I like that. Okay, last one for this round. Catch up. Now that one sounds pretty social.
It is. It's about connecting with people, you know?
Yeah, like catching up with friends.
Exactly. Or catching up on work if you've been away.
Oh, right. So it can be social or professional.
It can. It's about bridging that gap, whatever it may be.
I like that. Okay, so we've covered some pretty interesting phrasal verbs so far.
We have, and we're just getting started.
I know. Are you ready for the advanced level?
Bring it on. I want to see what other gems we can uncover.
Okay, let's dive in. Okay, so we're back and ready to tackle some advanced phrasal verbs.
The big leagues.
I know, right? But honestly, looking at some of these, I'm a little intimidated.
Oh, which one's got you stumped?
Well, like put up with, for example. It just seems so negative.
It can be, yeah. But sometimes you need to express that feeling, you know, like tolerating something.
Okay, I see what you mean, like putting up with noisy neighbors or something.
Exactly. Or a long commute, or even bad weather. It's about dealing with those less than ideal situations.
Okay, that makes sense. What about bring up? That one seems a bit more, I don't know, delicate.
It is. It's about introducing a topic, but in a smooth way.
So not just blurting something out.
Right. Like if you want to talk about something sensitive, you bring it up carefully.
Right. I get it. Okay, now this one I always struggle with. Back out. Does it always make you sound unreliable?
Not necessarily. It can mean changing your mind, but it doesn't always have to be negative.
Oh, really? How so?
Well, imagine you agreed to go to a party, but then you get sick. You have to back out.
Oh, right. So it's not like you're breaking a promise. It's just a change of plans.
Exactly. It's all about the context.
Context is key.
Yeah.
Okay, what about step up? That one sounds more positive.
It is. It's about taking action, taking responsibility.
Like stepping up to a challenge.
Exactly. Or stepping up to help someone.
Oh, I like that. Okay, take over. Now that one sounds a bit intense.
It can be. It's about taking control of something.
I'm just taking over a company.
Yeah, or even something smaller, like taking over the cooking when your friend's tired.
Right. It's about being in charge. Okay, last one. Break down. That one seems like it has a million meanings.
It does. A car can break down. A plan can break down. Even a person can break down.
Wow. So many possibilities. It's amazing how one phrasal verb can be so versatile.
It is, and that's the beauty of phrasal verbs. They add so much color and nuance to the language.
I totally agree. Well, I think we've broken down quite a few phrasal verbs today.
We have, and hopefully our listeners feel more confident using them.
Exactly. Remember, it's all about practice and having fun with the language.
Don't be afraid to make mistakes. That's how you learn.
That's right. So, to all our listeners out there, keep exploring the world of phrasal verbs. And who knows, maybe you'll even discover some new favorites along the way.
And if you do, be sure to share them with us. We'd love to hear about your phrasal verb adventures.
Until next time, happy learning. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're diving deep into the English-speaking job market today.
Ooh, exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Yeah.
Think of this deep dive like your secret weapon for decoding all that tricky job hunting lingo.
I like it.
We've got some great source material lined up that's basically a crash course on everything from resumes to interviews to all that good stuff.
It's really fascinating, actually. What I found really interesting about these sources is that they don't just define the terms.
Right.
They really get into the strategy behind them, you know?
Oh, that's
It's
it.
like they've taken all the best advice from career coaches and hiring managers and distilled it all down into these really actionable tips.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just jump right in.
Let's do it.
Resumes.
Oh,
Right? Everyone's favorite topic, right?
the bane of our existence.
I know. But seriously, our source material highlights something really crucial here.
Okay.
The power of strong action verbs.
Yes.
And I don't just mean like using managed instead of did. It's about getting way more specific and impactful with your word choices.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's about
Yeah.
thinking about, okay, if you are a software developer, instead of saying developed a website, you could say led a team of 5 to develop a user-friendly website that increased customer engagement by 20%.
Whoa.
See the difference?
Okay, yeah. That's way more powerful.
Right.
It's not just about what you did.
Yeah,
It's about the impact you made.
exactly. And that's what employers want to see results.
Hmm.
So I have a challenge for everyone listening.
Ooh, I like a challenge.
Pull up your own resume.
Okay.
Take a look at those verbs.
All right, I'm doing it right now.
Are they doing your skills justice?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Could you swap them out for something stronger, something that really showcases your accomplishments?
I love that little homework assignment.
There you go.
All right, so you've got your resume packed with power verbs.
Check.
Now you need a cover letter to really seal the deal.
Yeah.
This is where a lot of people get stuck.
Mm-hmm.
But our source material breaks down the purpose and structure
No.
in a way that's super clear
Yeah.
and actually kind of inspiring.
It is.
Yeah.
You know what I found really interesting here is that the source emphasizes how a cover letter is your chance to show your personality.
Okay.
Your resume is all facts and figures, but the cover letter is where you can let your passion and enthusiasm shine through.
Uh-huh.
It's where you connect with the employer on a human level.
So it's not just a summary of your resume.
Yeah.
It's almost like a mini story about why you're the perfect fit
Precisely.
for this specific role.
Yes. And you know what else I found really helpful?
What's that?
The source material talks about the importance of the call to action in the closing paragraph.
Oh,
It's not just about saying thanks for your time.
yeah.
It's about proactively expressing your eagerness to move forward in the process.
Okay, it's just like, hey, I'm ready for that interview. Let's do this.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've got the killer resume and a compelling cover letter.
We're doing good.
Now we need to find the right jobs to apply for.
Art, the fun part.
Yeah. So our source material dives into decoding job postings,
Okay.
like how to read between the lines and figure out what employers are really looking for.
Yes, and this is where things get strategic.
Ooh, I like it.
The source material gives this great tip about using keywords from the job posting to tailor your resume and cover letter.
Oh, that's smart.
It's about speaking their language, showing them that you understand their needs and that you've done your homework.
It makes sense if you're an employer and you see a resume that's clearly tailored to your specific job posting, shows that the applicant is serious and invested.
Absolutely. And it's not just about keywords.
Okay.
It's about understanding the underlying problems that the company's trying to solve.
Mm-hmm.
What are their pain points?
Right.
How can your skills and experience help them overcome those challenges?
Ooh.
If you can articulate that
Yeah,
in your application materials, you'll definitely stand out.
that's such a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's move on to some of the more foundational elements
Yes.
of the job application process.
Okay.
Qualifications, experience, and references.
The classics.
I know our source material covers the basics here,
Mm-hmm.
but it also includes a really important insider tip about references
Oh, yes.
that I think a lot of people overlook.
This is one of those things that seems obvious, but it's crucial.
Oh, really?
Always get permission before listing someone as a reference.
Oh.
Not only is it common courtesy,
Okay.
but it also gives your reference a chance to prepare
Oh, that's good.
and make sure they're comfortable speaking about your qualifications.
Yeah, you don't want to catch someone off guard
Exactly.
and potentially like sabotage your chances.
Right. It's much better to have a few enthusiastic references who are ready to sing your praises
Yes.
than a long list of people who are hesitant or unprepared.
Okay, so you've submitted your application
Fingers crossed.
and you get the call for an interview.
Yay.
Exciting but nerve-wracking, right?
Oh, for sure.
Our source material acknowledges this and really emphasizes the importance of preparation.
Absolutely.
And they offer some really practical advice
Okay.
for tackling one of the most common interview questions.
Which is?
Tell me about yourself.
Oh,
I know this is where so many people stumble,
I know I do.
but it's actually a golden opportunity to make a strong first impression.
It is.
Yeah, I always find myself like fumbling through that one.
Me too.
So what's the secret?
The key is to craft a concise and engaging response that highlights your relevant skills and experience.
Okay.
And then this is the crucial part, connects them back to the specific role you're interviewing for.
Uh-huh.
You're not just reciting your resume.
Right.
You're telling a story that demonstrates why you're the perfect fit for this particular job.
It's like you're saying, here's who I am, here's what I'm good at, and here's how I can contribute to your team.
Exactly.
I like it.
And you know what else I found helpful?
Tell me.
The source material suggests practicing your response out loud,
Oh?
even recording yourself,
Ooh, that's a good idea.
so you can hear how you sound.
Yeah.
You want to come across as confident and enthusiastic,
Right.
not robotic or rehearsed.
That's such good advice.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people focus on what they're going to say, but forget about how they're going to say it.
Totally. And remember, an interview is a two-way street.
That's true.
It's not just about answering their questions. It's about asking your own questions.
Right.
To get a feel for the company culture
Yeah.
and whether it's a good fit for you.
That's a great reminder.
So we've talked about resumes, cover letters, and interviews.
We are on a roll.
Now let's dive into the world of networking.
All right, let's do it.
Our source material defines it as building relationships to discover job opportunities.
Okay.
It's about making connections and expanding your professional circle.
I like that.
But what's really interesting here is that the source goes beyond the traditional idea of networking.
Okay.
At formal events,
Right.
they talk about the importance of building relationships online.
Oh, like LinkedIn.
Exactly, through platforms like LinkedIn and even through casual conversations with people in your field.
Wow. I love that. It's like networking doesn't have to be this stuffy, formal thing.
Yeah,
It can happen organically through genuine interactions.
absolutely. And, you know, sometimes the most unexpected connections can lead to the most amazing opportunities.
That's so true. Okay, before we move on, I want to touch on a topic
Yes.
that's often a bit awkward.
Uh-oh.
Perks and pay.
The money talk.
I know it's important to be prepared to discuss salary expectations
Yes,
during the interview process.
it is.
But how do you even approach that conversation?
Well, our source material has some excellent advice on this.
Okay, good.
It emphasizes the importance of researching average salaries
Okay,
for similar roles in your location.
that makes sense.
Knowledge is power when it comes to negotiation.
Right.
You need to know your worth and be able to articulate it confidently.
You don't want to undersell yourself or price yourself out of the running.
Exactly. And it's not just about salary.
All right.
It's about understanding the entire compensation package, benefits, vacation time, professional development opportunities.
All that good stuff.
All of it.
Okay, this is all great information.
I know, right?
But I'm curious, what about different work styles?
Oh, yeah.
Full-time, part-time, freelance contract work.
It's a whole new world out there.
There's so many options these days.
You're absolutely right. And our source material actually does a fantastic job of breaking down these different work styles.
Okay.
And encouraging you to think about which one aligns best with your lifestyle and career goals.
That's so important. There's
Yeah.
no one-size-fits-all approach.
Exactly. It's about finding the work style that allows you to thrive both professionally and personally.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know what's really fascinating is that the traditional 9-to-5 office job
Yeah,
is becoming less and less common.
it's true.
More and more people are opting for remote work, flexible schedules, and even starting their own businesses.
I love to see it.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground in this first part.
We have.
We've talked about crafting a powerful resume,
Check.
writing a compelling cover letter,
Sure.
acing that interview,
Check.
networking like a pro,
Check.
and even navigating the tricky waters of salary negotiation and work style options.
We did it.
But there's so much more to explore.
I know. In part 2, we're going to dive even deeper into the English-speaking job market.
Ooh, exciting.
We'll tackle those subtle but oh so important workplace dynamics,
Okay.
cultural nuances, and communication styles that can really make or break your success.
Can't wait. Welcome back. So we just finished talking about finding the right work style.
Yeah.
But actually landing the job is just the first step.
Right.
Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of what it's like to navigate the English-speaking workplace.
Okay.
And I gotta say, some of these source materials are giving me flashbacks
Really?
to my first office job.
Ooh.
Good times, mostly.
That's good.
It's like there's this whole hidden curriculum
Totally.
that no one tells you about.
Right.
You learn the job description, sure.
Yeah.
But then there's this whole other layer
Yeah.
of workplace culture, unspoken rules, communication styles.
Oh, yeah.
It can be a lot to figure out.
Totally. And our sources don't just skim the surface here.
No.
They get into some really interesting and sometimes awkward aspects of office life.
Okay. Give me an example.
Okay, like, remember that whole thing about probation periods?
Uh-huh.
I always thought that was just paperwork stuff.
Right. But the source material we have really digs into the strategy behind it.
Okay.
It points out that probation periods are a chance for both the employer and the employee to assess if it's a good fit.
Oh, that's interesting.
So it's not just about keeping your head down and doing your work,
Okay.
It's about actively demonstrating your value and exceeding expectations.
Okay. That's a good spin on it.
Yeah.
View it as a proving ground.
Not just a waiting period.
Exactly.
Speaking of proving yourself,
Yeah.
our sources also cover job descriptions,
Okay.
but in a way I hadn't really thought of before.
What's that?
What I found fascinating here is they emphasize how job descriptions are often just the starting point.
Oh, interesting.
As you settle into a role,
Yeah.
your responsibilities might evolve.
Right.
You might take on new projects or even find yourself collaborating with different teams.
Ooh.
So it's not about being confined by that job description,
Okay.
but being open to growth and taking on new challenges.
Exactly. And the sources even tie this back to the idea of promotions, suggesting that going above and beyond your initial job description
Oh, wow.
can actually position you really well for advancement.
Okay, so it's like always be looking for ways to add value,
Yes.
even if it's outside the strict lines of your job description.
Yeah.
But how do you balance that with,
Yeah.
know, not burning yourself out?
Right. That's important.
Yeah. Our sources talk a lot about work-life balance,
Yes.
which feels super relevant these days.
It is. It's a hot topic, and the sources highlight that it's not just about clocking out at 5 p.m. either.
Right.
It's about setting boundaries, prioritizing your well-being,
Okay.
and making sure you have time for things you enjoy outside of work.
I think it's also about recognizing that everyone's definition of balance is different.
Right.
What works for one person might not work for another.
That's a great point. And the sources actually suggest having open conversations
Okay.
with your manager or team
Yeah.
about your individual needs and preferences.
Yeah.
It's about finding a balance that works for both you and the company.
Okay. So we've talked about navigating your role within a company,
Yeah.
but let's talk about the people and, dare I say, the drama. I mean, our sources get real about office politics.
It's one of those topics people kind of dance around, but it's definitely a reality in most workplaces. What I found really helpful is that the sources break down office politics
Okay.
into a few key elements.
Like what?
Well, they talk about understanding the informal networks and relationships
Okay.
within the company.
Sure.
Who are the key influencers? Who are the decision makers?
Yeah.
And how do those dynamics actually play out?
So it's not about being gossipy or manipulative.
No.
It's about being aware of the power structures
Right.
and navigating them in a way that's both ethical and effective.
Exactly. And it also ties back to something we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Networking, the stronger your relationships are within the company,
Yeah.
the better equipped you'll be to navigate those sometimes choppy political waters.
Okay, that makes sense. Speaking of navigating,
Yes.
our sources also get into something that can be really tricky,
Okay.
especially in a globalized world, and that's cultural nuances.
Right, like what flies in one culture might be a major faux pas in another.
Exactly. This is where things get really interesting.
Okay.
The sources don't just provide a list of do's and don'ts.
Right.
They encourage you to approach cultural differences with curiosity and respect.
I love that.
Yeah, it's like instead of assuming you know what's appropriate, ask questions, observe how others interact,
Right.
and be willing to adapt your communication style.
Absolutely. And it's not just about avoiding offense. It's about building trust and understanding across cultural boundaries.
Okay, so we've talked about navigating office politics
Yes,
and cultural nuances.
we have.
Now let's get into the nitty-gritty of communication itself.
All right.
Our sources are full of vocabulary related to workplace conversations, meetings, and emails.
It's a lot.
I know.
Yeah.
What's interesting is they don't just define the terms.
Okay.
They give you tips for using them effectively.
Ooh.
Like, for example, they talk about the importance of active listening
Yes.
in meetings.
It's so important.
It's not just about hearing what's being said. It's about engaging with the ideas, asking clarifying questions, and really demonstrating that you're paying attention.
Right. So like nodding and saying, every once in a while
Yeah.
isn't going to cut it.
Not exactly.
Active listening is about being present and engaged, both verbally and non-verbally.
Okay.
It's about making eye contact, taking notes,
Right.
and even summarizing what you've heard to make sure you understand correctly.
Got it. Active listening.
Check.
What else do we need to know about communication?
Well, the sources also talk about the importance of giving and receiving feedback effectively.
Okay, feedback.
It's not just about praising good work or pointing out mistakes. It's about providing constructive criticism
Right.
that helps people grow and develop.
Okay, I think we all know how important that is,
Yes.
but it can be so tricky to do well.
It is, and the sources acknowledge that they recommend focusing on specific behaviors, not personality traits,
Okay.
and framing feedback in a way that's solution-oriented.
So it's not about blaming or shaming.
Yeah.
It's about helping people improve.
Exactly.
That's a really good distinction, and I think it ties into the whole idea of creating a positive and supportive work environment,
Yeah,
which, let's be honest, can be tough sometimes.
it can, but our sources have some great insights.
Oh, good.
On fostering a healthy workplace culture. They talk about the importance of clear communication,
Okay.
mutual respect, and a sense of shared purpose.
So, like, it's not just about being friendly.
Right.
It's about creating a space where everyone feels valued and respected,
Yeah.
and where they can contribute their best work.
Exactly. And it also ties into something we touched on earlier,
What's that?
teamwork. The sources really emphasize the importance of collaboration,
Okay.
both within teams and across departments.
I like that.
It's about recognizing that everyone has something valuable to contribute, and that working together is essential for achieving shared goals.
Right. So we've talked about navigating workplace dynamics,
Yes.
cultural nuances, communication styles, feedback, and teamwork. Is there anything else we need to know before we venture out into the wilds
Oh, I like that.
of the English-speaking workplace?
Well, there's one more topic our sources highlight that I think is really important, and that's mentorship.
Okay. Mentorship.
They emphasize the value of having a more experienced person
Yeah.
who can offer guidance, support, and insights as you navigate your career.
I've heard about that, but I always thought it was something you had to, like, formally apply for.
It can be, but the sources suggest that mentorship can also happen organically
Oh, okay.
through relationships you build within your company or even within your professional network.
So it's like, be open to learning from people who have more experience than you.
Right.
And don't be afraid to ask for advice or guidance.
Exactly. And it goes both ways.
Oh, that's a good point.
As you gain experience, you can also mentor others and share your knowledge and insights.
That's a great point. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground in this part.
We have.
We've talked about navigating workplace dynamics, cultural nuances, communication styles, feedback, teamwork, and even mentorship.
We're really getting into the nuances of what it takes to thrive
I know.
in the English-speaking job market.
We are.
But there's still more to explore in part 3. We're going to dive even deeper into those sometimes unspoken rules of workplace etiquette,
Ooh.
those subtle but oh so important cues
Yeah,
that can make all the difference in how you're perceived.
can't wait.
Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back for the final part of our deep dive into the English-speaking job market.
Ooh, the grand finale.
I know we've covered so much ground already. Resumes, interviews, networking, office dynamics, you name it.
All the things.
But there's one last layer we need to explore,
Okay, I'm intrigued.
and it's all about those unspoken rules
Oh,
of workplace etiquette.
the do's and don'ts.
Exactly, because let's be honest, sometimes it's the little things that make the biggest difference.
It's true.
And our source material gets in some really interesting nuances here.
Okay.
Especially around email etiquette.
Oh, yeah. Email, the double-edged sword of workplace communication.
You can say that again.
It's so convenient, but it's also so easy to make a mistake.
Right.
That can damage your professional image.
So true. I remember this one time I accidentally replied all to an email that was, let's just say, not meant for everyone's eyes.
Oof, we've all been there.
Not my proudest moment.
But the good news is our sources offer some really helpful tips for avoiding those email faux pas.
Okay, good.
Like, for example, they emphasize the importance of starting with a professional salutation.
Right.
Dear Mr. or Mrs. last name is always a safe bet.
Yeah.
Unless you're on a first name basis with the person.
Right, and even then, it's probably best to err on the side of formality.
Yeah.
At least until you get a sense of the company culture.
Exactly. And the sources also talk about keeping your emails concise and to the point. No one wants to wade through a wall of text.
So like bullet points are our friends.
Absolutely. And avoid using slang, emojis, or excessive exclamation points.
Voted.
You want to project an image of competence and professionalism.
And proofread.
Yes.
Typos and grammatical errors
The worst.
can make you look careless and unprofessional.
So true. Okay, so we've mastered the art of email.
We're on a roll.
Now let's talk about another potential minefield.
Okay.
Meeting etiquette.
Ooh, yes. Meetings, love them or hate them, they're a part of almost every job.
It's true.
And our sources highlight some key things to keep in mind.
Like what?
Like punctuality.
Yes.
Arriving on time shows respect for everyone's time and demonstrates your professionalism.
And I think it also shows that you're organized and prepared, which is always a good look.
Right. And once you're in the meeting,
Yeah.
the sources emphasize the importance of active participation.
Okay.
Contribute to the discussion, ask clarifying questions, and offer your insights
Yes.
when appropriate.
But also know when to listen.
Yeah.
Don't dominate the conversation or interrupt others.
It's all about balance.
It's about finding that balance between being engaged and being respectful of others.
And one more thing, put those phones away.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you're expecting an urgent call, it's incredibly disrespectful
It is.
to be scrolling through social media or texting during a meeting.
It's like you're saying, I'm not really interested in what you have to say.
Okay, so we've talked about email etiquette and meeting etiquette.
Check.
Now let's get into something a little more juicy.
Ooh, tell me more.
Our sources actually touch on the topic of workplace gossip.
Ah, yes, the water cooler whispers. It's inevitable in any workplace.
It really is.
But it's definitely something to navigate carefully.
Because even if you're not the one spreading the gossip,
Yeah,
just listening to it can make you complicit.
that's true. And the sources recommend resisting the temptation to engage.
Okay.
In negative gossip, it can damage relationships and create a toxic work environment.
Instead, try to steer the conversation
Yes.
towards more positive topic. Or, if you feel uncomfortable, politely excuse yourself.
And remember, what you say about others reflects on you. It's always best to err on the side of discretion and kindness.
Okay, gossip averted.
He did it.
Now let's talk about something that's essential for success
Yeah.
in any workplace, but especially in an English-speaking environment. Conflict resolution.
Oh, this is where those communication skills we talked about earlier really come into play.
Yeah.
The sources emphasize approaching conflict with a calm and respectful attitude.
Because getting defensive or emotional is only going to escalate the situation.
Exactly. The key is to listen actively to the other person's perspective. Try to find common ground and focus on finding a solution that benefits everyone involved.
Avoid personal attacks and emotional outbursts.
Yes.
Remember, it's about addressing the issue, not the person.
And if you can't resolve the conflict on your own, don't hesitate to involve a neutral third party like a manager or HR representative.
Okay, conflict resolved. We're on a roll.
I know, right?
Now let's touch on one final, but incredibly important
Hit me with it.
aspect of workplace etiquette,
All right.
cultural sensitivity.
This is especially crucial in today's diverse workplaces.
Yeah.
It's about being aware and respectful of different cultural norms, values, and communication styles.
Like, for example, in some cultures, direct eye contact is considered a sign of respect, while in others it can be seen as aggressive or confrontational.
Exactly. And there are so many other nuances to be aware of personal space humor, even the way you give and receive gifts.
So it's really about being mindful, doing your research, and being willing to adapt your behavior to different cultural contexts.
And if you're ever unsure about something, don't be afraid to ask.
Yeah.
It's better to clarify than to unintentionally offend someone.
That's a great point. Cultural sensitivity is really about fostering an inclusive and respectful work environment
Absolutely.
where everyone feels valued and respected.
Wow, we've covered a ton of ground
We really have,
in this deep dive.
from crafting that perfect resume.
When mastering the art of workplace etiquette.
We've given you a comprehensive toolkit for navigating the English-speaking job market.
We did it.
Remember, it's a journey, not a destination.
So true.
Stay curious, keep learning, and don't be afraid to ask questions.
Yes. And most importantly, believe in yourself and your abilities.
Now, before we sign off, we'd love to hear from you. What are some of the most interesting or confusing workplace scenarios you've encountered?
Ooh, good question.
Share your stories and insights with us. We're all ears.
Until next time, happy job hunting.
Hey, everyone, and welcome to another deep dive. Today, we're going to be looking at idioms for expressing feelings.
Oh, yeah. Idioms. Those are fun.
Yeah, and I think they can be kind of tricky to learn, especially for people who are, learning English as a second language.
Definitely.
So we're going to try to break them down and make them a little bit easier to understand. And we're going to be using this awesome source material that's organized by emotion.
That's smart.
Yeah, so we'll start with happiness, then we'll move on to sadness, anger, love, and affection, and even embarrassment and shame.
Wow, the whole gamut.
Yeah, the whole emotional roller coaster. So buckle up and get ready for a fun ride.
I'm excited.
Me too.
Ooh.
Okay, so let's dive right in and start with happiness.
Okay.
One of the most common idioms for happiness is over the moon. You know, like, I was over the moon when I got the job.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But where does that even come from? Like, is there really someone living on the moon who's just like super happy all the time?
Uh-huh. Well, some linguists think it might actually be connected to that image of the man on the moon from folklore. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like happiness just launches you right up there with it.
No, never thought of it that way. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so another classic happiness idiom is tickled pink. Like, I was tickled pink when I received that unexpected gift.
It's a cute one.
Yeah, but it kind of sounds a little old-fashioned to me.
You know, it is an older idiom. It actually dates back to the 19th century.
Really?
Yeah. And get this, it used to be tickled pink and blue.
Pink and blue.
Yeah. No one really knows why the blue got dropped, but maybe it
Yeah.
just didn't sound as good.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to another idiom that I feel like I use all the time. On cloud nine.
Oh, yeah, another classic.
Yeah, like I was on cloud nine after my vacation.
It really captures that feeling of pure bliss.
Yeah, like you're just floating on air.
Well, funnily enough, even Cloud 9 has its roots in something pretty practical, meteorology.
Meteorology, you mean like the weather?
Exactly. Early weather maps used to number cloud formations, and the highest, most impressive type was number 9. Wow, so being on Cloud 9 is like being at the top of the weather chart.
Pretty much. It symbolizes peak happiness.
That's amazing. I never knew that.
Yeah, idioms can come from the most unexpected places.
Okay, so we've covered over the moon, tickled pink, and on Cloud 9. What other happiness idioms do we have in our source material?
Let's see. We have in high spirits and walking on air.
Ooh, I like walking on air. It really paints a picture.
Yeah, it emphasizes that light, buoyant feeling of intense happiness.
But would you ever use walking on air in a formal setting?
That's a good question. Probably not. It might sound a little too casual.
Yeah, like you wouldn't say, I'm walking on air about this business deal.
Right, exactly. It's all about matching your language to the situation.
So it's kind of like choosing the right outfit for the occasion.
Exactly. You wouldn't wear a ball gown to the grocery store.
True, very true. Okay, so before we move on to sadness, is there anything else we should keep in mind about these happiness idioms?
Well, I think it's important to remember that they often have slightly different shades of meaning.
Oh, like what do you mean?
Well, for example, over the moon implies a more intense, almost ecstatic happiness,
Right.
while tickled pink suggests a gentler, more playful kind of delight.
So it's not just about knowing the definition, it's about understanding the nuance.
Exactly. It's like choosing the right spice to add to your dish.
I like that analogy.
Yeah.
So we're not just learning words, we're becoming language chefs.
Exactly.
I love it. Okay, so now that we've explored the sunny side of things, are you ready to dive into the blue hues of sadness?
Let's do it.
All right, bring on the tissues.
All right, so we're ready to dive into sadness idioms.
Yeah, let's get those tissues ready.
Haha. All right, well, let's start with a really common one, down in the dumps. Like, I've been feeling down in the dumps ever since I lost my job.
Yeah, that one's a classic. But I always wondered, does it actually have anything to do with being in a literal garbage dump?
Uh-huh. That's a good question. Well, some linguists believe it might come from the Dutch word domp.
Domp.
Yeah, it means dull or gloomy, so it's more about that heavy, listless feeling than an actual location. Huh.
Oh, that makes sense. So it's not about being surrounded by trash. It's about feeling like trash.
Pretty much.
Okay, another sadness idiom that uses color is feeling blue.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, but it seems a bit milder than down in the dumps, right?
You're right. Feeling blue usually suggests a more temporary sadness.
Like a passing cloud.
Exactly. While down in the dumps implies something a bit more persistent.
Like a storm cloud.
Yeah, good analogy. And it's interesting how colors can be so powerful in conveying emotions.
Makes me wonder if blue is associated with sadness in other cultures too.
That's a great point. Actually, in some cultures, yellow or even purple are associated with sadness.
Really?
Yeah, it just goes to show how language and culture are so intertwined.
Okay, so we've got 2 shades of blue sadness. What else do we have?
Well, there's a heavy heart.
Oh yeah, like she had a heavy heart after her grandmother passed away.
Exactly. It uses that physical weight metaphor to convey a deep sadness, often associated with loss.
That's powerful.
Yeah. And then we have crying over spilled milk.
Oh yeah, my mom used to say that one all the time.
It's a classic. But it can be a bit controversial, right?
Yeah, like what if the milk was really important?
Haha. Well, the point of the idiom isn't really about the milk. It's about accepting what's happened and moving on.
So don't dwell on the past?
Right. It's about focusing on the future.
Okay, that makes sense. What's the last sadness idiom we have?
Let's see. It's hit rock bottom.
Oh, that one sounds pretty intense.
Yeah. It's definitely reserved for those moments of utter despair and hopelessness.
Like when you feel like there's nowhere lower to go.
Exactly. It's the emotional equivalent of being at the very bottom of a deep, dark pit.
Okay, well, we've certainly explored the full spectrum of sadness with these idioms.
Yeah, from those fleeting blue moments to the crushing weight of despair.
I'm ready for a little pick-me-up now.
Yeah.
How about we move on to some more heartwarming idioms?
Sounds good to me. Let's explore the language of love and affection.
Okay, I'm feeling a little warmer and fuzzier already.
Or,
All right, so we've made it through the ups and downs, the highs and lows of all these emotion idioms.
yeah, quite a range, right?
Yeah, and you know what I think is really cool? How these idioms, they really add a lot of like personality to the language.
Definitely. They're like little bursts of color.
Exactly. It's not just like saying I'm happy. It's like I'm on cloud 9.
Right. It's so much more expressive.
Yeah. And it's not just about memorizing a bunch of phrases either. It's about understanding like the nuances,
Oh, for sure. The origin.
the context, all that stuff.
Yeah, like you wouldn't use kick the bucket to describe someone winning the lottery.
No, definitely not. That'd be a bit confusing.
Yeah, so it's about choosing the right idiom for the right situation.
It's like having a whole toolkit of expressions.
Exactly. And the more you use them, the more comfortable you'll become.
Practice makes perfect.
Exactly. And you know what? Even if you make a mistake, it's not the end of the world.
That's right.
Just laugh it off.
Yeah, language is all about having fun.
And experimenting.
Exactly. So as we wrap up this deep dive, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I guess I just hope that people will walk away from this with a new appreciation for idioms.
Yeah.
They're really powerful tools for communication.
And don't forget, language is always changing.
Oh, for sure.
So keep your ears open. You might hear some brand new idioms out there.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe you'll even invent one yourself.
That's a great thought. Okay, well, that about wraps up our deep dive into idioms for expressing feelings.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
And we'll catch you next time for another linguistic adventure. Okay, have you ever noticed, like, how often we have to introduce ourselves?
All the time. Right.
Yeah, but it can be so awkward.
Oh, absolutely. Especially, meeting new people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, what do you even say? And it can be even harder when you're trying to do it in English if it's, not your first language.
Right. First impressions are everything, though. So we really should get this right.
Which is why this deep dive is perfect. We found this guide, and it's got some really good tips. So let's jump right in.
Yeah, let's do it. What I found really interesting is that it doesn't even start with, like, what you say.
Wait, really? I was all ready to, practicing my elevator pitch and all that.
Nope. First things first. Nonverbal cues.
Like, what? Body language and stuff?
Exactly. Smiling and eye contact. The source is really big on those.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
A smile can make you seem more approachable.
It's more than that, though. It's like, when you meet someone and their smile just kind of lights up the room?
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean.
It's that kind of energy. This guide talks about the Duchenne smile, which is a specific type of smile that uses the muscles around your eyes.
So it's not just a fake smile, it's got to be genuine.
Exactly. And there's research showing that a Duchenne smile makes you seem more trustworthy,
Oh, wow. So like in a job interview, a good smile could be a huge advantage.
Oh, totally. Okay, so you've got the smile down, good eye contact. Now we can talk about the actual words.
Finally. Lay it on me.
Start with the basics. Your name, where you're from, what you do. But then...
There's a but then.
Okay, I'm intrigued. The guide suggests adding one interesting fact about yourself.
Ooh, I like that. That's how you stand out, right?
Yeah, it's all about making yourself memorable.
But what kind of interesting fact? Like, I feel like this could go wrong easily.
It definitely could. The key is authenticity. It's got to be something genuinely you, not just something you think sounds impressive.
So like, I like to read is probably not going to cut it.
Unless you're reading like ancient scrolls in their original language, probably not. Think about hobbies, passions, maybe a funny story that's short and sweet.
So it's like a little sneak peek into your personality. Okay, I'm getting this. So we've got the smile, the basics, the interesting fact. What's next?
Now, this might seem a little counterintuitive,
Whoa.
but the guide is big on politeness, like, it's nice to meet you, or how are you today, kind of stuff.
Okay, but how is that going to make me seem confident? It seems so basic.
It's subtle. Think about it. If you're nervous, you might rush through the intro, right? Sound a little abrupt.
Yeah, that's totally me.
But taking a moment to be polite, it shows you're comfortable, respectful.
Yeah. So it's like, even though the words themselves are simple, they're sending a message about how I'm feeling.
Exactly. You're present in the moment, not just trying to get the intro over with.
Okay, I can see that. I never thought about it that way before.
It can make a big difference, especially if you're meeting someone for the first time. Now, the next part is where things get really interesting. This is where we tailor the introduction based on the context.
Context,
Yeah.
like who I'm talking to and why.
Exactly. The guide talks about focusing on either your goals or your interests.
Okay, so goals. When would I want to lead with those?
Like, imagine you're in a job interview.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You want to seem ambitious.
Exactly. So instead of just saying your job title, you might say something like, I'm passionate about whatever your field is, and I'm really excited to see how I could contribute to your team.
That's way better than just, hi, I'm your name, I'm an accountant.
Right.
Yeah.
You're showing them where you want to go, not just where you've been.
Okay, so flip side.
Yeah.
When would I talk about my interests?
Think more like a social setting, a party, networking event.
Where you actually want to have a conversation with people.
Right. So I'm an accountant isn't going to be a great opener there.
No kidding. I can already feel the awkward silence.
But what if you said something like, I spend my days crunching numbers, but my real passion is restoring vintage motorcycles. I'm actually working on a 60s Triumph right now.
Okay, now that's a conversation starter.
Right. It shows there's more to you than just your job. People connect with that.
This is making me rethink my whole approach to introductions. It's not just about getting information across, it's about creating a connection.
Exactly. Okay, ready for the next tip.
Hit me.
End your intro with a question.
Oh, good one. But not like a yes-no question, right? Those are conversation killers.
You got it. The guide is all about open-ended questions.
So instead of do you like movies, I should ask, what kind of movies are you into?
Exactly. It invites a real response, plus it shifts the focus to the other person.
Which takes the pressure off me. But there's got to be more to it than that, right? Like, what's the psychology behind it?
Well, think about it. When you ask a good open-ended question, you're giving them a chance to share something about themselves.
And people like talking about themselves.
Most do. It's a subtle way of making them feel good, and it encourages them to engage with you.
So I'm making them feel good. They're more likely to want to keep talking to me. Smart.
It's all about those subtle cues. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here. We've got the smile, the basics, the interesting fact, politeness, tailoring to the context, and ending with a question.
Phew. My head's spinning, but in a good way. It's amazing how many things I was doing wrong before.
We all do it, but there's one more crucial piece to this puzzle.
I have a feeling I know what it is. Practice.
You got it. Even with the best material, you got to practice to make it feel natural.
Okay, so that's what we'll tackle next time.
Exactly. We'll get into some specific strategies for practicing introductions so you can nail them every time.
So we've got all these great tips for introductions, but I don't know about you, but I get nervous. Like I can totally see myself fumbling over my words in the moment.
Oh yeah, me too. That's why practice is so important.
Right. But it's not just about memorizing a script, is it?
Not at all. It's more about, really getting comfortable with the ideas, making them second nature.
Like building muscle memory, but for talking.
Yeah, exactly. It's like learning to dance or something. At first, you're all stiff and awkward, but the more you practice.
The more you just kind of flow with it.
Yeah, exactly. You're not even thinking about the steps anymore. You're just feeling the music.
Okay, so how do we actually practice this? I mean, talking to the mirror only gets you so far.
It depends what you're prepping for. Like, for a job interview, role-playing can be super helpful.
Oh, right, like get a friend to be the interviewer, put you on the spot.
Yeah, exactly. That way you get used to the pressure. Oh, and another good one is to record yourself.
Ugh, I hate listening to recordings of myself.
They know it's painful. But you can really hear things you wouldn't notice otherwise.
Like all my ums and ahs, probably.
Yeah, those filler words. You can work on smoothing them out.
It's true. I've done that for presentations at work, and it really helps. Wait, you know what else could be good? Maybe, like, hiring a coach.
Oh, yeah, there are totally coaches who specialize in this kind of stuff.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I had no idea. But it makes sense. It's like we invest in learning so many other skills. Why not communication?
Right. It's so important. But okay, for more everyday stuff, like just meeting new people, you can practice in lower stakes situations.
Lower stakes.
Yeah, like chat with the barista at your coffee shop or the cashier at the store.
Just get used to striking up conversations.
Exactly. It's good practice. Plus, you might brighten someone's day.
Okay, I like that. It's less scary than, like, a networking event.
Right. And the more you do it, the more natural it becomes.
I was starting to get this. It's really a whole mindset shift, isn't it? It's not just about the words. It's about how you approach those first interactions.
Yeah, for sure. It's about showing up authentically and confidently.
Right. Okay, let's do a quick recap of everything we've talked about today.
Okay, so starting with nonverbal cues. The Duchenne smile. Good eye contact.
Makes you seem approachable and trustworthy.
Yeah. Then we layer in those basic details. Name, where you're from, what you do.
But then the magic happens. We add that one interesting fact to make ourselves stand out.
And don't forget the politeness. It might seem basic, but it actually sends a really important message.
Right, like you're calm, you're respectful, you're not just rushing to get it over with.
Exactly. And then, depending on the situation, we highlight either our goals or our interests.
Goals for job interviews, to show ambition, interests for social settings, to spark a conversation.
Exactly. And to finish strong, that open-ended question.
Keeps the conversation flowing and makes the other person feel good. It's genius.
And don't forget about practice.
Oh, yeah, I got to practice, practice, practice.
Whether it's role-playing, recording ourselves, or just chatting with people in everyday situations.
This has been so helpful. I'm actually starting to feel excited about introductions now, not just terrified.
That's great. And earlier you mentioned something about going beyond spoken introductions.
Oh, yeah, you said these ideas could be applied to, like, online profiles and stuff. I want to hear more about that.
We'll dive into all that next time.
Yeah, so it's not just about, like, what you say when you meet someone face-to-face.
Exactly. It's bigger than that.
So, like, my LinkedIn profile, that little About Me section that I always struggle with.
Think of that as an introduction, too.
Okay. So instead of just listing my skills and experience.
You can use those same principles we've been talking about. The interesting fact, maybe even ending with a question that encourages people to connect with you.
Ooh, that's clever. Like what kind of question?
Maybe something like, I'm really passionate about mentoring new designers, so if you're just starting out in the field, feel free to reach out.
Oh, I like that. It's inviting, but also shows what I care about.
Right. And it could spark conversations, lead to collaborations.
Yeah, I'm seeing my whole online presence differently now. It's like every interaction is a chance to make a first impression.
That's a great way to think about it. And don't forget email introductions, too.
Oh, yeah. Those can be awkward.
Instead of just, hi, I'm so-and-so, attached is my resume.
It's news?
Right. You can briefly mention a shared interest or how your skills connect to their needs.
So you're standing out from all those other generic emails.
Exactly. It all comes back to being memorable and showing your personality.
This has been so eye-opening. I feel like I've got a whole new arsenal of communication tools now.
That's the goal. Remember, though, confidence takes practice.
Yeah, it's not like I'll suddenly be amazing at all this overnight.
Of course not. But the more you use these strategies, the more natural they'll feel. And don't be afraid to experiment.
Experiment.
Yeah, like try different approaches and see what works best for you. Every situation is a little different, right?
That's true. And I guess, like, the more I practice, the less I'll overthink it and the more I can just be myself.
Exactly. That's the key. Authenticity. People connect with that. When you're genuine, it shines through.
Okay, I'm going to try to remember that. No more hiding behind generic intros.
That's the spirit. Go out there and rock those first impressions.
I will. This has been such a fantastic deep dive. Thank you so much for all these insights.
My pleasure. It's been fun exploring all this with you. And hey, remember, the more you practice, the more confident you'll become. And that confidence will spread.
Oh, I like that. So by being more confident in ourselves, we might actually help other people feel more confident too.
Exactly. It's like a ripple effect. So go out there, make those connections, and watch the confidence grow. All right, so are you ready to really level up those conversation skills? Today, we're going to dive deep into how to start conversations. You know, the kind that don't just fizzle out after, just a couple of awkward exchanges.
Right.
And so get our source today. It gives you 25 questions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But these aren't your typical small talk questions.
Okay.
They're designed to help you really connect with people on a deeper level.
Okay, so not just how's the weather?
Exactly. Whether you're at, networking event or a party, or even just, chatting with someone new at the coffee shop.
I really like how our source today breaks these questions down into 5 categories.
Oh, yeah.
It's like having a roadmap, for all these different conversational situations.
I like that, a roadmap.
Yeah, so you've got your general questions. Those are perfect for the initial icebreakers.
Uh-huh.
And then there are ones specifically for social settings, travel, and hobbies, work or school, and even fun personal preferences.
Okay, I totally get the whole categorization thing.
Right.
But how does asking someone about their favorite hobby actually lead to a deeper connection?
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm just going through the motions with these kinds of questions.
Oh, I totally hear you.
Yeah.
But think about it this way. Instead of asking a closed-ended question do you have any hobbies?
Right.
Which, you'll probably just get a yes or no.
Yeah.
You could ask something like, what project are you most excited about right now?
Ooh.
And suddenly you're not just asking about hobbies.
Yeah.
You're inviting them to share what they're passionate about.
Oh.
And that's where the magic happens.
I like that it's shifting from a checklist to uncovering what makes someone tick.
Yeah.
And I guess the different categories help you tailor your approach depending on the situation, right?
Exactly. So let's say you're at a networking event.
Okay.
You could try a question from the work or school category, what's the most interesting challenge you faced in your work recently? It's way more engaging than just asking, what do you do?
What's funny is I actually tried that question at a networking event last week.
Oh, yeah.
And the person I was talking to, they totally lit up. They told me this whole story about a project they were working on.
Oh, wow.
And it turned into a really fascinating conversation. We even ended up exchanging contact info.
See?
Yeah.
It works.
It really does.
It's all about, finding those subtle ways to unlock deeper conversations.
Right.
And our source emphasizes that it's not just about the questions themselves.
Right.
It's about how you deliver them.
Oh, right. The source talks about smiling, being friendly, and most importantly, not worrying about making mistakes.
Yeah.
I think that's something we all struggle with.
Oh, for sure.
Especially in new situations,
Right.
We get so caught up in trying to sound perfect
Right.
that we forget to just be ourselves.
Yeah, I think that's such a crucial point.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about flawless execution.
Yeah.
It's about genuine connection.
Right.
People can tell when you're genuinely interested, even if you stumble over your words a bit.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like that saying, people might forget what you said, but they'll never forget how you made them feel.
Right.
I think that totally applies to conversations too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's all about creating a welcoming space, where people feel like they can open up.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of opening up, the source also talks about the power of open-ended questions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of curious, do you have a favorite example from those 25 questions that really shows this?
Let me think.
Yeah.
Oh, the one that pops into my mind is, what's your dream destination?
Okay.
It's from the travel and hobbies category.
Yeah.
But I think it goes way beyond just travel. It gets at people's hopes and dreams, their sense of adventure.
I see what you mean.
It can spark a conversation about what truly excites them.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's not just about where they want to go on vacation. It's like a window into their inner world.
Exactly.
And you could adapt that to other areas too, right?
Oh, yeah.
What's a skill you'd love to learn someday?
Exactly. It invites them to share something they might not normally talk about.
Yeah, I feel like I get stuck asking the same old questions sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, how was your weekend? Or
Yeah.
what are you working on? It's like I'm on autopilot.
Yeah.
And the conversation never goes anywhere interesting.
Yeah, I think we've all been there.
Yeah.
It's easy to fall back on those default questions, especially when you're feeling nervous.
Right.
But what I love about this source is that it gives you a way to break out of that rut.
Yeah.
To think more carefully about your questions and what you really want to learn about the other person.
So true. It's not about like memorizing a script or something. It's
Right.
about having a strategy.
Exactly.
Oh, and the source also mentions active listening.
Yes.
What does that mean to you, like when you're starting conversations?
Well, for me, active listening is about being present.
Okay.
It's not just hearing their words, but truly absorbing what they're saying, paying attention to their body language, and responding in a way that shows you're engaged.
So it's not just about asking the right questions.
Right.
It's about making the other person feel heard.
Exactly. You're creating a space where they feel understood.
Okay, so it's like building a bridge of understanding.
Yes, I like that.
Each question is like a stepping stone.
Yeah.
And active listening is what holds it all together.
I love that analogy.
Chainsaw.
And it reminds us that conversation is a two-way street.
Right. It's about giving and receiving, asking and listening.
Exactly. And when both people are present and engaged,
Yeah.
that's when you get those real moments of connection.
Those aha moments.
Yes, you don't get those from small talk.
Okay, so I'm sold. These 25 questions are way more powerful than I thought.
I know, right?
But I gotta ask,
Yeah.
do you think there are times when a simple, direct question is better than an open-ended one?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And you're right, there are times when a direct question is more appropriate.
Okay.
Like if you need a specific piece of information or you're trying to clarify something.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, when you're trying to build rapport,
Right.
open-ended questions are the way to go.
Makes sense. You got to use the right tool for the job.
Exactly. And sometimes it's about being playful with your questions, too.
No, yeah.
Don't be afraid to add a little humor,
You know, the source has this question in the fun category that always cracks me up.
Oh, yeah?
It's, what's the most embarrassing song you secretly love?
Oh, that's a good one.
I know, right?
It's guaranteed to get people laughing.
And sharing stories.
Yeah, it's a great way to break the ice.
Exactly. It shows you don't take yourself too seriously.
Right, because in the end, conversations are about connecting with other people.
Yeah.
And sometimes the best way to do that is to just let loose and have fun.
Yeah. I love that. I feel like we've covered so much in this deep dive.
I know, right?
Like my whole view on how to start conversations has totally shifted.
It's pretty cool how something so simple, like asking the right questions,
Right.
can make such a big difference in how we connect with people.
Totally. So as we wrap up here,
Yeah.
what are the main takeaways you'd want our listeners to remember?
Well, first of all, those categories.
Yeah.
Remember those having a mental toolkit of questions for all those different situations?
Yeah.
That could really help you feel more confident.
I like that.
No matter what the conversation throws at you.
It's like having a secret weapon for those moments, when you just go blank.
Exactly. And don't forget about the magic of open-ended questions.
Oh, right.
Those are key to really getting those deep conversations going,
Yeah. Yeah. It's about asking questions that get people to share their stories and their passions.
Yes. They're unique perspectives.
And of course, we can't forget about active listening.
Well, that's so important.
It's like the glue that holds it all together.
Yeah, it lets you build those real connections.
It's amazing how much we can learn about someone when we really listen to what they have to say.
I know, it's true. So before we go, I want to leave you with something to think about.
Okay.
Think about the last time you had a really great conversation. The kind that you just felt so engaged in.
Yeah.
What made it so memorable? Was it a certain question? Or the way the other person listened?
Yeah.
When we think back on our own experiences,
Right.
we can learn even more about how to have amazing conversations.
That's such a good point. We're always learning,
We are.
So go out there, experiment with these questions, and most importantly, have fun connecting with people.
Happy conversing. All right, ready for this? Today we're diving deep into phrasal verbs. Those, those tricky little combinations of verbs and prepositions, the things that can make English sound so natural and will sometimes make us scratch our heads a bit. We've got some really interesting source material here, and trust me, it's going to help you master these little linguistic gems.
What's interesting about phrasal verbs is that they're not just about, grammar. I think they really offer a glimpse into how a culture thinks and expresses itself,
Wow, that's such an interesting way to put it. So it's not just about, sounding fluent. It's about like understanding the cultural meaning behind these phrases. This script highlights some really common ones, like find out. I mean, come on, who hasn't spent like hours going down those Wikipedia rabbit holes? I'm like totally on a mission to find out everything about, everything.
Exactly. And that's, I think, where the nuance comes in, right? Find out, it implies a process, like a process of discovery. Often, I think, with an element of surprise. It's not just about getting information. It's more about uncovering something unexpected.
Okay, so find out is like what the detective of the phrasal verb world.
Yep.
Okay. Now the script also mentions take off, which I think is really interesting because it has like a couple of different meanings. I mean, we all know, we've all seen planes take off, right? But the source material points out that it can also describe, like a career suddenly becoming successful.
Yeah, and that's really where the cultural context, I think, comes in. Using takeoff to describe success, it kind of reflects, a society that values rapid growth and achievement. It's like we're kind of programmed to celebrate those moments of sudden upward trajectory.
Yeah, I never thought about it that way. That's a really great point. It's like these phrasal verbs are like giving us these subtle little clues about cultural values. The script also talks about give up, which, let's face it, we've all felt that urge at some point.
Right. Give up, it implies this kind of sense of finality, a decision to stop trying. But the interesting thing is, even though it's often seen as negative, there are times when giving up can actually be strategic. A way to kind of refocus your energy on something more worthwhile.
That's an interesting way to look at it. So it's not always about like, blindly pushing forward. Sometimes it's about knowing when it's time to change course. This script really makes you think about like the deeper implications of these seemingly simple phrases. All right. Let's move on to one that I think we probably use all the time, and that's look after. It seems, pretty straightforward, but are there any hidden depths to this phrasal verb?
Well, look after, I think it implies more than just taking care of something. It suggests, a sense of responsibility, maybe even protectiveness. You wouldn't really say you're looking after like a coffee cup, but you would say you're looking after a child or, or a pet. It's about caring for something that's vulnerable, needs your attention.
I see. So it's like look after adds this like extra layer of emotional connection, right? It's not just about like the task, it's about the relationship. Okay, now I'm curious about this one. The script mentions, I think everyone can relate to, and that's look forward to. I mean, who doesn't love that feeling of anticipation for something good, right? Yeah. Something good on the horizon.
Right. Look forward to. It just perfectly captures that feeling of positive expectation. It's about focusing on the future, with excitement and hope. And it's interesting how this phrasal verb, it kind of suggests this active engagement with time. We're not just passively waiting. We're actively anticipating it, letting it shape our present experience.
Yeah, that's so true. It's like look forward to. It gives permission to, savor that anticipation, let that excitement build. Speaking of anticipation, I'm curious to hear more about this one. Put off. Let's be honest, this one hits a little too close to home sometimes.
Yeah, put off. I mean, it's the ultimate procrastination verb, right? It's about delaying something, usually because it's unpleasant or we just don't feel like dealing with it. But what's interesting, I think, is how this simple phrase, it captures a very human tendency, that tendency to avoid discomfort, even if it means more stress for us down the road.
Oh, tell me about it. I am like the queen of putting things off. But seriously, you're right. It's like it exposes this little flaw in our human nature. Okay, let's switch gears a little bit here and talk about another common phrasal verb. Run out of. I'm sure we've all had those like panic moments when we realize we've run out of something essential.
Absolutely. Run out of it signifies depletion, the complete absence of something. And it often carries this sense of urgency, especially when it's something we rely on, like, food or fuel or even coffee. It triggers that primal fear of scarcity, reminding us that we're dependent on those external resources.
It's like run out of taps into this deep-seated fear of being without. And speaking of being without, sometimes we just have to call off those plans and recharge, right?
Right. Call off. It's a decisive act of cancellation. It suggests that something has prevented us from following through. And I think it's interesting how this phrasal verb, it kind of acknowledges the The importance of flexibility, the need to adapt to changing circumstances.
Yeah, it's like call off gives us permission to prioritize our well-being, to recognize that sometimes it's okay to step back, and change course. Okay, we've covered quite a few phrasal verbs already. What stands out to you so far? Any favorites?
I think what I find fascinating is how these seemingly simple verbs can take on such nuanced meanings when we combine them with prepositions. It's like they unlock this whole new level of expression, I think, in English.
Totally. And the best part is we've got even more to unpack. We're just getting started, folks. Stay tuned for part 2 of our deep dive into the world of phrasal verbs, where we'll explore even more of these linguistics gems and discover how they can help us navigate the complexities of language and culture.
And it's not even just about individual words. It's about how these phrasal verbs, like how they fit into our everyday conversations, reflect our social dynamics.
Right. Like bring up. Our source material uses the example of like bringing up an idea in a meeting, right? But imagine you're in that meeting and you've got this brilliant idea you want to share. How do you just casually bring it up without sounding too forceful or too timid?
Yeah, bring up. It's all about like navigating that delicate balance. It suggests, introducing a topic thoughtfully, inviting others to kind of engage. It's not about dominating the discussion. It's more about opening up that space for collaboration. It's exchange of ideas.
Yeah, it's like bring up is like the key to unlocking a good brainstorming session.
Yeah.
It sets the tone for a collaborative and respectful dialogue.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got bring up for introducing ideas. This script also mentions get along, which, let's be honest, is crucial for surviving in pretty much any social setting, right? Whether it's work or school or even just hanging out with friends.
Right. Get along. It highlights the importance of social harmony, right? It's about finding common ground, even when there are differences of opinion. It's about respecting boundaries, being considerate of others' needs, and cultivating, that positive and supportive atmosphere.
So it's not just about like avoiding conflict. It's about actually creating that positive and productive environment. Get along is like the glue, the social glue that holds everything together. Okay, so we've got bring up for introducing topics, get along for creating that harmonious environment. But what about those times when things get tough?
Yeah.
And we need to power through.
That's where carry on comes in, right? It's a phrasal verb. It really embodies that resilience, that determination. The source material even mentions how carry on, it took on a particularly, poignant meaning during times of war, hardship. It became this rallying cry, like a testament to the human spirit, the ability to endure and to overcome adversity.
It's like carry on is like a verbal salute to the strength of the human spirit.
Yeah.
This script talks about how its meaning evolved over time, becoming this powerful symbol of perseverance.
Yeah.
It's not just about, continuing a task. It's about pushing through those challenges, with grit and grace. And sometimes carrying on means having to catch up, if we've fallen behind. Yeah. Like the script mentions, maybe you've missed a few classes or got sidetracked on a project. What's the nuance behind catch up?
Yeah, catch up, it implies this conscious effort to make up for lost time or progress. It acknowledges that we may stumble, we may fall behind, but it also emphasizes, that importance of taking responsibility, putting in the extra work, to get back on track.
So catch up is like a reminder that it's okay to make mistakes, to have those setbacks, as long as we're willing to learn from them and put in the effort to get back on course.
Let's talk about one that can be a bit of a chameleon, and that is workout. This source material points out that it has multiple meanings depending on the context.
Yeah, workout. It's fascinating because it really reflects our multifaceted nature, right? On the one hand, it refers to physical exercise, that act of pushing our bodies to their limits. But on the other hand, it can mean to solve a problem, or to find a solution, which involves exercising our minds, right? It's a testament to our capacity for both physical and mental exertion. like workout embodies this duality of human effort, right? That ability to strive for both physical and mental excellence. I love how this script highlights like those subtle connections between these seemingly unrelated concepts.
Yeah, and it's those connections, I think, that really enrich our understanding of language and culture. They reveal, those underlying patterns of thought and behavior that shape how we communicate.
Exactly. It's like phrasal verbs are giving us these little glimpses into the human experience.
Yeah.
Now, the script also talks about turn down, which I think we've all had to do at some point, right? Whether it's declining an invitation or rejecting an offer,
right?
Or even just saying no to that extra slice of cake.
Right. Turn down. It's about asserting our boundaries, making choices that align with our value and our priorities, right? It's about recognizing that we have that right to say no, even when it's difficult.
That's such an important point. It's like turn down. It empowers us. Empowers us to make those conscious choices, to protect our time and our energy. And sometimes, turning something down, it can actually open up new possibilities that we wouldn't have considered otherwise.
Absolutely. It's about recognizing that, saying no to one thing, it can create space for something even better to come into our lives.
Okay, we've covered a lot of ground here. We've talked about bring up for introducing ideas, get along for fostering harmony, carry on for embodying resilience, catch up for making up for lost time, work out for pushing our limits, and turn down for asserting our boundaries. It's amazing how these simple combinations of verbs and prepositions can pack so much meaning and nuance,
And it's that nuance, I think, that makes language so powerful and fascinating. Phrasal verbs, they allow us to express ourselves with precision, to convey those subtle shades of meaning that go beyond the literal definitions of words.
It's like phrasal verbs are the secret code to unlocking fluency and cultural understanding. They add that extra layer of depth and sophistication to our communication. But we're not done yet. Stay tuned for part 3 of our deep dive, where we'll wrap things up and explore how these insights can help you master the art of using phrasal verbs. It's like, phrasal verbs, they're the secret ingredient to making your English sound more natural and engaging, right? They add that extra flavor. And that complexity, I think, that takes your communication to the next level.
Yeah, and just like with any recipe, the key is to use the right ingredients in the right proportions, right? Understanding those subtle nuances of each phrasal verb, it allows you to express yourself with more precision and clarity.
So it's not just about memorizing a list of phrasal verbs. It's about understanding how they work in different contexts, right? How they reflect those cultural values and how they can help us connect with others, on a deeper level. What's fascinating here, I think, is how these seemingly small word combinations can have such a big impact on our communication. They really do add that depth and richness to the language.
Yeah, they allow us to go beyond the literal meanings of words and convey those subtle shades of emotion, right? Intention. Cultural understanding. If we connect this to the bigger picture, mastering phrasal verbs, it's like leveling up your language skills, right? It's about moving beyond that textbook English and sounding more natural and fluent.
And it's a journey, right? There are always new phrasal verbs to discover, explore. Adding even more depth and richness to your vocabulary. Okay, as we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave you with this thought-provoking question. What are some other phrasal verbs that you use frequently, and how do they add color and nuance to your language?
Think about those phrasal verbs that come naturally to you, the ones that make you sound like a true English speaker. Embrace them, explore them. And let them empower your communication. And hey, if you stumble across any particularly interesting ones, we'd love to hear about them. Keep the conversation going. Keep exploring and keep those phrasal verbs flowing until next time.
All right, so let's dive into some really practical stuff today.
Okay.
Essential English words. If you're trying to really nail those everyday conversations, and we're going beyond the basics here, Our source material is this lesson plan on 100 essential words. It's nicely organized by theme.
Structure is so helpful.
Yeah.
It's like having a roadmap, instead of just a pile of words.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So our mission is to pick out the most impactful words from each of these categories.
Okay.
Think of it as a greatest hits playlist for your English conversation skills.
Okay. I like that.
I'm curious to see which words you think pack the biggest punch.
Well, let's start with the greetings and basics section.
Okay.
You might, these are simple,
Right.
but there's more to them than meets the eye.
Okay.
Yeah. Take please and thank you, for example. Sure, they're polite, but they go way deeper than that. They're like social lubricants, smoothing out interactions and showing respect, regardless of culture.
It's fascinating how such small words can carry so much weight in building relationships. I've noticed that in some cultures, using please frequently can even imply a greater level of formality.
Absolutely. It's not just about the words themselves, but how they're used within a specific cultural context.
Yeah.
It's a reminder that language is always more than just a literal translation.
Speaking of navigating social situations,
Yeah.
our next category is shopping words.
Okay.
This one is all about mastering those marketplace interactions.
And it's about more than just getting the best price.
Oh, right.
Think about words like cheap versus inexpensive.
Okay.
Cheap might save you money, but it can also imply lower quality.
Yeah.
Inexpensive suggests you're getting good value without sacrificing quality.
That's a subtle but important distinction.
Right.
The words we choose can really shape a buyer's perception, can't they?
They absolutely can.
Yeah.
Language has a powerful influence on how we view products and services.
Okay, let's move on from the marketplace to something a little more appetizing. Food and restaurants. I'm always curious about how language plays a role in our culinary experiences.
This section is all about communicating your needs clearly,
Yeah.
which is crucial when trying new cuisines or dealing with dietary restrictions. Words like vegetarian and spicy are essential for navigating menus and ensuring a pleasant dining experience.
Yeah, it's funny because spicy can be so subjective.
Oh, yeah,
What's mild for one person might be fiery for another.
definitely.
I once had a friend who ordered a dish labeled mildly spicy
Uh-huh.
and ended up sweating and gasping for water.
Oh, I can relate.
Yeah.
I think there's a whole deep dive we could do just on the cultural variations of what constitutes spicy, but for now, let's stick to the essential words.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
We don't want to get too sidetracked.
Now,
Speaking of navigating new experiences, let's move on to travel and directions.
okay.
I have a feeling you might have some insights on this one.
Oh, this section really highlights the importance of prepositions. Words like near, far, straight, turn. They're the backbone of giving and understanding directions. Mastering these can make you a much more confident traveler.
Absolutely. I think we've all had those moments of being hopelessly lost because we misinterpreted a simple direction. Once I was in a small town in Italy and someone told me to go straight.
Uh-huh.
Well, straight apparently meant following a winding path up a hill.
Oh, no.
Not exactly what I had in mind.
I can imagine.
I think it highlights the importance of not just knowing the words,
Yeah.
but understanding how they're used in context. What's straight in one place might be a winding path in another.
Absolutely. Context is everything.
Yeah, that's a great reminder to be flexible and open to different interpretations when traveling.
Yeah.
All right, let's shift gears from physical journeys
Okay.
to the everyday journeys we all take. Our next category is daily activities.
This section is packed with verbs reflecting how much of our lives we express through simple present tense actions: wake up, sleep, work, study. It's almost like a linguistic snapshot of our routines.
It's fascinating how even the most mundane activities become part of the fabric of our conversations.
Yeah,
It's these small everyday verbs that really connect us, isn't it?
absolutely. Language reflects the common ground of human experience,
Yeah.
even in its simplest forms.
Okay, ready to explore something a little more subjective.
All right, let's do it.
Let's wrap up part one with feelings and descriptions. I'm curious to see how these words translate across cultures.
This section is interesting because it delves into those intangible subjective experiences. Words like happy, sad, angry, excited. While these emotions are universal, the way we express and perceive them can be incredibly diverse.
For example, in some cultures, expressing anger openly is considered inappropriate, while in others, it's seen as a healthy way to communicate. It makes you wonder if there are any truly universal happy or sad words, or if they're all shaped by our cultural backgrounds.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
It speaks to the intricate connection between language, culture, and emotion.
All right, let's take a pause here and reflect on what we've uncovered so far. From greetings and shopping to travel and emotions, we've seen how even simple words can carry a surprising amount of depth and nuance.
And we've only just scratched the surface.
Wow.
There's so much more to explore in the world of these seemingly basic, yet incredibly powerful, essential words.
Wow, I'm excited to keep going.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing how much we kind of take these simple words for granted.
Right.
We use them every day without realizing the subtle ways they can shape our understanding.
It's like they're the secret ingredient that makes communication work.
Right.
But how can we take this awareness and actually use it to improve our conversations?
Yeah.
I mean, knowing a word and using it confidently are two different things, right?
Absolutely. It's like having a toolbox full of amazing tools but not knowing how to use them. That's where practice comes in.
Okay.
A simple exercise, pick 3 words from this list that you don't normally use.
Okay, I like that. 3 words.
Make it a challenge.
Make it a challenge.
Exactly. Try to weave them into your conversations this week. See how they fit, how people react. It's like a little linguistic experiment.
And I bet you start noticing those words more when others use them too.
Yeah.
It's like when you learn a new word, you suddenly see it everywhere.
That's your brain making connections.
Yeah.
Another tip, don't just memorize the words in isolation. Create your own sentences, even if they're silly.
So instead of just discount, I could say, I tried to get a discount on a talking parrot, but the shopkeeper wasn't having it.
Perfect. The more ridiculous, the more memorable, right?
Yeah.
But beyond personal practice, what about that feeling of being surrounded by English? How important is that?
You mean like immersion?
Hmm.
I've heard that's crucial, but it can be tough to create that environment if you're not living in an English-speaking country.
True, but there are ways. Movies, TV shows, even music, they all count. And don't just passively watch, try to pick out those essential words, see how they're used in different contexts.
It's like tuning your entertainment into a language lesson.
Exactly.
But let's be honest, it's easy to get stuck in our own bubble. How important is getting feedback from others, especially native speakers?
Feedback is gold. It's like having a personal coach pointing out your blind spots. Don't be shy about asking for corrections or suggestions. Find a language partner, a tutor, or even just a friend who's willing to help.
Because let's face it, making mistakes is part of the learning process. It can be frustrating, but it's how we grow.
Couldn't agree more. It's about celebrating those aha moments, not getting hung up on perfection.
So we've covered a lot of practical tips, practice immersion feedback, but learning a language can be an emotional roller coaster too. Any advice on staying motivated when it feels overwhelming?
Motivation is key. Remember why you started learning English in the first place. What are your goals? Focus on those and celebrate every step you take towards them, no matter how small.
It's like giving yourself a high five for every step forward, no matter how small.
Exactly.
And it's about finding joy in the process, right? Not turning it into a chore.
Absolutely. If you're not enjoying it, you're less likely to stick with it.
Find ways to make learning fun, whether it's through games, music, or connecting with other learners.
So we've talked about mastering these essential words, but how does it all fit into the bigger picture of communication? What's the long-term payoff?
Think of it this way. These 100 words are like the foundation of a house. Once you have that strong base, you can build upon it with more complex vocabulary and grammar.
So it's about creating a framework
Right.
for expressing yourself clearly and confidently no matter the situation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And as your language skills grow, so does your ability to connect with people from different cultures, explore new ideas, and navigate a world that's increasingly interconnected.
It's like unlocking a whole new level
Yeah.
of understanding and engagement with the world around us. Pretty amazing for a set of seemingly simple words. It is, isn't it? They might be small, but they're the building blocks of something much bigger.
All right, let's take a moment to absorb all that we've discussed. We've talked about putting these words into practice, finding ways to stay motivated, and understanding how this journey impacts our overall communication. What's resonating with you most strongly right now?
I think what stands out to me is this idea that language learning isn't just about accumulating knowledge.
Okay.
It's about a deeper kind of self-discovery and cultural exploration. It's about realizing that the way we use language shapes our understanding of the world and ourselves.
That's a powerful thought.
Yeah.
It's not just about learning words. It's about expanding our perspectives and connecting with something larger than ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it so exciting. Every new word, every conversation is an opportunity for growth and understanding.
So from these foundational words to the broader impact of language learning, we've covered a lot of ground. Now, I want to shift gears a bit. We've talked about communication in a general sense, but what about the art of storytelling? How do these essential words play a role in crafting compelling narratives?
That's an interesting angle. It's easy to overlook, but these simple words are the very building blocks of stories. We use them to describe characters, settings, actions, emotions, all the elements that bring a narrative to life.
It's like a writer's palette, mixing and matching these essential colors to create a vivid picture.
Yeah,
Even with a limited vocabulary, you can still tell a powerful story.
absolutely. Think of those classic fairy tales that have been passed down for generations. They often rely on simple language, yet they convey profound messages that resonate across cultures.
Like Little Red Riding Hood, right? Wolf Wood's grandmother basket. Such
Yeah.
simple words,
Right.
but woven together, they create a tale that's both timeless and captivating.
Exactly. It demonstrates the power of storytelling to transcend language barriers and connect with us on a fundamental human level.
But storytelling isn't just about fairy tales, is it?
No.
It's something we do every day, whether we're sharing anecdotes with friends or presenting ideas at work.
You're right. Storytelling is woven into the fabric of our lives. It's how we make sense of the world, connect with others, and share our experiences.
And the words we choose, even these seemingly simple essential words, have the power to shape those stories and influence how they're received.
Absolutely. The right word can evoke a specific emotion, create a vivid image, or draw your listener in.
So we've established that these essential words are crucial for storytelling. But I'm curious about the influence of culture on narrative. Do different cultures approach storytelling in distinct ways?
Culture plays a huge role in how stories are told and interpreted. Every culture has its own unique traditions, values, and beliefs, and these are reflected in their storytelling styles.
So it's not just about the words themselves, but the cultural context surrounding those words.
Precisely. What might be considered a humorous anecdote in one culture could be perceived as offensive or inappropriate in another.
It highlights the importance of cultural sensitivity and understanding, especially when engaging with stories from different parts of the world.
Absolutely. It's about respecting those differences and appreciating the diversity of human expression.
Okay, so we've talked about the essential words of storytelling and the influence of culture, but what about the role of personal experience?
Yeah.
How do our individual journeys shape the stories we tell?
Our personal experiences are the raw materials of our stories. They provide the emotions, the insights, the unique perspectives that make our narrative authentic and relatable.
It's like each of us carries a library of stories within us waiting to be shared.
Right.
And as we learn and grow, those stories evolve and take on new meaning.
Exactly. Our stories are constantly being shaped and reshaped by our interactions with the world.
So from fairy tales to personal anecdotes, we've seen how these essential words form the foundation of storytelling. But what about the role of imagination? How does our creative faculty enhance and enrich our narratives?
Imagination is the spark that ignites our stories. It allows us to transcend the boundaries of reality and create worlds and characters that exist only in our minds.
It's like having a superpower. We can use words to conjure up entire universes and invite others to explore them with us.
And the more we cultivate our imaginations, the more vibrant and compelling our stories become.
Okay, so we've explored the role of essential words in storytelling, examining the influence of culture, personal experience, and imagination. But how does engaging with stories, whether reading them or creating them, impact our understanding of the world and ourselves?
Storytelling is a powerful tool for fostering empathy and understanding. When we step into the shoes of characters and experience the world through their eyes, we develop a deeper appreciation for different perspectives.
It's like a bridge that connects us to the hearts and minds of others, even those who might seem very different from ourselves.
Exactly. Through stories, we can explore complex themes, challenge our assumptions, and expand our capacity for compassion.
Now that's a powerful takeaway. As we wrap up this segment of our deep dive, what final thoughts would you like to share about the profound connection between essential words and the art of storytelling?
Remember, storytelling is a fundamental human impulse. It's how we connect, share knowledge, and make sense of the world around us. Even with a limited vocabulary, you can weave compelling narratives that resonate with others. Embrace the power of storytelling and let your voice be heard.
That's a beautiful message.
Yeah.
It's a reminder that we're all storytellers at heart, and that language, even in its simplest forms, is a powerful tool for connecting with others and sharing our experiences.
Precisely. And as we continue our journey of language learning, we're not just expanding our vocabulary, we're expanding our capacity for understanding empathy and connection.
Okay, we've explored the depths of these essential words, their role in communication, and their power in storytelling. Now I'm eager to shift our focus to something a bit more practical. let's dive into some strategies for actually incorporating these words into our daily lives and making them a natural part of our conversations. Okay, so it feels like we've been on this incredible journey, right? From the nitty-gritty of individual words to the grand scope of storytelling and cultural exchange.
Yeah, it's fascinating how it all comes together.
Right.
We started with what seemed like basic vocabulary, and now we're talking about shaping our understanding of the world.
Exactly. It's like those 100 words were just the tip of the iceberg, and we've been diving deeper and deeper into this vast ocean of language. So where do we go from here? How do we actually put this knowledge into practice beyond the tips we've already discussed?
Well, one common challenge I think a lot of people face is feeling overwhelmed
Yeah.
by the sheer number of words out there.
Right.
My advice, don't try to learn everything at once. Start small. Maybe focus on a few words from each category each day.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like building a mosaic, one tiny piece at a time.
Yeah.
Eventually you step back and there's this beautiful, complex picture.
That's a great analogy.
And don't underestimate the power of repetition. Use those new words in different contexts. Write them down, say them out loud. The more you engage with them, the more they'll stick.
Repetition is key.
Yeah, it's like creating a groove in your brain for each word.
Yep.
Making it easier to recall when you need it. But what about making sure those words aren't just floating around in isolation?
Right.
How do we really grasp their meaning?
Context is key. Instead of memorizing dictionary definitions, try learning new words within phrases and sentences. See how they function in real-life situations.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like learning a dance move.
Uh-huh.
You don't just practice the step in isolation, you incorporate it into the flow of the entire routine.
Exactly. And speaking of flow, the more you can actively use English, the better.
Right.
Don't be afraid to make mistakes. That's how we learn. Find opportunities to speak. Right. Even think in English.
So turn off the subtitles on your favorite show. Maybe try journaling in English, even if it's just a few sentences at first. Challenge yourself. But of course, it helps to have guidance along the way, right?
Absolutely. Feedback is crucial. Find a language partner, a tutor, or even just a friend who can offer corrections and suggestions. It's like having an extra set of eyes and ears to help you fine-tune your skills.
Because let's face it, sometimes we get so caught up in our own heads that we don't see the areas where we need to improve. But even with all the tips and strategies, language learning can be tough, especially when you hit those inevitable plateaus. How do we stay motivated?
You know, motivation is key. Remember why you started learning English in the first place. What are your goals? Focus on those and celebrate every step you take towards them, no matter how small.
Yeah, because it's easy to get discouraged, right? Especially when you compare yourself to others who seem to be progressing faster.
Comparison is the thief of joy, as they say. Focus on your own progress and find ways to make the learning process enjoyable for yourself.
So find those methods that resonate with you, whether it's watching movies, listening to music, or connecting with other learners online. Make it fun, and you're more likely to stick with it. And it's all worth it in the end, right?
Yeah.
What's the ultimate payoff of dedicating ourselves to mastering English?
Well, on a practical level, English fluency opens doors to a wider world travel career, opportunities, access to information and resources. But beyond that, it's about expanding your horizons, connecting with people from different cultures, and developing a deeper understanding of the world around you.
It's like you're not just learning a language, you're learning how to see the world through new eyes.
Precisely.
Okay.
And that's a gift that keeps on giving.
So we've covered a lot of ground today, from those initial 100 words to strategies for achieving fluency and understanding the transformative power of language. As we wrap up this episode, what's your final takeaway for our listeners?
Remember that language learning is a journey, not a destination. It's about embracing the challenges, celebrating the victories, and never losing sight of the joy of discovery.
Beautifully said. And even though our deep dive is ending, I hope this sparks a lifelong passion for exploring the wonders of the English language.
It's been a pleasure diving into this with you.
The pleasure was all mine. To everyone listening, thank you for joining us and happy learning. Okay, so let's be real for a sec. Small talk, right? It can be like the most awkward thing ever. Like when you're stuck in a situation and you know you should be chatting, but your mind just goes blank. Anyone else? Feel me on that. But get this. What if I told you that this deep dive could actually turn that dread into pure confidence? And we're going to do it using a source you'd never expect. A video script, get this, for people learning English.
I know, right? Sounds a little out there. But seriously, this script is full of stuff that goes way deeper than just language. It's like a secret masterclass in how humans connect, hidden inside an English lesson.
Okay, I got to admit, when you first mentioned this source, I was kind of like, how can something for total beginners help someone who's already fluent?
That's fair, totally. But the cool thing here is, by breaking small talk down into these simple steps, it actually shows you the psychology behind how we connect. Like, it's a cheat sheet for building rapport, even if you never needed help with English in the first place.
So it's more about understanding the, deeper game, not just memorizing lines.
Exactly. For example, the script makes a big deal about greetings and weather talk, stuff we might think is just filler.
Yeah, I always thought that stuff was kind of pointless.
Right. But they actually serve a super important purpose. Like, humans are literally wired to bond over shared experiences.
Okay.
Even something as simple as complaining about the heat or, whatever the weather's doing.
Okay, yeah, I guess I can see that.
It creates that instant common ground, that we're in this together feeling, which is huge for starting any kind of connection.
Wow, that's actually so true. I never thought about it that way.
And the script goes even further. Instead of those boring old greetings like, hi, how are you? It gives you phrases that fit the specific situation so you get a better response.
Oh, I like where this is going. Give me an example.
So say you're at a party. Instead of that robotic, hi, how are you? Try something like, what brings you here?
Way more interesting, right?
Way more. It's like you're actually interested, not just saying words. Exactly. It shows you're paying attention and they actually get to share something about themselves. It's what they call a strong bid in, like conversation analysis stuff. Each thing we say is a bid to connect.
Ooh, I'm digging this bidding concept. So we're all just out here trying to make the strongest bid to connect.
Totally. And this script is giving us all the winning moves. Another one they have is, instead of just saying nice weather, you could say something like, this weather's crazy, right?
It's like inviting the other person in on the joke. I like it. So it's making small talk feel, I don't know, less robotic. But what really stood out to me was the role-playing part.
Ah, yes. That's where the magic really happens. The people who made this script, they get it. Knowing the right words isn't enough. You got to actually practice using them. And role-playing is the best way to do that.
But what if you don't have someone to practice with? Isn't that kind of, I don't know, weird to do alone?
For sure. But you can totally do it in your head. It's called mental rehearsal. Basically, you just picture yourself in different situations.
Hold on. So you're saying, by just imagining myself rocking these small talk moments, I'm actually getting better at it in real life.
You got it. Might sound a little strange, but neuroscientists have found that when you rehearse something mentally, your brain fires up the same way it does when you're actually doing the thing.
No way. That's so cool. It's like training your brain for social situations, like a cheat code for confidence. I'm already feeling less terrified about networking events or, just parties in general.
It's crazy, right? How powerful our brains are. Like, this script really shows you how to use that power to, level up your social skills.
I like that, level up. So we've talked about greetings, weather talk, even practicing in your head. What else does this script have up its sleeve?
Okay, so one thing that really impressed me was the questions. They go way beyond those typical boring questions like, where are you from? Or what do you do? The usual suspects.
Yeah, those can be so snooze fest sometimes.
Right. Instead, they give you all these questions that are actually interesting, designed to, spark real conversations.
Okay, I'm all about those real conversations. Tell me more. Give me the good stuff.
So instead of asking, what do you do? Which can feel kind of like a job interview, they suggest asking, what do you like to do for fun?
I mean, that's a classic for a reason, right? It gets people talking about what they're actually passionate about.
Exactly. It's like you're inviting them to show you their real selves, not just their LinkedIn profile. And if you really want to go deeper, you could try something like, what's the most interesting thing you've done lately?
Ooh, I like that one. It's like a sneak peek into their adventures. You might even discover you have some cool stuff in common.
Totally. Plus, it shows you're actually curious about them, not just trying to fill the silence. And they even have specific questions for different situations. Like, if you're at a dinner party, you could ask, have you tried any good restaurants lately?
Perfect. Everyone loves talking about food. Instant conversation starter, right there.
It's true. It's something we can all relate to, like enjoying a good meal. Okay, so we've covered greetings, weather talk, asking interesting questions, even mental rehearsal. But what about when you're ready to, make your escape? Does the script help with that too?
Yeah, like how do you end a conversation without being rude?
Don't worry, they got you covered. They have a bunch of different closing phrases depending on the situation. From a simple, it was nice talking to you, to something more like, hey, we should grab coffee sometime.
Oh, I love that they include those follow-up suggestions.
Yeah.
Sometimes you really do click with someone, and it's good to have a way to, keep things going.
Exactly. It shows you're like confident and interested, which is always a good look. And even if they can't meet up, it still leaves a good impression. Like they'll remember you as someone who actually wanted to connect.
Yeah, it's like planting a seed, right? You never know where those initial conversations might lead. What about those times when you just need a quick, casual exit, though, like you're running late or something?
No problem. They have those too. They suggest things like catch you later or have a great day. Those are perfect for keeping it light and friendly without feeling like you have to like hang around forever.
Okay, so whether you're aiming for a lifelong friendship or just a quick chat, it sounds like this script has given us a whole toolbox for navigating the social world.
Yeah. It's like they took all the guesswork out of small talk and gave us a clear path to follow. It's pretty amazing.
And what's so cool is that this script, even though it's for people learning English, it actually shows us some really deep things about human connections, like a reminder that we all want to feel understood, even in those little everyday conversations.
So true. And I think that's what makes this deep dive so valuable. We're not just learning phrases, we're learning about what makes us human and how even a short conversation can make a difference, like create a ripple effect.
It's like we're seeing the world through a whole new lens now, right?
Yeah.
And that brings us to the best part, putting it all into practice. We've talked about a lot today, the different phases of small talk, how to make a bid for connection, even practicing in your head. But now it's your turn, dear listener. Take these ideas and make them your own.
Yes. This is where the real transformation happens. We've given you the tools. Now it's up to you to use them. And remember, you don't have to be perfect. The goal isn't to become some kind of small talk robot.
Exactly. Be yourself, be genuine, and use these techniques to connect with people in a real way. So let's recap the top 3 things we've learned from this unexpected deep dive into, well, mastering small talk. First, small talk isn't just random. There's a structure you can follow to make those conversations flow.
Second, the words you use actually matter. This script has given us tons of phrases that are interesting, thoughtful, and perfect for different situations.
And third, practice, practice, practice. Whether you're practicing in your head or even role-playing with a friend, the more you do it, the more confident and natural you'll become.
It really is like freeing, right?
Yeah.
Knowing you have these tools, it takes away that fear of like messing up or saying the wrong thing.
For sure. It's like having this, I don't know, secret weapon for social situations. And honestly, the biggest thing I'm taking away from this is small talk doesn't have to be something you dread. It can actually be like fun, a way to connect with people,
100%. What about you? What's sticking with you from all this? What did you find most helpful from looking at this script?
It's funny. I think what resonated most was realizing that everyone, even people who seem super outgoing, they've probably felt that awkwardness too. This script shows that small talk is a skill, like something you can learn and get better at, just like anything else.
Right. It's not like some people are born knowing how to do it and others aren't.
Exactly. It takes so much pressure off. You can just approach those conversations with curiosity, like a little game. Just see what happens.
I love that. A little game. It really can be like an adventure.
Yeah.
Discovering something new about someone, even if it's just a tiny thing.
And it reminds you that even those small moments, a quick chat, a smile, they can all make a difference. It's like we're all connected in this big web, and every conversation adds to that,
Absolutely. So as we wrap up this deep dive into, well, the surprisingly interesting world of small talk, I want to leave you with this. Think about the next time you are in a situation where you know there's going to be some small talk. Maybe it's a party or a work event, even just grabbing coffee. What are you most excited to try out from all the stuff we talked about?
Such a good question.
Yeah.
And hey, remember, it doesn't have to be perfect, okay? Just be yourself, be genuine, and see what happens. You might be surprised how fun and even meaningful those small conversations can be. So go out there and conquer the world of small talk. We believe in you. Hey everyone, and welcome to another deep dive. Today we're going to be looking at idioms for expressing feelings.
Oh yeah, idioms. Those are fun.
Yeah, and I think they can be kind of tricky to learn, especially for people who are, learning English as a second language.
Definitely.
So we're going to try to break them down and make them a little bit easier to understand. And we're going to be using this awesome source material that's organized by emotion.
That's smart.
Yeah. So we'll start with happiness, then we'll move on to sadness, anger, love, and affection, and even embarrassment and shame.
Wow, the whole gamut.
Yeah, the whole emotional roller coaster. So buckle up and get ready for a fun ride.
I'm excited.
Me too.
Oop.
Okay, so let's dive right in and start with happiness.
Okay.
One of the most common idioms for happiness is over the moon. Like, I was over the moon when I got the job.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But where does that even come from? Like, is there really someone living on the moon who's just like super happy all the time?
Uh-huh. Well, some linguists think it might actually be connected to that image of the man on the moon from folklore. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like happiness just launches you right up there with it.
Oh, never thought of it that way. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so another classic happiness idiom is tickled pink. Like, I was tickled pink when I received that unexpected gift.
It's a cute one.
Yeah, but it kind of sounds a little old-fashioned to me.
You know, it is an older idiom. It actually dates back to the 19th century.
Really?
Yeah. And get this, it used to be tickled pink and blue.
Pink and blue.
Yeah. No one really knows why the blue got dropped, but maybe it
Yeah.
just didn't sound as good.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to another idiom that I feel like I use all the time. On cloud nine.
Oh, yeah, another classic.
Yeah, like I was on cloud nine after my vacation.
It really captures that feeling of pure bliss.
Yeah, like you're just floating on air.
Well, funnily enough, even Cloud 9 has its roots in something pretty practical, meteorology.
Meteorology, you mean like the weather?
Exactly. Early weather maps used to number cloud formations, and the highest, most impressive type was number 9. Wow, so being on Cloud 9 is like being at the top of the weather chart.
Pretty much. It symbolizes peak happiness.
That's amazing. I never knew that.
Yeah, idioms can come from the most unexpected places.
Okay, so we've covered over the moon, tickled pink, and on Cloud 9. What other happiness idioms do we have in our source material?
Let's see. We have in high spirits and walking on air.
Ooh, I like walking on air. It really paints a picture.
Yeah, it emphasizes that light, buoyant feeling of intense happiness.
But would you ever use walking on air in a formal setting?
That's a good question. Probably not. It might sound a little too casual.
Yeah, like you wouldn't say, I'm walking on air about this business deal.
Right, exactly. It's all about matching your language to the situation.
So it's kind of like choosing the right outfit for the occasion.
Exactly. You wouldn't wear a ball gown to the grocery store.
True, very true. Okay, so before we move on to sadness, is there anything else we should keep in mind about these happiness idioms?
Well, I think it's important to remember that they often have slightly different shades of meaning.
Oh, like what do you mean?
Well, for example, over the moon implies a more intense, almost ecstatic happiness,
Right.
while tickled pink suggests a gentler, more playful kind of delight.
So it's not just about knowing the definition, it's about understanding the nuance.
Exactly. It's like choosing the right spice to add to your dish.
I like that analogy.
Yeah.
So we're not just learning words, we're becoming language chefs.
Exactly.
I love it. Okay, so now that we've explored the sunny side of things, are you ready to dive into the blue hues of sadness?
Let's do it.
All right, bring on the tissues.
All right, so we're ready to dive into sadness idioms.
Yeah, let's get those tissues ready.
Haha. All right, well, let's start with a really common one, down in the dumps. Like, I've been feeling down in the dumps ever since I lost my job.
Yeah, that one's a classic. But I always wondered, does it actually have anything to do with being in a literal garbage dump?
Uh-huh. That's a good question. Well, some linguists believe it might come from the Dutch word damp.
Dump.
Yeah, it means dull or gloomy, so it's more about that heavy, listless feeling than an actual location. Huh.
Oh, that makes sense. So it's not about being surrounded by trash. It's about feeling like trash.
Pretty much.
Okay, another sadness idiom that uses color is feeling blue.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, but it seems a bit milder than down in the dumps, right?
You're right. Feeling blue usually suggests a more temporary sadness.
Like a passing cloud.
Exactly. While down in the dumps implies something a bit more persistent.
Like a storm cloud.
Yeah, good analogy. And it's interesting how colors can be so powerful in conveying emotions.
Makes me wonder if blue is associated with sadness in other cultures too.
That's a great point. Actually, in some cultures, yellow or even purple are associated with sadness.
Really?
Yeah, it just goes to show how language and culture are so intertwined.
Okay, so we've got 2 shades of blue sadness. What else do we have?
Well, there's a heavy heart.
Oh yeah, like she had a heavy heart after her grandmother passed away.
Exactly. It uses that physical weight metaphor to convey a deep sadness, often associated with loss.
That's powerful.
Yeah. And then we have crying over spilled milk.
Oh yeah, my mom used to say that one all the time.
It's a classic. But it can be a bit controversial, right?
Yeah, like what if the milk was really important?
Haha. Well, the point of the idiom isn't really about the milk. It's about accepting what's happened and moving on.
So don't dwell on the past?
Right. It's about focusing on the future.
Okay, that makes sense. What's the last sadness idiom we have?
Let's see. It's hit rock bottom.
Oh, that one sounds pretty intense.
Yeah. It's definitely reserved for those moments of utter despair and hopelessness.
Like when you feel like there's nowhere lower to go.
Exactly. It's the emotional equivalent of being at the very bottom of a deep, dark pit.
Okay, well, we've certainly explored the full spectrum of sadness with these idioms.
Yeah, from those fleeting blue moments to the crushing weight of despair.
I'm ready for a little pick-me-up now.
Yeah.
How about we move on to some more heartwarming idioms?
Sounds good to me. Let's explore the language of love and affection.
Okay, I'm feeling a little warmer and fuzzier already.
Or,
All right, so we've made it through the ups and downs, the highs and lows of all these emotion idioms.
yeah, quite a range, right?
Yeah. And you know what I think is really cool? How these idioms, they really add a lot of like personality to the language.
Definitely. They're like little bursts of color.
Exactly. It's not just like saying I'm happy. It's like I'm on cloud nine.
Right. It's so much more expressive.
Yeah. And it's not just about memorizing a bunch of phrases either. It's about understanding like the nuances,
Oh, for sure. The origin.
the context, all that stuff.
Yeah, like you wouldn't use kick the bucket to describe someone winning the lottery.
No, definitely not. That'd be a bit confusing.
Yeah, so it's about choosing the right idiom for the right situation.
It's like having a whole toolkit of expressions.
Exactly. And the more you use them, the more comfortable you'll become.
Practice makes perfect.
Exactly. And you know what? Even if you make a mistake, it's not the end of the world.
That's right.
Just laugh it off
Yeah, language is all about having fun.
and experimenting.
Exactly. So as we wrap up this deep dive, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I guess I just hope that people will walk away from this with a new appreciation for idioms.
Yeah.
They're really powerful tools for communication.
And don't forget, language is always changing.
Oh, for sure.
So keep your ears open. You might hear some brand new idioms out there.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe you'll even invent one yourself.
That's a great thought. Okay, well, that about wraps up our deep dive into idioms for expressing feelings.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
And we'll catch you next time for another linguistic adventure. All right, welcome to another deep dive. And today we're diving headfirst into the world of English idioms.
The phrases that, well, they make you sound like you really know what you're talking about.
Like you're not just learning from a textbook.
Exactly.
We're working with a script, actually, from an English lesson all about these advanced phrases.
And rather than just running through all of them, we thought it would be fun to pick out some of the most colorful ones.
Yeah, the ones that really make you go, that's a cool way to say that.
And try to understand not just what they mean, but like how they work, what makes them tick.
Okay, so the first one that jumped out at me, I mean, who doesn't love a good secret? But then you've got someone like begging you to spill the beans.
Right. Yes, spill the beans. It's all about revealing a secret or a surprise.
Yeah, and it's not just about giving away the information.
No, there's a sense of anticipation, a little bit of mischief maybe even.
Right, like imagine you're planning a surprise party
Oh, yeah?
and everyone's trying so hard to keep it quiet. But you can just see the excitement bubbling over. And that's when you say, come on, spill the beans. Who else is in on this?
Exactly. And you know, the funny thing is spill the beans, it actually has a really interesting history.
Oh, does it?
It goes all the way back to ancient Greece, where voting, believe it or not, was often done using beans. White beans meant yes, and black beans meant no.
Oh, wow.
So if you, say, accidentally knocked over the container,
You'd be revealing the results, literally spilling the beans.
you got it. I mean, isn't that fascinating? Each of these little phrases,
Yeah.
it's like a little window into the past.
Yeah. Speaking of the past, this next one, by the skin of your teeth. I mean, that just paints such a vivid picture in my mind.
It does, and it means barely escaping disaster. You know, achieving something, but only just...
Yeah, like by the narrowest margin possible.
I always picture someone like sprinting to catch a train just as the doors are closing.
Oh, yeah. And they make it on it just barely.
Out of breath, heart pounding.
Yeah, and there's this incredible feeling of relief.
That sense of, I can't believe I made it.
Right, like against all odds.
And it's something, you know, we all connect with.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We love those stories of close calls and narrow escapes.
Okay, this next phrase isn't quite as triumphant. In fact, it's kind of brutal. Throw someone under the bus,
Yeah, this one definitely has a darker edge to it.
doesn't it? It implies betrayal, right? Like to save yourself.
Exactly, often at the expense of someone else.
Like in a really cutthroat environment.
You see it a lot, unfortunately, in workplaces, maybe even just in social situations.
Yeah, those times when you need to protect your own reputation, even if it means sacrificing someone else.
Right.
Not a pretty picture. Like taking credit for someone else's work or blaming them for your own mistakes.
Yeah, definitely not a compliment to be thrown under the bus.
Not at all. Okay, let's lighten the mood a bit. What about barking up the wrong tree? I mean, I can't help but smile when I hear that one.
It's such a great visual, isn't it?
It is. Like picturing this dog just going crazy at the base of a tree.
And meanwhile, the squirrel is like way off in the bushes somewhere.
Totally oblivious.
And it's a perfect metaphor for, well, pursuing a mistaken course of action.
Like you're totally on the wrong track.
Yeah, but what I love is the tone. It's often delivered with a kind of a playful, gentle nudge.
It's like, hey, I think you might want to rethink this one, buddy.
Exactly. Speaking of wrong tracks, have you ever noticed how bad luck seems to come in waves?
Oh, yeah. It's like when it rains, it pours.
And that's where add insult to injury comes in.
It's like the universe is piling on.
It is. You lose your keys, your phone dies, you miss the bus, all in the same morning.
It's like, come on, give me a break.
And this phrase really gets at that feeling of, a bad situation becoming even worse.
Like a little extra kick while you're already down.
And I think even though it's describing something negative, there's a certain humor in it.
There is. It's like finding the absurdity in the midst of chaos.
Exactly. Okay, let's shift gears a little bit and talk about some phrases that are, well, a bit more about everyday life, like run-of-the-mill.
This one's all about the ordinary, the unremarkable.
Yeah, your average Tuesday afternoon kind of stuff.
Nothing special, just the usual.
But there's something to be said for the ordinary.
There is. Like, it's not always about the big, exciting things, right?
Right. Sometimes it's the familiar, the comfortable that we really crave.
Like that local coffee shop you always go to.
Yeah.
Nothing fancy, but it's just...
Right? Exactly. Now, on the flip side, we have a dime a dozen.
Oh, this one's interesting. So this means something is super common, right?
Extremely common, and therefore not very valuable.
It's like those trends that everyone jumps on for 5 minutes and then forgets about.
Oh, yeah. Like, remember fidget spinners?
Oh my gosh, yes. Those were everywhere and then poof, gone.
A dime a dozen.
Yeah.
And it makes you think, do we value things less when they're easy to get?
That's a good point. Maybe it's a reminder to appreciate what we have, even the simple things.
Right. Because what's common to one person might be a treasure to another.
Absolutely. Well said.
Okay, so speaking of valuing what we have, sometimes we need to, hit the ground running.
Ah, yes. Hit the ground running.
Yeah.
This one's all about starting strong.
Right. Being ready to go from the get-go. Full speed ahead.
Like starting a new job or launching a big project.
It's that feeling of, I'm prepared, I'm motivated, and I'm going to give it my all.
Yeah. You're not wasting any time.
No hesitation. And I think there's a real sense of enthusiasm in this phrase.
I agree. It's about being excited to tackle a challenge.
It really is. Okay, I think we have time for one more before we take a little break.
Okay, let's go for it.
So this one is, well, it's about reaching a breaking point. You know that moment when you've just had enough?
The last straw. I know exactly what you mean.
That's the one, that final incident that just pushes you over the edge.
I think you've been putting up with something for ages, and then bam, there's one little thing and you snap.
It's the straw that breaks the camel's back, as they say.
And it could be anything, right?
Yeah.
Like a series of small annoyances that just build up.
Or one big thing that just sends you over the edge.
And it's a reminder, I think, that we all have our limits.
Absolutely. Sometimes you just gotta say, enough is enough.
Well, we'll be back in a moment with even more of these fascinating English phrases.
We're just getting started.
So stay tuned.
All right, welcome back to the deep dive. We are uncovering all the mysteries behind these colorful English phrases.
Yeah, these sayings that we use all the time, but maybe haven't really stopped to think about.
Right, like where they come from.
Yeah, or what they really mean.
Exactly.
Okay, so next up we have one that I think everyone can relate to, up in the air.
Ah, yes. Up in the air. It's that feeling of uncertainty. Like when things are undecided, plans are on hold. You're just kind of waiting to see what happens.
It's that feeling of like limbo, almost.
Yeah, it is. Like imagine you're waiting to hear back about a job offer or like a college acceptance.
Oh yeah, those are definitely up in the air moments.
Big time. And your whole life kind of feels like it's hanging in the balance.
It really does. It's nerve-wracking.
But also, there's a sense of possibility too. Things could go either way.
That's true. It could be good or bad. We just don't know yet.
Exactly. Okay, this next phrase, it's not quite as lighthearted. A tough pill to swallow.
Ooh. Yeah, this one is about facing reality, even when it's hard.
Like accepting something you don't want to accept.
But you have to.
Eh.
Like, what if your favorite band broke up?
Oof. Yeah, that would be...
That would be a tough pill to swallow.
For sure, especially if you're a diehard fan.
Right. Or what if you're really hoping for a promotion, but it goes to someone else?
Oh yeah, those are those moments where it's like, ugh, okay. got to deal with this.
And sometimes those tough pills, they force us to grow.
That's true. Maybe it's a chance to discover something new, a new path.
Yeah, sometimes you got to close one door to open another one, right?
Absolutely. Okay, so this next phrase always makes me think of those like epic movie montage scenes, where the hero is training and getting ready for the big challenge.
Oh, pull out all the stops. That's a good one.
That's it. It's about giving something your absolute all, putting in maximum effort.
Yeah, like you're holding nothing back.
Right. Imagine you're planning a huge event like a wedding or a big fundraiser.
You could pull out all the stops to make it amazing.
You got it. It's about going above and beyond, exceeding expectations.
Yeah. No half measures here.
Right. Okay, this next one just conjures up such a vivid image, caught red-handed.
It's like something straight out of a detective movie.
It is. You can practically see the scene, the culprit standing there, the evidence right there in their hands.
There's no denying it, no escape.
They're busted. And there's something about that, that moment of being caught. It's just so dramatic.
Yeah, like the jig is up.
It speaks to our fascination with justice, We want to see the truth revealed.
Okay, so let's talk about go the extra mile. This one's all about effort, isn't it?
It is. It's about going above and beyond what's expected, putting in that extra effort.
Not just doing the bare minimum.
No, it's about exceeding expectations, showing that you really care.
Like if a coworker stays late to help you with a project.
Even though they don't have to.
Yeah, that's definitely going the extra mile.
It can be the little things too, like taking the time to really listen to someone.
Or offering to help out when you see someone struggling.
Exactly. It's about being thoughtful, considerate.
Yeah, those little acts of kindness that make a big difference.
Absolutely. And lastly, we have a phrase that perfectly captures, the power of trends.
Jump on the bandwagon.
Yeah.
This one's about joining the crowd, right?
It is. It's about embracing something that's popular, maybe a new trend, a movement.
Like when a new song comes out and suddenly everyone's listening to it.
Or a new fashion trend emerges and everyone's wearing it.
Yeah, it's like this irresistible force that pulls people in.
And while it can sometimes have a negative connotation, like, oh, you're just following the crowd.
Right.
But it also speaks to this human need to belong.
Yeah, to be part of something bigger than ourselves.
It's fascinating, isn't it? That tension between individuality and conformity.
It really is. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here with these 15 phrases.
We have. And it makes you realize just how much richness and depth there is in everyday language.
Yeah, we use these phrases all the time, but maybe we haven't really stopped to appreciate the stories they tell.
The history, the imagery, the emotions they evoke.
It's amazing. But before we wrap up, we have one final thought-provoking question for you.
All right, let's hear it.
What new phrases do you think will emerge in the future? What words and expressions will capture the essence of our times? That's a question that really makes you think, doesn't it?
It does.
As we wrap up our deep dive into these fascinating phrases,
Yeah.
it really gets you wondering, what will people be saying 100 years from now?
Right. Like what new expressions will they come up with?
Especially with all the technology changing so fast.
Oh, yeah. Like imagine the phrases that might come out of the metaverse or, space travel.
Ooh, space travel. That's a good one.
Like,
We might start saying things like, oh man, I'm feeling so meta-fatigued, or, oh, my avatar needs a serious style upgrade.
I love it.
Or like, imagine phrases inspired by space travel.
Oh, yeah. Like, let's blast off to that new restaurant.
Oh.
Or that movie was a total black hole of boredom.
Oh, that's a good one.
Right.
And it's not just about new words.
Right. Not at all.
Like, think about how the meaning of viral has completely changed because of social media.
Oh, absolutely. That's a perfect example.
So these phrases, they're not static. They evolve along with us.
That's what makes language so fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. So as we conclude our deep dive today, I think the biggest takeaway is to stay curious.
Right. Keep your ears open.
Exactly. Pay attention to the way people are speaking, the new words they're using, the creative ways they're expressing themselves.
Yeah. And don't be afraid to experiment with your own language, too.
Right. Try out some of these phrases we've talked about, see how they feel.
You might even invent some new phrases of your own.
You never know. Because language is all about communication, connection, and creativity, right?
Absolutely.
So go out there and have fun with it.
Happy language exploring.
All right, so are you ready to dive into some seriously cool stuff with me today?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Okay, awesome, because we are going deep into a 20-minute lesson plan. And this one is all about helping you master intros.
Yeah.
Like when you meet someone new.
Oh, yeah.
And sharing your experiences, like how to tell a captivating story. It's all about boosting that conversational charisma so you can ditch those awkward silences and connect with people like a pro.
You know what I find really interesting about this plan? It's not just about memorizing lines or, like a script.
Yeah.
It's about understanding like the psychology behind a truly great introduction.
Oh, totally.
And they really walk you through it step by step from like warming up those conversational muscles to actually role-playing scenarios. So it's like you're not just learning the theory.
Right.
You're building real confidence in those practical skills you can actually use out in the wild.
I love that. And you know what else I love?
Right.
How they kick things off with an icebreaker activity.
Uh-huh.
It's so simple, but so clever. Okay, so picture this. You pair up with someone and you share a unique fact about yourself, something that most people wouldn't guess. Like a little treasure hunt of personal trivia, right?
I like that.
So what's something most people wouldn't guess about you?
Oh, wow. Putting me on the spot already.
Exactly.
I don't know. Maybe I used to be a competitive ballroom dancer.
No way.
Yeah, it's true.
See, that's what I'm talking about. It gets you thinking, and it's a fantastic way to break the ice without feeling like all eyes are on you,
It's true, and it subtly shifts everyone's mindset from feeling like, oh gosh, I have to perform or say something super clever.
Exactly.
You're realizing that, hey, everyone has something interesting to share. It creates this instant sense of camaraderie, and it sets the stage for, more genuine sharing as the conversation goes on.
It's like a warm-up for your soul.
I like that.
So, okay, you're all warmed up, feeling good. Now it's time to level up your vocabulary.
Okay.
This plan introduces 5 advanced expressions that, let's be honest, make you sound incredibly sophisticated. It's like giving your intros a linguistic makeover.
Love it.
So the first one is, I hail from.
Ooh, fancy.
Now, doesn't that sound so much more intriguing than just saying I'm from?
Definitely paints a more vivid picture.
Right.
Instead of just stating a location, you're evoking a sense of origin and background.
Yes.
Remember the example they used?
Uh-huh.
I hail from a small town nestled in the rolling hills of Tuscany.
Oh, stop it.
Suddenly, you're not just from Italy, you're from a place with history, with charm. Maybe even some delicious pasta.
I'm already picturing the vineyards.
Right.
And it's not just about sounding fancy. It's about being memorable. Which brings us to the next phrase I'm passionate about. It's engaging, and it tells people what lights you up.
What's interesting here is that it's not just about listing hobbies.
Yeah.
It's about conveying your enthusiasm and even hinting at the values that drive you.
That's a good point.
So, for example, instead of saying, I like photography,
Right.
you could say, I'm passionate about capturing the fleeting beauty of everyday moments.
Ooh, I like that.
It adds depth and personality.
It's like you're not just taking pictures. You're an artist capturing those little moments in time.
Exactly.
Now, this next phrase is a conversation starter. One thing that shaped me was it's an invitation to share a pivotal moment in your life and show how you've evolved.
It's a powerful way to create a connection by revealing a piece of your personal journey. And it doesn't have to be, some grand life-altering event.
Right.
The example they use is, one thing that shaped me was learning to play the guitar as a teenager.
Oh.
It's relatable, it's intriguing, and it makes you want to know more.
It's like a sneak peek into the experiences that have made you who you are today.
Exactly.
And for those of us who like to explore different interests I've dabbled in.
Ooh, I like that one.
It's a more playful way to acknowledge experiences that might not define you, but have still enriched your life,
Yeah, I think this phrase is particularly useful in more informal settings. It allows you to showcase your curiosity and willingness to try new things without feeling like you have to be an expert in everything.
Oh, totally.
Imagine saying, I've dabbled in pottery, and let's just say I'm much better at appreciating art than creating it. A little self-deprecating humor, which can instantly put people at ease.
That's a great point. Humor can be such a powerful tool for connection.
It really can.
Now, this last phrase is all about self-awareness. If I had to describe myself in 3 words.
Oh, this is a tough one.
Talk about a challenge, right? It forces you to distill your essence and think critically about how you want to present yourself to the world.
It's a great exercise in personal branding.
It is.
The example they give is curious, creative, and compassionate.
Nice.
And notice how these words not only describe personality traits, but also suggest values and a way of approaching the world.
It's like a mini mission statement for your life.
Exactly.
Okay, so we've got this arsenal of impressive vocabulary, but how do we actually use it to craft a killer introduction?
That's the big question, right?
Well, that's where the guided practice section comes in.
Okay.
This is where they give you a structured template and an example introduction that flows beautifully.
I love a good template.
Me too. Because, sometimes you just need that little bit of structure.
This template is so valuable because it helps you avoid those dreaded ums and ahs, the ones that can creep in.
Oh, yeah.
And make you sound less confident.
Totally.
It provides a framework to follow so your thoughts can flow more naturally, making you sound polished and prepared.
It's like having training wheels for your conversation.
Aha. I love that.
And the example they give, it's golden. It goes something like this. Hi, I'm Elena. I hail from sunny Barcelona, Spain. Currently, I'm working as a software engineer for a startup. One thing that shaped me was traveling solo for 6 months through Southeast Asia. If I had to describe myself in 3 words, I'd say I'm curious, adventurous, and a bit of a coffee fanatic.
I love how effortlessly it weaves those advanced phrases in. You get a sense of Elena's personality, her background, even a hint of her values, all in a few sentences.
It's like a condensed movie trailer for Elena's life.
Right. So concise, engaging makes you want to learn more.
Exactly. Okay, introductions. Check. Now let's talk storytelling, the heart of good conversation.
This is where we go beyond just stating facts. We start weaving them into a compelling narrative, right?
Yes. And the lesson plan breaks it down so well. A simple 3-part structure.
The start, middle, and end.
Which sounds obvious, but having that clear framework makes all the difference when you're trying to, hook people with your story.
It's like building a house. You need that solid foundation, the well-constructed frame, and the roof to tie it all together.
Love that analogy.
Yeah.
So for the start, you set the scene, introduce the characters.
Then in the middle, you describe the event, what made it significant.
And finally, at the end, you share the outcome and what you learned from the whole experience.
They use a great example of running a marathon to illustrate this.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
The story starts with the decision to run despite not being a runner at all.
Right.
The middle dives into those challenges, the self-doubt that come up during training.
And that feeling when you just want to give up.
Exactly. And then the end focuses on the triumph of crossing that finish line and that valuable lesson learned about pushing past your perceived limits.
See, it's such a relatable story because I think everyone has had those moments where they're like, I can't do this.
We've all been there.
But then you find that inner strength and you keep going. But what makes this story so effective is the details,
The details are everything.
Describing the feeling of wanting to quit at mile 18 or that overwhelming sense of accomplishment at the finish line.
Exactly. It's those details that bring the story to life and let the listener connect with the emotions behind it.
It's not just what happened, it's how it made you feel.
Right.
Okay, so structure, we got it. But what about delivery? How do we make sure our stories land with impact?
That's where the role-playing activity comes in.
Ooh, this is where the rubber meets the road.
Exactly. So the lesson plan has, you imagine you're at a networking event,
Okay.
And you have to introduce yourself and share a story or an interesting fact.
I can see how some people might be hesitant to role play.
Oh, for sure. It can feel awkward, especially if you're not used to putting yourself out there.
But isn't that kind of the point, to get comfortable with those feelings and develop the confidence to share your story, even when you're feeling a bit vulnerable?
Absolutely. It's like any skill, the more you practice, the more natural it becomes.
Yeah.
And the beauty of role-playing is that safe environment. You know, you can experiment, get feedback, refine your approach without the pressure of a real-life situation.
It's like a dress rehearsal before opening night.
Exactly. And speaking of wrapping things up, the lesson plan ends with reflection and homework. They encourage you to identify a phrase or technique you enjoyed using, even write a detailed introduction for the next class.
So it's like learning is an ongoing process.
Precisely. It's not just about memorizing a few phrases or practicing a couple introductions. It's about developing that growth mindset and constantly seeking ways to improve your communication skills.
You're always leveling up.
Exactly. This lesson plan gives you the tools, but it's up to you to keep using them and refining your approach over time.
What's really hitting me is that this lesson plan, it's not just about becoming a smooth talker.
Right.
It's about becoming a better communicator overall,
Oh, absolutely.
which honestly can benefit you in every single aspect of life.
Think about it. How many times have you struggled to articulate your thoughts or feelings,
All the time.
or felt like you weren't really connecting with someone?
Yeah.
This lesson plan gives you the tools to bridge those communication gaps and build stronger, more meaningful relationships.
It's funny, we often think of communication as something that just, happens
Yeah.
naturally, but it's really a skill.
It is.
And like any skill, it takes practice and intention to develop.
What I find fascinating is that even though we communicate all the time, constantly,
Yeah.
we rarely take the time to actually analyze how we do it.
That's so true.
This lesson plan encourages you to become more mindful of your communication style and to identify areas where you can improve.
So it's like having a personal trainer, but for your communication skills.
Exactly.
It helps you pinpoint your strengths, work on your weaknesses, and ultimately become a more confident and effective communicator.
And the best part is you can see the results in real time, you know? As you practice these techniques, you'll notice that conversations flow more easily, connections deepen, and misunderstandings become less frequent.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, let's leave our listener with a challenge.
Okay, I like it.
Don't just file this information away, put it into practice. I challenge you to try out one of these techniques today.
Yes, don't wait for the perfect opportunity. Start small.
Maybe you try out one of those power phrases at your next meeting,
Ooh, good one.
or share a story with a friend using that start, middle, and end structure we talked about.
Pay attention to how people respond. You might be surprised by the impact a few well-chosen words or a well-told story can have.
And most importantly, have fun with it. Communicating shouldn't feel like a chore. It should be an opportunity to connect, to share, and to express yourself authentically.
Every conversation is a chance to learn and grow. So embrace those opportunities and watch as your communication skills blossom.
You got this. We have absolute faith in your ability to become a more confident and engaging communicator. Until next time, happy connecting.
All right, welcome back to the deep dive. So, you're prepping for a trip, getting ready to travel.
Exciting.
Super exciting, right? You want to make sure you're ready, your English is all set to make the most of that experience.
Yeah.
So we are going on a deep dive into some essential travel vocabulary.
That's fun.
We've got a great resource here. It's nicely organized, breaks it down first by location,
Okay.
airport, hotel, restaurant, you name it. And then within each location, you've got beginner, intermediate, advanced.
I like that.
Yeah, it gives you options, right?
Yeah.
Plus, it even has some sample dialogue, so you can actually hear these phrases in action, hear how they're used.
That's a really practical approach.
Yeah.
Because honestly, learning a language for travel, it's not about, reciting grammar rules perfectly.
Yeah.
It's about confidently handling those real-world situations.
Exactly.
Right.
So let's picture ourselves. We're at the airport.
Okay.
Maybe a little overwhelming, even for seasoned travelers.
Oh, it's true. Busy place. Lots going on.
Yeah, so many people, different languages.
But even having a few basic phrases down can just make such a difference in how smoothly things go.
For sure.
Especially check-in, baggage claim.
Yeah.
Keeping it simple and direct avoids confusion.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what I love about these intermediate phrases? They cover those little things that just make a flight more comfortable.
It's that.
Like how to request an aisle seat.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one to have.
Yeah.
For sure. Nobody wants the middle seat on a long flight.
No, you don't. And speaking of potential stress points, knowing how to ask about excess baggage fees,
Oh, yeah.
that could save you some trouble, save you some money at the counter.
Definitely.
Yeah. Now, these advanced phrases, they really show you're a seasoned traveler,
Okay.
like confirming baggage allowances beforehand or, navigating that priority boarding process.
You've thought ahead. You're prepared.
Shows you're prepared, yeah. What stands out to you about the sample dialogues for this section?
Well, I think the one where you're asking about baggage allowance policy is good.
Yeah, okay. Let's try it out.
Okay.
Imagine you're at the check-in counter. Excuse me. Could you please confirm the baggage allowance policy for international flights?
Certainly. You're allowed 2 checked bags weighing up to 23 kilograms each.
Perfect. See, you're speaking the language of the airport. All right, so we've made it through check-in security. Let's fast forward. We've arrived at the hotel.
Okay.
This is another place where just clear communication can really elevate the experience.
For sure. At that beginner level, it's all about the essentials, right?
Yeah.
Checking in, getting your key,
Yeah.
figuring out when checkout is.
Yeah. And it's so important to have your reservation details handy too in case there's a mix-up.
Good point.
Now, we level up to the intermediate phrases. I'm seeing some really handy ones here,
Like what?
like asking if breakfast is included.
Oh, always a good one.
Key question. And, just don't be afraid to advocate for your needs, whether it's asking for extra towels, inquiring about amenities. Remember, being polite but assertive can make your stay more comfortable.
Absolutely.
Okay, now these advanced phrases.
All right.
Really impressive.
What do we got?
Requesting late checkout, inquiring about concierge services.
You're traveling in style.
You are. What I like about these phrases is that they show you're interested in more than just the basics,
Yeah.
Like asking for local attraction recommendations, it shows that you want to really experience the destination.
Like a local.
Yeah, like a local. All right, let's put some of these advanced phrases into action.
Okay.
Imagine you've just arrived at your hotel. You want to make the most of your stay.
Okay.
You walk up to the desk, you say, "Good evening, I have a reservation under your name, and if you have a moment, I'd love to get some recommendations for local attractions, especially anything within walking distance."
Of course. Here's your key. We also have this great map highlighting nearby points of interest. There's a fantastic local market just a few blocks away. I highly recommend checking it out.
Look at you, settling right in. You've mastered the airport, the hotel, but now I think it's time we talk about one of the best parts of any trip.
What's that?
Food.
Food, absolutely.
It's such an incredible window into a culture.
It is.
And even if your vocabulary is limited, having a few basic phrases can make your dining experiences so much more enjoyable.
For sure.
Ordering from a menu, asking about the price, just navigating those initial interactions can feel so much smoother.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how much a simple please and thank you can go, even if that's all the local language you know.
It does. It shows respect.
It does. It shows respect, a willingness to engage.
Yeah.
Now, these intermediate phrases, they're starting to get into some fun territory.
What are we talking about?
Like asking about the specialty of the house.
Oh, good one.
Right.
Yeah.
What a great way to try something new, something exciting.
You discover those hidden gems that way. Not always in the guidebooks.
You do. And requesting recommendations from your server,
Oh, yeah.
it shows that you're open to exploring local flavors.
It does. It shows a willingness to go beyond your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Which can lead to some amazing experiences.
Some really memorable culinary experiences. What are your thoughts on the advanced phrases in this section?
Well, I'm impressed with the level of detail here.
Yeah.
Handling dietary restrictions,
Yeah.
inquiring about wine pairings. You're a foodie expert.
You are.
It's great. And, even if you don't consider yourself a foodie, having a phrase ready for, if your steak's undercooked,
Oh, yeah.
that can be helpful. It's about
Yeah.
being able to communicate your needs clearly, but politely.
Yeah.
Even in a slightly awkward situation.
Yeah. And this sample dialogue is a perfect example of that. Let's imagine you're at a lovely restaurant, but you need to check about vegetarian options.
Okay.
Excuse me, are there any vegetarian options on the menu?
Yes, of course. We have a delightful lentil stew and a roasted vegetable pasta that are both quite popular.
So polite and helpful. Now, with our stomachs full, our confidence boosted, I think it's time we head out and explore the city.
Sounds like an adventure.
Yeah. This section is all about giving you the tools to navigate a new place with confidence. From basic directions to figuring out the best way to get somewhere, we've got you covered.
Great. Yeah, and sometimes those unexpected detours lead to the most interesting discoveries.
That's so true. Speaking of detours, I'm really curious about these intermediate phrases for asking about alternative routes or reporting delays. It's like you're anticipating the unexpected.
Exactly. Because, let's be real, travel rarely goes exactly according to plan.
Right.
Being able to adapt on the fly, that's crucial.
It is. What are your thoughts on the advanced phrases for this section?
Well, these definitely take things to the next level.
Yeah.
Booking private cars, understanding toll systems, even handling car rentals.
You're a transportation pro.
It's all about giving you that flexibility to explore a destination on your own terms.
I like.
Whether you're sticking to public transport or venturing off the beaten path, having these phrases in your toolkit, it can really empower you.
Okay, let's put our transportation vocabulary to the test.
All right.
Imagine we're at a bustling train station. We need to catch our next train.
Okay.
Excuse me, what time does the next train to your destination depart?
The next train departs from platform 5 at 10:15 a.m. Would you like me to show you where that is?
Wow, we're on our way. Now, we've tackled getting around, but there's another essential part of travel we need to talk about.
What's that?
Shopping.
Oh, yes.
Shopping.
It's such a fun way to experience a new place, whether you're browsing local markets for souvenirs or, seeking out those one-of-a-kind treasures.
Absolutely.
And this section has phrases for every kind of shopping experience, from, simple inquiries to those more nuanced interactions.
Even at that beginner level, having those essential phrases down can make a big difference.
Yeah.
Asking about prices, sizes, do they accept credit cards? It helps you navigate those initial exchanges. Yeah. And I think it's important to remember that, even if you don't speak the local language fluently, showing that you're making an effort to communicate respectfully, it can really enhance those interactions.
I agree.
It can. Now, the intermediate phrases, they're all about engaging with the shopping experience more deeply.
Okay.
Expressing interest, asking for assistance, even trying on clothes. It takes things to the next level.
Yeah.
I love how practical these phrases are. Let's be honest, we've all been in that situation where you need to ask, do you have this in a different size? Or can I try this on? Having those phrases ready can be a lifesaver.
It's true. It's about being able to communicate your needs clearly and confidently.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the advanced phrases here?
Well, these are for the true shopping aficionado. Bargaining, inquiring about specific items, even complimenting the craftsmanship.
You're a master negotiator.
And it's about more than just making a purchase.
Yeah.
It's about appreciating the artistry, the cultural significance behind the objects you're buying. Complimenting someone's work can create a special connection.
It's those little moments of human connection that can make a trip so memorable.
For sure.
Now, we've talked about a lot of positive travel scenarios, but it's also important to be prepared for those, just in case moments.
Right.
So let's talk about handling emergencies.
Okay, this is where clear, concise communication is absolutely crucial.
Yeah.
Knowing a few key phrases can make all the difference in getting the help you need, especially in a stressful situation.
Absolutely. At the beginner level, it's about mastering those essential phrases. Calling for help, explaining that you need a doctor, reporting a theft.
Right.
It's about knowing how to get your message across in those critical moments.
And even if you don't know a lot of, medical terminology,
Right.
being able to convey some basic information is so helpful.
It is. The intermediate phrases cover things like describing symptoms, explaining allergies, finding the nearest pharmacy.
It's like having a little mini first aid kit
Yes.
of essential phrases.
Ready to go. What stands out to you in the advanced phrases for this section?
Well, these phrases are about being prepared for, more complex medical situations,
Okay.
describing pre-existing conditions, requesting specific medications, even understanding insurance coverage.
Yeah.
It can really put your mind at ease.
It can. It's about being proactive and informed, which can be so empowering, especially when you're far from home.
Exactly.
So let's imagine a scenario where you need to seek medical attention.
Okay.
You walk up to the desk and you say, "Excuse me, I need to see a doctor. I'm feeling unwell and I think I might have a fever."
Certainly, I can help you with that. Is there a particular type of doctor you need to see?
See, having those phrases ready can make a potentially stressful situation so much more manageable.
Absolutely.
Now, let's shift gears and talk about something a little lighter.
Okay.
Social situations.
Ah, yes. Social interactions, such a vital part of travel.
They are. They allow you to connect with people, learn about different cultures, and create those lasting memories. And this section covers the whole spectrum of social interactions, from basic greetings to those more, in-depth conversations.
At the beginner level, it's all about those foundational phrases. Saying hello, introducing yourself, expressing basic courtesies.
Yeah.
Those are the building blocks of any social interaction.
They are, and I think it's easy to underestimate the power of those simple greetings. Even a warm smile and a hello can go a long way in establishing a connection.
Especially when you're in a new environment.
Yeah.
Those small gestures can make you feel more comfortable and approachable.
They do. Now, the intermediate phrases are about taking those conversations a step further.
Okay.
Asking questions, sharing information about yourself, even expressing opinions.
It's about engaging with the people you meet and learning from their perspectives.
It is. I'm really enjoying these advanced phrases for social situations.
Yeah.
They take things to a whole new level.
They do, don't they? Expressing gratitude, giving compliments, even engaging in a little bit of lighthearted banter. It shows you're really comfortable with the language.
It's about connecting with people on a deeper level and embracing those cultural nuances.
I like that.
Let's try out one of these advanced phrases.
Okay.
Imagine you've just met someone new. You want to keep the conversation going.
Okay.
You say, hello, my name is your name. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm visiting from your city. What's your favorite thing about living here?
It's lovely to meet you too. I love the vibrant energy of this city. There's always something happening, and the people are so welcoming.
Wonderful. You've sparked a conversation that could lead to all sorts of new discoveries.
Exactly.
Okay, we've covered social interactions, but there's another essential aspect of travel we need to address.
What's that?
Transportation.
Ah, yes. Transportation, the lifeline of any trip.
It is. It's how you get from point A to point B, experience the landscapes, and sometimes even have those unexpected adventures along the way.
That's right.
And this section has everything you need to know, from asking for directions to mastering different modes of transport.
For sure. At that beginner level, it's all about those essential interactions.
Yeah.
Asking about bus or train schedules, purchasing tickets, even requesting assistance with your luggage.
Yeah.
These phrases are your foundation for navigating public transport.
It's amazing how much freedom and flexibility you gain when you know how to confidently use public transportation.
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts on the intermediate phrases in this section?
Well, they're all about being resourceful and adaptable.
Okay.
Asking about alternative routes, clarifying destinations, even reporting delays.
Yeah.
It's about being prepared for those unexpected twists and turns that travel often throws our way.
It's about embracing the unknown and turning those potential challenges into opportunities for adventure.
Yeah, those intermediate phrases are so helpful because even, seasoned travelers,
Yeah,
you can find yourself in those unfamiliar situations.
for sure.
I've definitely had to, double check a route or ask for clarification, know?
Absolutely. It's all about being comfortable asking for help when you need it.
Yeah.
Now, we've covered a lot of ground today. Airports, restaurants, shopping, transportation.
Mm-hmm.
But there's one more crucial aspect of travel we need to discuss.
What's that?
Accommodation.
Accommodation. True. That's your home base, right?
It is.
Your sanctuary while you're exploring a new place.
It is. And having the right vocabulary can really make a difference in how comfortable and enjoyable that stay is.
For sure.
This section breaks it down, starts with those basics at the beginner level.
Okay.
Confirming your reservation, requesting your room key, inquiring about those essential amenities.
Yeah,
These phrases really set you up for a smooth check-in experience.
they do. And, those first impressions at a hotel can really shape your whole perception of your stay.
Oh, they can?
Being able to communicate your needs clearly and politely from the get-go, that can make all the difference.
I completely agree. Now, these intermediate phrases are all about taking things a step further, ensuring your comfort throughout your stay, requesting extra towels, reporting any maintenance issues, even asking for a wake-up call.
Yeah, those are the things that can turn a good stay into a great one.
They are. It's about being proactive and addressing any little hiccups that come up.
Right. And remember, most hotels really want to make sure their guests are happy.
Oh, yeah.
So don't hesitate to speak up if something's not right.
Exactly. Speaking of speaking up, these advanced phrases are all about maximizing that accommodation experience.
Okay, what have we got?
Requesting room upgrades, inquiring about concierge services, even providing feedback on your stay.
You're a hotel expert.
I'm trying. And it's about more than just getting the best room or the most luxurious amenities, right?
Right.
It's about being an engaged and informed guest.
Yeah.
Providing that feedback, both positive and constructive, shows that you value the effort that goes into creating that welcoming, hospitable environment.
I like that.
Let's imagine, okay, you've just arrived at your hotel, you want to get settled in, you're curious about the amenities. You say, "Good evening, I have a reservation under your name, and could you tell me a bit about the hotel's amenities? I'm particularly interested in the fitness center and the spa."
Welcome. We have a state-of-the-art fitness center, open 24 hours a day, and our spa offers a variety of treatments and services. We can certainly arrange a tour for you if you'd like.
Look at you, making yourself right at home. Now, we've talked about, positive side of accommodation. Let's be real, sometimes things don't go perfectly smoothly.
True.
So let's talk about how to handle those tricky situations when they arise.
Okay, this is where clear and assertive communication is key.
Yeah. At the beginner level, it's about mastering those essential phrases for reporting a problem, requesting assistance, expressing dissatisfaction.
Right.
It's about making your concerns known in a clear and respectful way.
Yeah. And remember, even if you don't know all the technical terms to describe a problem,
Right.
just being able to explain the situation in simple language can get you a long way.
It can. The The intermediate phrases take things a step further, allowing you to describe the problem in more detail, suggest possible solutions, follow up on your request.
Yeah, it's about advocating for yourself.
Yeah.
Making sure your needs are met.
What are your thoughts on the advanced phrases in this section?
Well, these phrases are for those situations where, a more assertive approach might be necessary.
Okay.
Escalating a complaint, requesting to speak to a manager, even understanding your rights as a guest.
Yeah.
These could be really empowering.
It's about knowing your options, being prepared to stand your ground if you need to.
Right.
But remember, even in those challenging situations, maintaining a polite and respectful tone can go such a long way in achieving a positive outcome.
Absolutely.
All right, let's imagine a scenario. You encounter a problem in your room.
Okay.
You go to the front desk, you say, "Excuse me, I'm afraid there's a problem with my room. The air conditioning isn't working, and it's quite uncomfortable."
I apologize for the inconvenience. We'll send someone up right away to take a look. In the meantime, would you like a fan to help cool the room down?
Perfect. You handled that situation with grace and efficiency.
Thank you.
Now, we've covered so much in this deep dive. Airports, hotels, dining, social interactions.
Leading the journey.
But there's one more essential ingredient to successful travel that I want to touch on.
What's that?
Cultural awareness.
Cultural awareness. So important.
It is. It's about recognizing and appreciating the diversity of customs, traditions, social norms around the world.
Absolutely.
Approaching every interaction with respect and an open mind.
Yeah.
This section really emphasizes, being mindful, adapting our behavior to the local customs.
Right.
Even at that beginner level, those basic gestures of politeness and respect, like saying please and thank you, can make such a big difference in how you're perceived.
It's true. It's those little acts of courtesy that show you're making an effort to understand and respect the local culture.
The intermediate phrases delve a little bit deeper, navigating social situations, understanding dining etiquette, even being mindful of religious practices.
Right.
It's about being observant, adapting our behavior to those subtle cues.
I agree.
What are your thoughts on the advanced phrases for cultural awareness?
Well, these really highlight the transformative power of, cultural immersion.
Yeah.
Understanding nonverbal communication, appreciating cultural values, even engaging in those meaningful conversations about local traditions.
Yeah.
It's about going beyond the surface and connecting with the heart of a culture.
It's about moving from being a passive observer to an active participant in that cultural landscape.
Like that.
Let's imagine a scenario. You're visiting a temple. You're unsure about the etiquette.
Okay.
You ask, "Excuse me, is it appropriate for me to take photos inside the temple?"
Photography is not permitted inside the temple as a sign of respect for the sacred space.
Yeah.
However, you are welcome to take photos of the exterior architecture.
See, a simple question can help you avoid an unintentional cultural faux pas.
It can?
And it shows a genuine desire to be respectful.
Yeah.
Well, we've covered a lot in this deep dive into English travel vocabulary.
We have.
From navigating those airports and hotels to handling emergencies, immersing ourselves in new cultures, we've equipped you with the phrases, the strategies to confidently handle a whole range of situations.
I hope so.
So as you embark on your next adventure, remember to embrace that power of communication, be respectful of those different cultures, and most importantly, have fun.
Have fun. Safe travels.
Safe travels, everyone, and we'd love to hear from you.
Oh, yeah.
What aspect of travel are you most looking forward to using your newfound English skills for?
Let us know.
Let us know.
Welcome back, everybody. Ready for another deep dive?
Absolutely. Always ready to explore the intricacies of language.
I love a good verb, right? But some of those English verbs, they just love to play tricks on us.
Oh, for sure. They sound similar, but their meanings, totally different worlds.
It's like they're trying to test us, see if we're really paying attention. And you know what? Sometimes they win.
Even native speakers stumble on these, trust me.
It's true. It's true. So that's why we're doing this deep dive, tackling some of those confusing English verbs.
Gotta stay sharp, keep our language game strong.
Exactly. And we've got a great resource to guide us. Remember that awesome online lesson you sent about 21 tricky verbs?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Lots of great examples and explanations.
We're going to break down those verbs, give you some tips for remembering the differences, and maybe even uncover some of the history behind them.
A little language archaeology, always fun.
So, buckle up, word nerds. Let's get this deep dive started. And where better to begin than with the classic pair that causes endless headaches? Lay versus lie.
Ah, yes, the notorious lay and lie. always tripping people up.
The online lesson lays out the basics, but I feel like there's always more to uncover with these two. What do you think?
Well, one thing that's really interesting is how their meanings have actually shifted over time. Way back when lay used to be used for both putting something down, A and D reclining.
Wait, seriously? So like, I'm going to lay down for a nap would have been grammatically correct back then.
Exactly. Imagine the confusion.
Whoa, my mind is blown. It's like the English language had a mischievous streak even way back then.
It definitely keeps things interesting. But for the sake of clarity today, we have to stick to the modern rules. Lay means to put something down, like lay the phone on the table, and lie means to recline, like lie down and take a nap.
Right. But the fun really starts when we get to the past tenses. Yesterday, I laid the phone on the table, but yesterday, I lay down for a nap.
The past tense of lie becomes lay. It's almost as if the language is playing a game with us, right?
It's definitely testing our memory skills. Okay, let's move on to another tricky pair. Raise and rise.
These two are all about direction, about things going up.
I always think of raising my hand in class versus the sun rising in the morning. Does that kind of capture the difference?
Perfect examples. Raise always needs an object. You raise your hand, you raise a flag, you raise a question. It's a transitive verb, meaning it needs something to act upon.
Okay, so raise is like the verb of action. You're actively lifting something up.
Exactly. While rise, on the other hand, is all about things going up on their own. It's intransitive, no object needed. Bread dough rises, the tide rises, hope rises.
So rise is about things ascending naturally without any external force.
You got it. But of course, there are always tricky situations, like what about stock prices? Do they rise or are they raised?
That's a good one. Technically, they rise on their own based on market forces, right? But people do say things like the company raised its prices, even though it's not grammatically correct.
Exactly. It's a subtle way of implying that the company has control over the price increase, even if it's technically dictated by the market.
Fascinating. It's like we're bending the rules of grammar to emphasize a certain point, to add a layer of meaning.
Absolutely. It shows how language is constantly evolving, responding to the ways we use it and the ideas we want to express.
All right, time for another verb showdown. Borrow and lend. We all know the basic idea. You borrow from someone, you lend to someone. But it's easy to get them mixed up in conversation.
Especially when you're in a hurry or not paying close attention.
Exactly. The lesson had a simple tip for keeping them straight. Think about the direction. You borrow from someone and lend to someone.
Ah, yes, that from and to distinction. Helpful little trick.
But beyond the grammar, there's something really interesting about the social dynamics of borrowing and lending. Have you ever thought about that?
Oh, absolutely. When you lend something, you're placing trust in the other person. It's more than just a transaction. It's a sign of your relationship.
You're expecting them to take care of your item and return it in good condition and on time.
Right. It's like an unspoken agreement, a mini social contract.
Oh, that reminds me of a time when I lent a book to a friend and they totally forgot about it. It was a signed copy, a real treasure. And I never saw it again.
Ouch, that's rough. I can see how that would strain a friendship.
It definitely did. It taught me a valuable lesson about lending out precious things.
We've all been there. But it really highlights how these simple verbs, borrow and lend, can have a surprising impact on our relationships.
Absolutely. It's not just about grammar. It's about navigating social expectations and those unspoken bonds of trust. Okay, ready for the next verb challenge?
Bring it on.
Let's tackle accept versus accept. They sound so similar, but their meanings are worlds apart.
Like night and day, the key is remembering that accept is about inclusion, taking something in. It's an action, like opening your arms to receive something.
Okay, so accept is like saying, yes, I'll take that.
Exactly. While accept is all about exclusion, leaving something out. It's about creating a boundary or making a distinction.
So like, I like all fruits except for bananas. I'm drawing a line in the sand.
Perfect example. You're accepting all the other fruits, but excluding bananas.
And you know what's helpful? That little X at the beginning of accept. It's like visually crossing something out, excluding it from the group.
Those little visual cues can be lifesavers, especially when you're dealing with words that sound so similar.
All right, ready to face the ultimate verb nemesis.
Let's do it. Bring on the challenge.
Affect versus affect. Even experienced writers get tripped up by these two.
No shame in admitting that. They're notorious for causing confusion.
The lesson we're using breaks it down pretty well, but I always need a refresher.
Well, the simplest way to think about it is affect is usually a verb and affect is usually a noun.
Okay, that's a good starting point. So affect means to influence something, like the weather can affect your mood.
Exactly. And effect is the result or consequence of something, like the effect of the storm was devastating.
But then there's that sneaky little twist. Affect can also be a verb, right?
You're right, it can, but it's used in a very specific way, meaning to bring about or to cause, like the new policy will affect positive change. It's a bit more formal.
So it's like the verb is reserved for those times when you really want to emphasize the power of something to create change.
Precisely. It's all about intentionality, choosing the right word to convey the precise shade of meaning you have in mind.
Okay, I think I'm starting to get a handle on those two. Maybe. We'll see how I do in the real world.
Practice makes perfect.
Speaking of practice, let's move on to a pair that's all about reading between the lines. Infer and imply. They both deal with unspoken meanings, but how do we tell them apart?
Well, think about it this way. Imply is what the speaker does, and infer is what the listener does.
Okay, I like that. So if I say, wow, it's getting late, I might be implying that I want to leave, even though I haven't explicitly said it.
Exactly. And your listener might infer from your tone of voice and the context that you're ready to head home.
It's like a subtle dance of communication, where we're sending and receiving signals without always saying things directly.
Precisely. And this is where things can get tricky, because misunderstandings happen all the time. Someone might infer something different from what you intended to imply.
Oh, for sure. We've all been in those situations where someone took our words the wrong way, even though we thought we were being clear. It's a good reminder that communication is a two-way street.
Absolutely. We have to be mindful of both what we're saying and how it might be interpreted by others.
Okay, ready for another round? I'm feeling like a verb warrior.
Let's keep this momentum going. How about assure, ensure, and insure?
Oh man, those three always get me. They sound so similar, and I can never remember which one to use when.
It's understandable. They have very subtle but important distinctions.
The online lesson gave some helpful examples, but I still need a little extra clarification.
Well, think of assure as primarily about calming someone's worries. Like, you might assure a friend that everything will be okay, or assure a client that their project is on track.
Okay, so assure is all about the emotional aspect, making someone feel confident and secure.
Exactly. Ensure, on the other hand, is about guaranteeing an outcome, making sure something happens. You might ensure that a project is completed on time by setting deadlines and following up regularly.
So assure is about calming nerves, while insure is about taking action to make something certain. And where does insure fit into all of this?
Insure is a bit different. It's specifically about financial protection. You might insure your car against accidents or insure your home against damage.
Oh, right. It's about minimizing risk and protecting yourself financially. Okay, I think I'm starting to get it.
It takes practice, but once you grasp the nuances, you'll be able to use these verbs with confidence.
Speaking of confidence, let's tackle a pair that often gets confused because the spelling is so similar. Lose and loose. The lesson mentioned a tip about the number of OS.
Right. Lose with one O is about being defeated or misplacing something. You might lose your keys, lose a game, or even lose your train of thought.
And loose with two O's means something isn't tight or restrained, like loose clothing or a loose tooth.
Exactly. And it's interesting how those spellings reflect the word's origins. Lose comes from an Old English word meaning to destroy, while loose comes from an Old Norse word meaning to loosen.
Wow, I love those little language history tidbits. It's like uncovering the secrets behind the words we use every day.
It's fascinating, isn't it? Language is like a living tapestry woven together from threads of history, culture, and human experience.
All right, let's move on to a pair that can be tricky in formal situations. Refuse and decline. I know the lesson mentioned that there's a difference in politeness, but I'm curious to hear your take on it.
Well, refuse is definitely more direct, maybe even a little blunt. It can come across as forceful or even confrontational. You might refuse a request outright if it's completely unacceptable, or refuse to participate in something you strongly disagree with.
So refuse is like a hard no, a firm rejection.
Exactly. While decline is a softer, more diplomatic way of saying no. It suggests that you're considering the request, but ultimately choosing not to comply.
So I might decline an invitation politely, explaining that I have a prior commitment, or decline a job offer if it doesn't align with my career goals.
Precisely. And it's interesting to consider how cultural norms can influence the choice between these verbs. In some cultures, directness is valued, while in others, it's considered rude.
That's a great point. What might be considered polite in one context could be seen as abrupt or even offensive in another. It's like language reflects the social rules and expectations of a particular community.
Absolutely. Effective communication requires not only grammatical accuracy, but also cultural sensitivity.
Okay, 2 more pairs to go. What's next on our verb agenda?
How about bring and take? These two often get mixed up, especially when we're talking about moving things from one place to another.
Oh, yes. I always have to stop and think about which one to use. I know it has something to do with direction.
Yeah. You got it. Bring implies movement towards the speaker, while take implies movement away from the speaker.
So if I'm at home and I say, bring me that book, I'm asking for the book to be brought to me, to my location.
Exactly. But if you're at the library and you say, take this book back, you're talking about moving the book away from your location.
Okay, so it all depends on the perspective of the speaker. It's all about where the object is going in relation to the person speaking.
You've got it. Bring it here. Take it there. It's a simple but effective way to remember the distinction.
All right, last pair for this part of our deep dive. Let's finish strong with remember and remind.
Ah, yes, the verbs of memory. These two can be tricky because they both involve recalling something from the past.
The lesson talked about the difference between internal and external cues. Can you elaborate on a bit?
Sure. Remember is the internal act of retrieving information from your own memory, like accessing a file in your mental archive. It's all about what's going on inside your head.
So I might remember a childhood vacation without any external help. It's like those memories are stored somewhere deep inside my brain, waiting to be accessed.
Exactly. But sometimes we need a little help to jog our memory, which is where remind comes in.
Remind involves an external prompt, right? Like a note on the fridge or someone mentioning something that triggers a memory.
Precisely. You might set a reminder on your phone to call someone or be reminded of a past event by a certain song or smell. Like, remind provides that extra nudge to help us access those stored memories.
Okay, that makes sense. So remember is about internal recall, and remind is about external prompts. It's like we have these internal memory banks, but sometimes we need a little help to open the vault.
It's a fascinating interplay between our internal world and the external stimuli that shape our memories. All right, let's dive back into those tricky verbs. Ready for more?
Oh yeah, bring it on. I'm feeling like a verb warrior now.
Excellent. That's the spirit. So what do you say we tackle, see, watch, and look next?
Ooh, those are interesting. They all deal with vision, but I bet there are some subtle differences.
Definitely. Think of see as the most general one, simply registering something with your eyes. It can be unintentional, like when you see a bird fly by while you're reading.
So see is just about taking in the visual information without really processing it, kind of like passive observation.
Exactly. But when you watch something, you're deliberately focusing on it, paying attention to what's happening, like watching a movie or watching a sporting event.
Watch is more about being present in the moment, really engaging with what you're seeing.
Right. And then there's look, which is about intentionally directing your gaze towards something specific, like looking at a painting or looking for your keys.
So look is all about purpose and intention, like saying, I'm choosing to focus my attention on this particular thing.
Precisely. And it's amazing how these three simple verbs reflect different levels of engagement with the world around us. What we see, what we watch, what we look at, it all shapes our perception of reality.
That's deep. It's like we're constantly filtering the massive amount of visual information that bombards us every second, choosing what to focus on, what to ignore.
Absolutely. And speaking of focusing on something specific, let's talk about learn and teach.
Ah, yes, the dynamic duo of education. The lesson emphasized their opposite roles, acquiring knowledge versus imparting it.
Right. But I think it's also important to see how they're interconnected, how they feed into each other.
I like that. So learn is about expanding your understanding, taking in new information and making connections.
Exactly. It can happen through reading, through experience, through interactions with others. It's a lifelong process.
And teach is about sharing what you've learned, guiding others on their own learning journeys.
So precisely. And you know what's fascinating? When you teach something, you often learn it even better yourself.
Oh, absolutely. It's like having to explain something to someone else forces you to really think it through, to understand it on a deeper level.
It's like the saying goes, when one teaches, one learns twice. So true.
Okay, let's shift gears a bit and tackle a pair that often gets misused, even by native speakers. Rise and arouse.
Oh, yes. These two can be tricky. They both have something to do with upward movement, but in very different ways.
I remember the lesson mentioning a distinction between physical and emotional or psychological movement.
Right. Rise is primarily about physical movement, something literally going up. The sun rises, bread dough rises, a building rises.
Rise is about defying gravity, moving upwards in a tangible way.
Exactly. While arouse is more about stirring emotions, feelings, or even physical sensations. It's about awakening something that was previously dormant.
So arouse is less about literal movement and more about activating something within a person, like sparking an interest or triggering a reaction.
That's a great way to put it. It's about evoking a response, creating a shift in energy or emotion.
It's like rise is about things going up and arouse is about feelings or sensations going up, becoming more intense.
Precisely. And that distinction can really make a difference in how you use these verbs, especially in writing.
All right, 2 more verbs down. We're making progress.
We're on a roll. Shall we continue our exploration?
Absolutely. Let's keep this verb train moving.
All right, next stop. Advice and advice. Another pair that sounds almost identical, that has different grammatical roles.
Yes, the classic noun versus verb dilemma. I remember learning this rule back in school, but it never quite stuck.
It's one of those rules that can be tricky to remember, but the key is to think about advice as the actual information or guidance being given. It's something tangible, something you can offer or receive.
So like, I need some advice on what to wear to the party, or my dad always gives me good advice.
Perfect examples. Advice is the noun, the thing itself.
And advise is the verb, the action of giving that advice.
Exactly. So you might say, the doctor advised me to rest, or I would advise you to be cautious in this situation.
Okay, that makes sense. It's like advice is the gift, and advise is the act of giving the gift.
I like that analogy. It really captures the difference.
Right, feeling more confident about those two. What's next on our verb adventure?
How about altogether and altogether? These two often get confused because they sound so similar.
Oh yes, I've definitely mixed those up before. They both seem to have something to do with being together, but I'm not sure about the specifics.
Well, altogether simply means everyone or everything in one place. Like, we were all together for the holidays, or the kids gathered all the toys together.
So all together emphasizes unity, being in a group or a collection.
Exactly. It's about togetherness. Altogether, on the other hand, means completely or entirely. You might say, that's an altogether different matter, or I'm altogether too exhausted to go out tonight.
Altogether is more about intensity or completeness, taking something to its absolute limit.
Precisely. And while the meanings are distinct, sometimes you can use either phrase depending on the emphasis you want to create.
Interesting. So it's like choosing between different shades of the same color, adding a subtle layer of meaning to your sentence.
Exactly. It's all about being aware of those nuances and choosing the words that best convey your intent.
Okay, on to the next verb pair. How about among and between?
Ah, yes. The prepositional pair that often causes confusion. I know people learn the rule about using between for 2 things and among for more than 2, but it's not always that straightforward.
Yeah, I've heard that rule, but it doesn't always seem to apply in real life.
Right. The real distinction lies in the relationship between the things being referred to.
Okay, so it's not just about the quantity, but also about the quality of the connection.
Exactly. Among is used when the relationship is more general, less defined, like being part of a larger group or being surrounded by something.
Among is about being immersed in a larger context, being part of a whole.
Right. While between is used when the relationship is more specific, more defined. It often involves a clear distinction or separation between the things being referred to.
So like, the secret was shared between the 2 friends, but the conversation flowed easily among the guests.
Perfect examples. Between creates a more direct one-to-one connection, while among is about being in the midst of a group or a collection.
Okay, I'm starting to see the light. It's about understanding the nature of the relationship, not just counting the number of things involved.
Exactly. It's about paying attention to those subtle nuances that can make a big difference in meaning.
All right, we're in the home stretch now. Only 2 verb pairs left to tackle.
We're almost there. Shall we conquer beside and besides next?
Yes, let's do it. Those 2 always trip me up. They look and sound so similar, but I can never remember which one is which.
Well, the easy way to remember is that beside is strictly about physical location. It means next to or at the side of something.
So like, the cat sat beside the fireplace, or he stood beside his best friend?
Precisely. It's all about physical proximity. While besides has a broader meaning, it can mean in addition to or apart from.
Okay, so besides is more about adding something extra, expanding the scope of the conversation.
Exactly, like saying, and there's more. Or, let's consider other factors.
I think I can remember that. Beside for location, besides for additional information.
You got it. Simple but effective.
All right, ready for the final verb showdown? I'm feeling like a verb champion at this point.
Excellent. Let's end our exploration with a pair that's all about permission and possibility. Can and may.
Ah, yes, the classic verbs of elementary school grammar lessons. I remember being told that may is more polite than can, but I'm not sure I ever understood the real difference.
Well, the politeness distinction is part of it, but there's also a difference in meaning. Can is about ability or possibility. It's about whether something is physically or logically possible.
So can is about what you're capable of doing or what's within the realm of possibility. Like I can swim or it can snow in July.
Exactly. May, on the other hand, is about permission or likelihood. It's about whether something is allowed or whether it's likely to happen.
So may is about getting the green light or making a prediction about the future, like, may I borrow your pen? Or it may rain later today.
Precisely. And while can and may are often used interchangeably in casual conversation, it's important to distinguish between them in formal situations or when you want to be extra polite.
So like when you're asking your boss for a raise, you'd probably want to say, may I speak to you for a moment? Rather than, can I speak to you for a moment?
Exactly. It shows that you're respecting their authority and following proper etiquette.
Okay, I think I finally mastered the can versus may conundrum. What a satisfying feeling.
And a well-deserved victory.
All right, time to tackle those last 6 verb pairs. Ready to finish strong?
Absolutely. Let's do this.
Okay, first up, speak and talk. I feel like these two are often used interchangeably, but I'm guessing there's a more nuanced distinction.
You're right. There is a subtle difference, primarily in the level of formality.
Okay, so when would you use speak instead of talk?
Speak tends to be more formal, often used in contexts where one person is addressing a group or delivering a prepared message, like giving a speech or a presentation.
So speak has a sense of authority or expertise, like someone speaking from a podium or giving a lecture.
Exactly. Talk is more informal, suggesting a conversational back and forth exchange, like chatting with friends or having a casual discussion.
So talk is more everyday conversation, like what we're doing right now.
Precisely. And that distinction can be seen in other ways, too. You might speak a foreign language fluently, indicating a high level of proficiency, but you might just talk about a topic casually, implying a more general understanding.
Okay, I'm starting to see the difference. Speak is more formal and often implies a higher level of skill or knowledge.
Exactly. It's all about those subtle shades of meaning.
All right, on to the next verb pair. How about see, watch, and look?
These 3 can be tricky because they all involve using our eyes, but they have distinct meanings when it comes to how we perceive the world.
Okay, so how do we know when to use which one?
Think of see as the most general one. It simply means to register something with your eyes. It can be unintentional, like when you see a bird fly by while you're walking.
See is like passive observation. You're not necessarily focusing on anything specific, just taking in whatever happens to be in your field of vision.
Right. But when you watch something, you're deliberately paying attention to it, focusing on what's happening, like watching a movie or watching a game.
Watch is more active, more intentional. You're choosing to engage with what you're seeing.
Exactly. And then there's look, which involves directing your gaze towards something specific, like looking at a painting or looking for your keys.
Look is all about purpose. You have a reason for looking, you're searching for something, or trying to get a better view of something.
Precisely. And it's fascinating how these 3 verbs, see, watch, and look, reflect different levels of engagement with our surroundings.
It's like they highlight the active role we play in shaping our own perceptions. What we choose to focus on, what we choose to ignore it, all shapes how we experience the world.
Absolutely. Our perception is not just passive reception. It's an active process of selection and interpretation.
Okay, on to the next verb pair. Learn and teach. These seem pretty straightforward, but I bet there's more to them than meets the eye.
You're right. They're often seen as opposites, but I think it's important to see how they're interconnected.
I like that. So learn is about acquiring knowledge, taking in new information, expanding your understanding of the world.
Exactly. It's a lifelong process of growth and discovery.
And teach is about sharing your knowledge with others, guiding them on their own learning journeys.
Precisely. And it's amazing how these 2 processes often go hand in hand. When you teach something, you often find that you learn it even better yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Having to explain something to someone else forces you to really think it through, to clarify your own understanding. It's like the saying goes, when one teaches, one learns twice.
So true. And it highlights the beautiful synergy between learning and teaching. They fuel each other, creating a cycle of knowledge sharing and growth.
All right, on to the next pair. Rise and arouse. I always get these two confused. They both seem to have something to do with upward movement.
You're right, they do. But rise is primarily about physical movement, something literally going up, like the sun rises in the east or the smoke rose from the chimney.
Rise is about things ascending, becoming higher or more elevated.
Exactly. While arouse is about stirring emotions, feelings, or sensations. It's about awakening something that was previously dormant or inactive.
So like the speaker's words aroused a sense of hope in the audience.
Perfect example. Arouse is about triggering a response, creating a shift in energy or emotion.
Okay, so rise is about things going up, and arouse is about feelings or sensations being stimulated or intensified.
You got it. And that distinction can really make a difference in the tone and impact of your writing.
All right, we're down to the last two verb pairs. Let's finish strong. What's next?
How about we tackle advice and advise? They sound almost identical, but one is a noun and one is a verb.
Ah, yes, the classic noun versus verb dilemma. I know the online lesson touched on this, but I always need a refresher.
Well, the key is to remember that advice is the actual information or guidance being given. It's something tangible, something you can offer or receive.
So like, I always appreciate my grandmother's advice, or he gave me some excellent financial advice.
Exactly. Advice is the noun, the thing itself.
And advise is the verb, the action of giving that advice.
Precisely. So you might say, the doctor advised me to get more rest, or I would advise you to be cautious in this situation.
Okay, that makes sense. Advice is the what, and advise is the how. It's like advice is the gift, and advise is the act of giving the gift.
I like that analogy. It really captures the difference.
All right, one last pair to conquer. Bring it on.
Let's finish with a pair that often comes up in questions of permission. Can and may.
Oh, yes, the classic can versus may debate. I remember learning about this in elementary school, but I'm not sure I ever fully grasped the distinction.
While the traditional rule is that may is more polite than can when asking for permission, but there's also a subtle difference in meaning.
Okay, I'm all ears. Let's break it down.
Can is about ability or possibility. It's about whether something is physically or logically possible.
So can is about what's within the realm of capability, like can you lift that heavy box? Or it can rain tomorrow.
Exactly. While may is about permission or likelihood, it's about whether something is allowed or whether it's likely to happen.
So may is about getting the green light or making a prediction, like may I leave early today? Or it may snow this weekend.
Precisely. And while can and may are often used interchangeably in casual conversation, it's still important to be aware of the distinction, especially in formal settings.
So when in doubt, it's probably best to err on the side of using may if you want to be extra polite or emphasize the request for permission.
Exactly. It shows that you're respecting the other person's authority and following proper etiquette.
Well, we've reached the end of our verb voyage. We've explored 21 confusing English verb pairs, dissecting their meanings, uncovering their nuances, and hopefully dispelling some common misconceptions along the way.
It's been a fascinating journey, and I hope our listeners feel more confident in their ability to use these verbs correctly and effectively.
Absolutely. Remember, language is a powerful tool, and the more we understand its intricacies, the better we can wield it to express ourselves clearly and persuasively.
Well said. So keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep playing with the amazing power of words.
And if you enjoyed this deep dive into the world of confusing English verbs, let us know. We'd love to hear your thoughts and suggestions for future episodes. Until next time, happy writing and happy speaking. Okay, imagine this. You're at a cafe, just eavesdropping on the conversation at the next table.
Yeah.
And they're like, my car broke down.
Oh, no.
I'm totally running out of time. I just want to give up and go home.
Classic.
And you're thinking, wait, what's with all these verbs and prepositions? It's like a secret code.
Right. It's phrasal verbs galore.
Exactly. So that's what we're diving into today, phrasal verbs.
Those tricky little combos that can make or break your fluency.
We're going deep with this awesome guide to the top 10 most frequently used phrasal verbs.
Which I'm excited to unpack with you.
Because once you master these, you'll sound so much more natural.
It's like leveling up your English, you know?
Totally. So first up, get up.
Ah, the classic.
Seems pretty basic, right? I mean, it's like, getting out of bed.
Yeah, the guide defines it as rising from bed or a sitting position.
Right, but I feel like there's more to it.
Oh, there always is with phrasal verbs.
Like you might get up for work, but you might get yourself up after a tough workout,
Exactly, that yourself adds a little extra oomph.
Right, like you're really pushing through.
All about the nuance.
I love it. Okay, so the practice sentence here asks, what time do you get up on weekends?
Ooh, good question.
What about you? Are you an early bird or do you sleep in?
Weekends are for sleeping in.
Same here.
Definitely.
Okay, moving on to turn on and turn off.
These are like the bread and butter of phrasal verbs.
Right. I mean, we're constantly turning things on and off.
Lights, TVs, phones, you name it.
The guide gives us the classic examples like, can you turn on the lights? And don't forget to turn off the TV.
Simple but essential.
But I'm curious, is there anything interesting about the history of these, given how tied they are to technology?
That's a really good point. You wouldn't have had turn on the TV a couple hundred years ago.
Right.
It shows how language adapts to new inventions.
And I bet there are tons of new phrasal verbs popping up now with all the tech we have. But before we go down that rabbit hole, let's stick with the guide's practice sentence. I turned off my phone during the meeting.
Ooh, the digital detox.
Have you ever done that? Or are you someone who's constantly checking their phone, even in meetings?
I try to be present and turn it off, but sometimes it's hard.
I feel you. The temptation is real.
It is.
Okay, next up is look after.
Which means to take care of someone or something.
Right. But again, I feel like there are different levels to this.
No, absolutely. It's not just about glancing at something. It's about responsibility and care.
The guide's example is, can you look after my dog while I'm on vacation?
A classic pet sitting request.
But it's not just about watching the dog. It's about making sure they're fed, walked, loved.
Exactly. It's a deeper level of care.
The practice sentence for this one is, it's not easy to look after 3 kids at once.
Ooh, that's a whole other level.
Can you imagine?
Definitely a juggling act.
Speaking of juggling acts, have you ever felt like you were running out of time, energy, patience, maybe even coffee?
Oh, all the time.
That brings us to our next phrasal verb, run out of.
Which can be used in so many situations.
Right. The guide defines it as using up all of something.
And it often has that sense of urgency or need, like, we're running out of milk.
Or I'm running out of time to finish this project.
Exactly. It captures that feeling of depletion.
And it doesn't always have to be physical things. You can run out of ideas, motivation.
Even patience, like we were just talking about.
The guide's example is, we've run out of milk. Can you buy some more?
A classic grocery list problem.
Happens all the time in my house.
I bet.
Okay, so the practice sentence asks, I ran out of ideas during the brainstorming session.
Oof, I've been there.
Have you ever hit that wall creatively?
Oh, yeah, especially in high-pressure situations.
It's like your brain just shuts down.
Totally.
Okay, ready for a quick wardrobe change?
Always.
Because next up, we have put on and take off, which are all about clothing.
And accessories. Don't forget the accessories.
Right. The guide keeps it simple. Put on is to wear something. Take off is to remove it.
Like we put on our shoes in the morning.
And take off our jackets when we come inside.
But sometimes we even put on a brave face.
Or take off our metaphorical hats to someone.
It's amazing how they can be used both literally and figuratively.
The guide's examples are, it's cold outside, put on your jacket.
Good advice.
And she took off her shoes before entering the house.
Always a good idea.
Do you always take off your shoes when you go inside?
I try to. Yeah, it just feels more comfortable.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay, the practice sentence for this one is, I always put on sunscreen before going to the beach.
Sun protection is key.
What about you? What's your essential put on before hitting the beach?
A good hat is a must for me.
Smart.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to a phrasal verb that can be a bit tricky. Give up.
Yeah, this one has both positive and negative connotations.
Right. I mean, you can give up on something because it's too hard.
Or you can give up something that's no longer serving you.
The guide defines it as to stop trying or quit something.
Which can be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on the situation.
Their example is very motivational, though. Never give up on your dreams.
It's a good reminder to persevere.
But sometimes knowing when to give up is just as important.
Absolutely. Like if you're constantly banging your head against a wall.
Right. Maybe try a different door.
Exactly. Sometimes giving up opens up new possibilities.
I love that perspective. Okay, the practice sentence for give up is a bit more personal. I wanted to learn guitar, but I gave up after a few months.
Oh, I relate to that.
Have you ever had that experience with a hobby or a skill you were trying to learn?
Oh, yeah. I tried learning to knit once, and it just wasn't happening.
It's okay to admit defeat sometimes.
Totally.
All right. Ready for a phrasal verb that can be both literal and figurative?
Bring it on.
Okay, it's break down.
This one can refer to everything from cars to emotional meltdowns.
Right, like your car can break down on the freeway.
Or you can have a breakdown when you hear bad news.
Two very different scenarios, but the same phrasal verb ties them together.
It's all about context.
Exactly. Okay, the guide's practice sentence asks, what do you usually do when your computer breaks down?
Ooh, the dreaded blue screen of death.
Do you have a go-to solution or do you panic?
I try to troubleshoot it myself, but I'm not afraid to call for help.
Same here. Sometimes you just need a tech guru to save the day.
For sure.
Speaking of saving the day, have you ever had to pick someone up from the airport last minute?
Oh, yeah. Happens all the time.
It's like the classic friend move, right?
Definitely.
Which brings us to our next phrasal verb, pick up.
Which, as we've just hinted at, can mean to collect someone or something.
But it also has a few other meanings.
Like to lift something off the ground.
Or to learn something quickly.
It's a multi-talented phrasal verb.
But guide's examples are, pick up that book off the floor.
For the literal meaning.
And I'll pick you up from the airport. For the collecting meaning.
It's all about context.
Okay, to get your brain working on all those different meanings, the practice sentence is, she picked up the book and started reading.
Ooh, getting lost in a good book.
What was the last thing you picked up?
I picked up a new cookbook the other day.
Nice. What kind of cuisine?
It's all about Mediterranean dishes.
Ooh, sounds delicious.
It is.
Maybe you can pick me up from the airport sometime when we can have a Mediterranean feast.
Yeah.
Speaking of picking things up, how do you usually find out about new restaurants or events in your city?
Ooh, that's a good question. I usually rely on word of mouth and social media.
Which perfectly segues into our next phrasal verb, find out.
Which is all about uncovering information and satisfying our curiosity.
It's like being a detective in the world of language.
Exactly. We're constantly trying to find things out, whether it's big news or just what our friends are up to.
The guide's example is, I need to find out what time the train leaves.
Very practical.
But it can also be about deeper discoveries, you know?
Absolutely.
Okay, the guy's practice sentence is, how did you find out about the concert?
That makes me think about all the different ways we consume information these days.
So what are your go-to sources for finding out about cool stuff happening?
I think it's a mix of everything: social media, word of mouth, good old-fashioned internet searching.
I usually get most of my intel from friends and family.
They're like your personal news curators.
Exactly. Speaking of news curators, have you ever noticed how some headlines use really dramatic phrasal verbs?
Oh, totally.
Like, politician calls out opponent, or celebrity couple breaks up.
It's all about grabbing your attention.
Did a phrasal verb battle royale out there. Okay, we're down to our final phrasal verb for this deep dive.
Let's hear it.
It's one that can be both practical and romantic. Take out.
Ah, yes. This one has multiple personalities.
Like you can take out the trash, which is pretty straightforward.
But you can also take someone out on a date.
The guide's examples highlight this perfectly. Can you take out the trash?
For the chore-related meaning.
And he took her out for dinner last night for the dating scenario.
Two very different vibes.
The practice sentence for this one is, I took out my wallet to pay for the coffee.
A very relatable everyday action.
So when is the last time you took something out?
I think I took out my frustration on a jigsaw puzzle earlier.
Ooh, that's a good way to release some stress.
It is.
And it speaks to the figurative meaning of takeout, right?
Exactly. It can mean to remove something physically, but also to express or release something emotionally.
It's like a phrasal verb with a double life.
Which is what makes them so fascinating.
Totally. We've just scratched the surface with these 10 common phrasal verbs.
But I bet you're starting to see how they pop up everywhere.
They're like the secret ingredient to sounding more natural in English.
And the more you pay attention to them, the more you'll start to notice their nuances.
So what are your thoughts so far? Any phrasal verbs that have particularly stood out to you?
I'm ready to dive deeper.
I'm with you. Let's take a quick break and then we'll come back for more phrasal verb fun.
Sounds good. I'm ready for more phrasal verb fun.
Me too. It's like we're uncovering this hidden layer of the English language.
Right. And before the break, we were talking about how they can reflect cultural nuances.
Yeah, like take someone out for a date that's very American.
Exactly. In other cultures, inviting someone out might be phrased totally differently.
It's fascinating how these little phrases give us a glimpse into different cultures.
And even within English, phrasal verbs evolve over time, like with technology.
Oh, totally. Swipe right. That's a modern classic.
Exactly. Language is always adapting.
Okay, so we've explored this first batch of common phrasal verbs, but why are they so prevalent in English?
Well, it's partly historical. English loves combining verbs and prepositions.
It's like a linguistic Lego set.
I like that. And it allows for subtle shades of meaning.
Right, like look at versus look after. There's a difference.
Look after implies more responsibility.
Exactly. And while they can be tricky for learners, they make things easier for native speakers.
They're like shortcuts, but you have to know the code.
So it's a trade-off. Learners have to work harder, but then they unlock this fluency.
Precisely. Did you notice how some phrasal verbs cluster around certain themes?
Ooh, yeah, like a lot of these relate to daily routines.
Getting up, turning things on and off, running out of stuff.
It's like they reflect our everyday experiences.
And it makes learning them more engaging, right? You can connect them to your life.
Absolutely. It's not just memorizing lists, it's understanding how we use language in the real world.
Speaking of real-world experiences, have you ever had a phrasal verb mishap?
Ooh, let me think. Okay, this one time I was traveling in Europe, trying to order takeaway coffee, to go.
Yeah.
But instead of saying, take this coffee to go, I said, can I take this coffee off?
Oh, no.
The barista looked at me so confused.
I can imagine.
I was so flustered, I ended up just pointing and making gestures.
It happens to the best of us.
But it taught me a valuable lesson. You have to understand the nuances of these phrasal verbs.
Context is everything.
That's exactly. All right, I'm ready to dive into those new phrasal verbs you mentioned.
Let's do it.
All right, so those new phrasal verbs, you mentioned some before the break.
Yeah, they're like these little linguistic time capsules.
Capturing the zeitgeist.
Exactly. Binge watch. That's pure streaming culture.
And swipe right. Online dating in a nutshell.
It's even gone beyond dating, like swipe right to approve an idea.
I've heard that. It's amazing how language spreads.
But then there are the ones that reflect the maybe the downsides of modern life.
Like ghosting, the worst.
Yeah, it's like the digital version of disappearing.
And burnout, doom scrolling, those are heavy.
And capture that feeling of overwhelm,
Totally, like we're searching for the words to describe this modern anxiety.
Right.
But there are also some fun new ones. Level up is a good one.
Oh yeah, that's a motivational one, like from video games.
It's about growth, progress.
Exactly, and it's playful.
And then there's adulting, which is just so relatable.
Ugh. Adulting. The millennial struggle.
It's like all those things we're supposed to know how to do.
Taxes, bills, appointment.
But we're all just figuring it out as we go.
Faking it till we make it.
And laughing about it on social media.
Exactly. Shared experiences, even if we're all adulting differently.
So what do all these new phrasal verbs tell us about the future of English?
I think they show how adaptable language is, always changing.
It's not static. It reflects how we live, how we communicate.
And phrasal verbs are a perfect example. They encapsulate trends, technology, even emotions.
It's like each one is a little snapshot of a moment in time.
What new ones will we have in 5 years, 10 years?
It's exciting to think about.
So for anyone listening, be curious about language. Pay attention to how it's used.
Don't be afraid to ask questions, to experiment.
You might even invent the next great phrasal verb.
That's the challenge I'm leaving everyone with.
Embrace the playfulness of language.
Phrasal verbs are just one small part of it, but they show how dynamic and fascinating English can be.
Exactly, and I think that's a great place to wrap up our deep dive.
Thanks for joining us on this linguistic adventure. Until next time, happy exploring the world of words.
Happy exploring.